it's not going to matter. Kirk on the flank finds it down onto one. Riot's already down, so it's a technical 1 versus 2. And Bri just swung to his death. Twizzler on the top floor will look to retrieve their teammate, but Kirk can find the timing and clutch it out. An ace for Kirk.
But Spider still gets a kill, and then Xer not ready for him in the corner, but oh my goodness, he gets the kill anyways! He gets the kill, Teddy left alive. He does it yet again for Mirage! He's low on health, especially when the Vulcan canisters are in play, but now Ambi low as well, but he takes the kill anyways! He's still left. But with 15 seconds and not too much intel as to where they are, it's not looking great for him, but he's just got the isolated frag on aim key, and the last one's left in Freezer. This could be a very easy pick to find if he just looks in the right corners with the shotgun as well. He'll be lethal in the close range. A 1-on-2 for the Gridlock.
It's always cool to see those highlight reels and everything that we got to experience in Xenon Gaming Series Season 6. And now we're into the Spring Burst, effectively a mini season, or not officially Season 7, but just about the same, and we'll get to see it when we do kick off Season 7. My name's Clem's, joining alongside me is the lovely Why So Serious, or Mr. Serious himself. And that was your old name, right? Am I wrong in that?
It was my old name, but I don't really go by that anymore. It was. I've outgrown that name.
I mean,
just
we
a little bit
threw
of
back
throwback,
to Season 6. We throw back to Serious's old name. But I'm excited. We're here for grand finals of the Xenon Gaming Series Spring Burst between Arial Rise and Team SBL. When Serious start off, let's look at the schedule for how we got here through our playoff bracket. No 3-map playoff matches, everything being a 2-0.
Yeah, that is kind of the most surprising thing so far, just entirely the fact that not a single 3-mapper has been shown throughout this entire bracket. I mean, I would have assumed that in the early matches we would have seen at least one, right? So many of those are trying to be like close matches, but we saw several close matches, but they still ended up being 2-0 anyway. I mean, prime example of that was SSG Osiris match. First things first, going into that. And then just everything else from there, still dominant. Otherwise, SBL were sweeping their way through their last game against Coastal Gaming, and then Arial Rise started off hot on their first map of Border, and then made it close on Chalet, but still made it here 2-0 fashion, and now we're primed and ready for a very exciting grand final.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a super exciting grand final. Team SBL does have a couple subs in their belt, so we'll have to see how they're able to react to that challenge that they're going to be facing. But we'll take a look at the rosters here first for Arial Arise. Actually, for Team SBL, never mind. We'll look at Team SBL first. It consists of Grixer subbing in for Poison, Rice, Surf subbing in for Asian, Nick, and Spiff. So they still have their main 3 core members of Rice, Nick, and Spiff, but Asian and Poison are missing, which the biggest highlight and biggest concern for me, Serious, is the fact that Poison is missing the primary IGL and really the brains behind the entire SBL operation.
I mean, yeah, that's the biggest thing for me too. It's just that he's going to be gone, and we also got denied of the Poison rematch against his old team of Arial Rise. That would have been so perfect. It was like right there, and it's just like, nope, he's off on vacation, unfortunately. So otherwise, this team has been doing very well of just being a highlight of how good of IGL that Poison is so far. I mean, the stats aren't fully updated. We didn't get the ones from last night's game, but if I am correct in my assumptions of what their stats are, they have a 58% attacking win rate and a 67 defensive win rate. So overall, still very good stats nonetheless, and they've been dominant throughout a lot of their games. Their only loss so far has been against Osiris in their second matchup, which was still a close one, 5-7. So this team has shown very little flaws and have shown why they're such a dominant team so far in this event.
Well, we'll turn the page over and look at their opponents in Arial Arise. And Arial Arise is a banner and an organization that has been a part of many seasons of Xenon Gaming Series. And their roster this time around consists of Bino, Bay, Inrio, Giddy, and Packer. These are the normal 5 members that you've been watching throughout the most part of playoffs. Woos was subbing in last night for, I believe, Giddy. But otherwise, this team is their full main 5, and I mean, that win rate on the defensive side definitely stout and shows something rather impressive. I mean, an 80% win rate on the defense. I know that there's a little bit of old stats, so maybe Serious, you have some fresh stats for us, but this team, very solid. A little bit different than what we saw in Season 6, obviously picking up a couple new members and the names of Giddy, Bino, and Packer, with Woos dropping off to become a substitute. So a complete revitalization of this Aerial Arise roster.
I mean, yeah, no, these stats are fully up to date. I made sure of that myself earlier last night after they finished their game against SSG. 80% is what it's at right now, and I believe on one of their maps, they have a 100% win rate on border on their defensive side. That just goes to show how dominant they've been so far, and just even though they've been together for such a short time, they still have the core fundamentals. These are guys that have been either in Pro League or top echelons of Tier 2 that they have the ideas of what they need to do right and how to excel upon that. A lot of their games have been showing that they're very aggressive, but not doing it without any plans in mind. It's not just, okay, we're just swinging just because we can. No, they have a plan in mind. They're going to excel upon it, and they're going to play around their team and information to do so.
Yeah, I think Aerial Rise was just a really solid team throughout the season, and obviously Border being one of those maps that you highlighted being their strong suit. I doubt we'll see that tonight, doing a little bit of foreshadowing to the map veto as we get to see that pulled up here. And you can see Team SBL already immediately getting rid of Border. Nighthaven Labs also taken off the board. We saw Team SBL back in quarterfinals do a really solid job here on Nighthaven. Or actually, maybe it wasn't quarterfinals. It may have been the week before against Outlast. It was the week before. It was the promotion match, and it was Nighthaven Labs, and they were a very solid team, taking down a solid team in the name of Outlast on Nighthaven Labs of themselves. So Nighthaven being off the board, not too big of a shock. Chalet, a map that SBL actually really like a lot, but maybe there means that there's a lot of VOD that Aerial Rise has been able to go off of, and we'll be able to pick into that to see what they have in store for Aerial Arise. And then Clubhouse being picked by Team SBL, also rather solid. Wrapping out the end of the map pool, a little bit sad, a little bit somber. Cafe, Bank, and Oregon, a little boring. In my personal opinion. I mean, you're missing Nighthaven, Consulate, Skyscraper, Border. Those are like the 4 fun maps. Everything else, yeah, you can have a little bit of fun on Bank. Sure, maybe once in a while on Cafe, but on the other ends, I don't know. They were a little dull. It's a little bit of a throwback season.
It does feel like that, and I mean, I get it. Aerial Rise is technically a newer team. Granted, they're all professional players at this point. They should know these maps, but they probably don't have great strategies on those maps. So, I mean, because Labs and Consulate have been their perma bans nearly aside from Skyscraper, so kind of just don't want to go to those maps whatsoever. Same thing for SBL. So, unfortunately, we're stuck with the default maps. And first things first is going to be Chalet, which I'm pretty sure is SBL's second favorite map. Aerial Rise only playing that once, and that was in their game against SSG last night. So these guys should be very familiar with how these first 2 maps go overall. So, I mean, I'm not too really surprised. It's just it's very even stats-wise on these first 2 matchups. So I don't really see who's going to come out on top of this, because, I mean, SBL theoretically should have the advantage. They played this more often. They have better kind of odds, but they also have 2 subs at the same time, so that maybe gives the edge over to Aerial Rise at the same time. So, I mean, what are your thoughts on that, Clemens?
I think it's really a toss-up. With the sub factor, that's where I think that we're at a toss-up. Most importantly, with Poison not being here. I mean, Poison has been the brains of that SBL operation, so without him, it makes this match rather challenging and extremely difficult for Team SBL to be able to overcome Aerial Rise, who has been so good on their defensive side that when you think about it, will SBL be able to IGL around the Aerial Rise attacks? Will they be able to handle themselves? I mean, they do have a fantastic support player in the name of Rice who can absolutely do some IGLing with some of the experience he's been able to get, and I'm sure that there's plenty of experience across that SBL roster, especially with the subs of Grixer and Surf. But still, my point being, are they going to be able to take down Aerial Rise on the attacking side? If SBL can be good at the attack, if they can be favorable in that instance, then I think that they have a very good shot because of the map pool, the way that the bans went. I think it is a little bit more of an SBL favorite map pool, but they have to be good on the attack, and that's something that Aerial Rise has been very good at defending against, is the attacking side. So I think that's going to be our key factor, and taking note and into account the win rate percentage that Aerial Rise continues to have as the match goes on.
I mean, yeah, because at least in their game last night against SSG, they had a 50% attacking win rate, so it wasn't the greatest. They did show some good highlights of what they can do when they kind of get set up for those kind of attacks, but they also showed a lot of weaknesses. They kind of let a couple flanks go by. They let Flacco especially have a big moment in one of the master rounds, and just we suddenly got in their faces, kind of disrupted that attack. They still won that round, I want to say, but still, it shows that they make things a lot harder for themselves on the attack side of things. Defense, though, was when they really shined on that map. It was just lights out from there. I mean, overall, again, the sub factor is kind of the biggest thing for me. I think it does kind of favor SBL for the maps overall, but the subs may give Arial the edge when they otherwise don't have a very diverse map pool. We don't know what their favorite maps are. It's been mostly Border, Club, and Chalet. That's all we've seen from them, and that may be all we ever really get to see realistically. Is just how these guys play. Is just kind of a matter of how we get into the lobby and see how they play overall, because we don't know. Aerial Rise is just kind of a technical pug stack at this point. They say themselves this is going to be their last game overall. After this is done, they're breaking up, and SBL playing with 2 subs. So who knows what that's going to look like.
Well, maybe it could be a happy ending for Aerial Rise, but until we get our players into the lobby, we will send to a break for just a few minutes, get everything set up so that we can begin our grand finals. We'll see you all in just a few minutes. Well, we're finally back. It wasn't too long that we had to wait to get our teams in here, but serious best of 5 grand finals. Also, the biggest thing to highlight, something we forgot about before coming into the match, obviously, infinite overtime, and I think that's always the most exciting about any best of 5 grand final. Is how long can we go? How deep into this series could we potentially see ourselves, especially with Team SBL having a couple of subs? I would argue that they have the better depth when it comes to the gun skill and overall performance. They've dropped off with some of their players who have been lacking in that gun skill performance as of late, but they've picked up 2 really incredible shooters. So it could just be straight up Call of Duty in the lobby tonight between Team SBL and Aerial Rise. Is Brava taken off the board first here on Chalet? Not really a big surprise, Chalet being such a heavy utility emphasized map. I think that Brava is actually a really solid ban here for both of these teams.
Yeah, and Ying on top of that too is just going to make it to where it's a lot easier for the defense to just kind of sit in place and not have to deal with as much utility being turned against them, or just being able to see in the first place. So good anti-execute denial is just going to be coming in. On the other end, though, for defense bans is going to be starting off with Fenrir. Makes sense. He's been pretty much, I think, the 2nd highest defender ban rate in this event so far. Let me double check on that. Yes, he has the highest so far. I believe that will get him up to around 50% or 49%. Don't know the exact numbers, but he's been very annoying to deal with, and a lot of teams just don't want to deal with him whatsoever. Valkyrie finishing us off, just getting rid of a lot of those information ops for the defense. So things making it easier for both the attackers and defenders to kind of sit in place or just get more aggressive at the same time. So things are shaping up for a very overall even side for deep attackers and defense, but we do leave Azami and Flores up, so a lot of things are just going to be left in place for defenders to just sit in place, hold down the bomb site, and make it harder for the attackers to actually get in, get that map control, and then finally go for the bomb site execute.
Well, starting off here on kitchen and dining, I mean, rather simple default start, one could argue. I mean, this is a site that every team wants to go as they start off their adventure here on Chalet. Sometimes you might see a little bit of bar games thrown in the mix. Some teams even still prefer that master bomb site. I don't know. It feels very iffy and 50-50 in the side of like bomb site selection here on Chalet. Dining kitchen seems to be that main primary, bar games that's secondary, and then it's really a toss-up with whether or not you want to go to master and essentially defend it, kind of like kitchen and dining, with more emphasis on the top floor, but still some vertical pressure down below, or vice versa, where you decide to go basement and have to defend dining rather heavily. They both play in different ways and unique in their own, but could be important as Spiff gets it started with a spawn peek kill onto Packer. What a kill. And honestly, quite unexpected to start off this match.
That was a very surprising start. I'm not sure exactly where Packer died in the beginning of that round, but that's going to make it harder to go for. I believe what they want to shoot for is that solar side take. They can't open up that wall over towards Master, and open up the angle towards Closet. That's going to make it even harder for them, because now they're just going to have to swing in, take those gunfights head up, and then rely upon some of their Capital Sophia utility to break their way in. Otherwise, they're just going to be setting up for this west main trophy side execute. Just hold those cutoffs to make sure the defenders of SBL cannot get anywhere back comfortably. But with the Yazami upstairs and castle barricades set up, they can just sit here, barricade themselves off, and then make Aerial Rise have to force those gunfights into them.
Now it's all for us to wait for Aerial Rise to make their move. It's going to be so much harder without having to be able to relieve some of this pressure here on the solar side. And you can see that's the main focus of Aerial Rise. So even though they lost the hub on it early on, they're still going for this solar side take. The issue is Spiff now has taken down Vino. At least A is able to get one for his own liking, but two members have fallen, and Giddy's the last member alive, dropping down to the west main window, trying to take engagements. There's so many angles he has to worry about here from Trophy. He's got a player running out on him from above, and he's stuck here in the corner with just a sliver of his health left and remaining on the board. This is shaping up to be an SBL round, as Grixer will swing out the west main window in the substitute for Team SBL. Starting off strong, accompanying Spiff, who really kicked off that round very, very well for SBL.
I mean, I'd hate to say that round was decided in the very beginning with a kill onto Packer, but it was basically decided with a beginning kill onto Packer. I mean, they just could not break anything open over towards that solar side take. We saw them do that against SSG last night, where they tried to break open into the solar, go over towards that closet doorway, get that plant down, because their main emphasis is holding those cutoffs on the bathroom and big window cutoffs. Just hold that down, get the plant down, and then force SBL to run right into them, run into those cutoffs, and die in the process. They can't even get that started because they can't even break into solar in the first place. So just overall, it just kind of works against their favor, and they just can't get anything done, because of the fact that Spiff just starts us off with a spawn peek. I don't even know where, but matter of fact is, they just couldn't do anything. Moving on to bar games, it's definitely going to have to be a little bit more aware of the fact that SBL seem to be indicating that they want to meet the aggression of Aerial Rise right at the start.
Barricades set up above. Spiff looking yet again to potentially get aggressive on these windows, opening them up and going for those spawn peaks. I mean, I don't blame him. I think that aggression turned out rather well for them last time around. The issue is that it is a risk when you go for those spawn peaks. That's the risk that you have to hopefully reap the reward of. Of course, the riskier you are, the higher your reward, and if your prize ends up being the hard breacher for the other team, you can certainly be satisfied at that. This time around, though, no one to die early on. Packer a little bit more careful with his own life, as Unreal will drive a shock drone up the main stairs, get rid of that bulletproof in the main lobby, as well as the default camera. So information being denied very well. Nicholas spot out the twitch drone, but the shock drone has not been destroyed as of yet, as Unreal will still be able to drive that drone around and do more terminal damage to his opponent.
I mean, that's just going to open up a lot more possibilities towards that bottom fireplace area. But the matter of fact is, they just need to get into a place, get over towards Case Hallway, so that way they can take care of this top library shield, get him out of the way. But Spiff Again, upping the aggression, trying to get that early kill, just falling back for the time being, but Aerial Rise taking things very slowly. We're a little over halfway through the round, and they're just getting to a spot where they can actually take out these zombie barriers, take out these shields, but Jaeger and Wamai at the same time is going to make this so much harder. I'm not sure if they have all the utility to actually properly take care of this.
Hopefully, Enrio will be able to handle some of those Jaeger and Wamaitis. I mean, the nice thing is you've got 9 flashbangs and 2 smoke grenades to throw at anything that might stand in your way as Packer will begin to open this massive office wall. The thing is, you have to worry about dying down below and put this drone down there so that they know they can't be nitrocelled. The shield has been dispatched and taken care of, but the Yazami Surf is right there to immediately replenish a new deployable barrier as Rice gets the opener onto Enrio with 60 seconds to play.
They're just stalling things out so hard. They can't break up this penetration of the top floor defense. They're just having such a hard time. They just need to dump utility in, get in their faces, and win these gunfights, but they're flashing themselves. They're making it harder to get anything going. Bay's gonna get one. They find another. They finally make things even at the time being, but still, SBL come out on top for the time being.
Yep. That's a great play by Surf to not only get those eventual refresh, but also get away and get back down the blue stairs, giving his team the man advantage. Packer will have to try to leverage these hatches, and Bay, working down the fireplace stairs, at least has flashbangs in his pocket. The Warden has been killed, so in theory, there's no ADSs inside a bar, and probably no Wamai to actually help out the defense inside of that side. But Swift down the main stairs will walk his way up, catches Bay off guard, and although Bay was able to take down Grixer, he dies immediately, and Surf to follow up with the refrag upstairs onto Packer, denying the hatch drop. And Team SBL will take a nice 2-0 lead to start on their defensive side of Chalet.
I mean, we kind of talked about it before, where just the Azami being left up is going to be such a hard nuisance for the attack to deal with. That was a prime example of that in that previous round. Just library attack is so hard to get through because of the fact that if a zombie's up on the board, she can just replace any shields that get knocked out, just replenish that defense upstairs, and just makes it impossible for the attack to get anywhere due to the fact that they've already burned so much utility on the first shield top library stairs. As soon as that zombie barrier gets put back in place, it's effectively right back to where you started. You wasted all that utility trying to get that one thing, didn't secure any map control or a kill for it, and so you have to just rush in, get desperation kills to try to maintain that control, but you effectively trade it out, don't get the advantage, and then Surf just rotates right back, gets back onto the bomb site with his teammates, and then they can just wait things out from there. Aerial Rise just didn't seem to have the right utility in place. They didn't bring a Flores. That was a big thing that I kind of wanted to see from them in that round, is just have more things that kind of take out some of those harder bits of utility to take care of.
Well, now the wine cellar and snowmobile here for Team SBL. I will say that it is important that Team SBL get as many defenses wrapped up as possible, with Aerial Rise having that alarmingly high win rate on that side. You can see they slowly will try to continue to rack up those rounds as much as possible, so that when they get on the attack, hopefully it is a little bit easier. They can at least get 1 or 2, because with an 80% win rate, if my math is correct, I mean, basically you're winning like 1, maybe 2 out of your 6 total attack rounds. It's like 1.5 attack rounds, which is insane that Aerial Rise is winning almost 5-1 every single time on their defensive side and split. But that's not always going to be the case, and maybe Aerial Rise just hasn't been tested enough yet, or maybe they've been allowed to play a lot of border, which other teams just cannot figure out against the high-octane gunpowder and swift gameplay that they like to follow because of the aggressive players that they do have on their roster.
And I think another thing is that sometimes they go even on their first attacking split and then sweep it out from on their defensive side. So that's a little bit of it. They haven't played as many defensive rounds after the switch due to the fact that they just win everything so dominantly. So if they win at least 2 rounds here, maybe even 3 if they can get that far, that would be very good. Once they move on to their defensive rounds, kind of win things out from there. Don't have to rely so much on just, hey, we don't need to win as many attacking rounds. We know we can play defense. But starting things off, they're trying to open up this boiler wall, trying to open up this main side, but Bryce on the tuber route is going to make things that much harder. They can't get that control as early as they want.
Oh, and that electric claw might deny that long angle from being opened up if the electric claw has been placed in their proper spot. Rice will throw one more Dodo canister to try to deny that wall, and Surf barely missing out on the Kaid trick on the main snowmobile side. So lots of walls opened up, lots of pressure established here by Aerial Rise on the attack. Now they have to work with the pressure that they've given against Team SBL and try to find an avenue into the bomb site. Rice takes a little bit of chip damage as you can feel that pressure start to get even worse here for the defenders as Bino from above finds Surf for the opener, but immediately Rice finds one back on the Inrio. This is where the defense feel that they have to get aggressive. They have to find a way to try to fight back against Team SBL, or Aerial Rise rather, who are just closing in on them.
And they've opened up some of that space towards Boiler. They've been getting surrounded by Ariel up until this point, but Ariel are losing body after body. They're losing that control, and it's just left up to one person, the guy who started us off, and the only man with kills so far in this round. He's on a triple, but with such little HP, going to the final 7 seconds, he cannot get anything done. Nick with the long angle is going to shut him down and shut down that entire attacking push by Aerial Rise, putting them up 3-0.
Flawless defensive half. Definitely, if you're a fan of Team SBL, you would like that. I'm sure Poison and Asian may be watching from afar elsewhere, and in support of their team are applauding the efforts made throughout these first 3 rounds. But there's still so much siege left to play tonight between these two teams. And I'll say this, Team SBL looks really solid right now. I feel like that Aerial Rise just haven't gotten their guns warmed up yet. I mean, Packer, Giddy, and Inrail all with an effective donut is definitely not a good sign on that end. And I think that once their guns start to get hot, once they start to begin feeling themselves and shooting back a little bit better, I think, in theory, that they will be better off against Team SBL. And I think that they'll be able to essentially fight back a little bit more in these rounds compared to what we've seen thus far throughout the first 3.
Yeah, and I think another big part of that too is just enabling some of their gun skills to kind of show up more due to the fact that they're not getting as comfortably set up. Last 2 rounds especially, they just seem like they can't quite get into a gunfight as well as they want to. They just don't have the position set up. They can't pinch any of these players out. Bino got 3 kills up above, but then where was the rest of his team? They're just all singling themselves out, taking those 1v1 gunfights. And right now, SBL are shooting back a little bit better than Aerial Rise so far, and so they cannot get anything under their control. They can't play anything as a team. I kind of talked about it before. They have a team of fundamentals. They're just trying to play together as effectively as they can because they don't have the grandest strategies. It's all kind of more or less default, and Bay somehow flicks under Rice at that opener. Just completely unexpected by Rice to do that, but trying to keep up that aggression so far to keep Ariel on the back.
That's such a rough whip out of the Solus of Rice, trying to get aggressive there on the Bay, but unfortunately giving away that opening pick. It's that randomized aggression that Team SBL are going for, trying to make Aerial Rise feel a little bit less confident. And Bay might not be able to be as confident in this round as that entry player for Aerial due to the fact that he's on such low HP as the Zofia, but it is an opening pick that goes in the favor of Aerial Rise, giving them the early advantage that, in theory, their team should be able to capitalize on. The issue is they have so much more of the wall to deal with. They have to deal with that lower wall, finally gotten up in that top mezzanine, but you still have to get the kitchen wall open. You might have to decide to clear out these roamers that are still positioned up above. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done by Aerial Rise, so I think it's a worthy calculated risk out of Rice based on the way that these defenses have gone this far.
Yeah, it definitely is a better way to just kind of slow things down from the start. Would have been better if he at least went 1-for-1, but still. With Aerial Rise bringing out the floors, they've been dealing a lot more of these utilities, so Nick just on an off angle, being prone on the ground. Packer gets at least 1 kill, so Nick has to fortify his position, does trade his teammate out, so he's able to make it to where it's at least 1-man disadvantage. Still, Nick following up with another one, Packer trading him out, but Aerial Rise still in the man count lead. So now, Aerial Rise finally looking like they can at least win a single round on their attacking split.
They still have to execute. Even with Nick on lower HP, Surf is one of the better gunners that we've ever seen here in a Xenon Gaming series, and just in general, Rainbow Six Siege. With the hands of the SMG-11, certainly a deadly weapon, so as long as Surf is able to go undetected or unnoticed here in the corner near the hatch drop, if anyone does decide to drop the hatch, Surf will surely be waiting close to that monster shotgun or potentially the SMG-11 as Pino gets some last-minute information, and Surf does get shut down by Giddy, so Nick will have to clutch a 1-on-3 for the ace here with the Azami. He does a lot of chip damage to Bino. The Fuser begins to go down. Bino has to cover. He doesn't quite get it, though. Nick will walk in. The Fuser being stuck by Packerstar, and Nick with the ace clutch, a 1 versus 3 by the Azami. Impeccable play out of the side of SBL, and Nick feeling himself early on in this best of 5.
I mean, good grief, man. How does Nick do that? I mean, starting the round off, he was just in the middle of the bathroom on an off angle, being completely surrounded by aerial rise. They had a guy on bathroom window just having to dump Kiba barriers on the window just to play a little bit safer. Blake gets 5 kills somehow after falling back, getting the first 2 in the round. I mean, good grief, man. Aerial Rise looked trying to just swarm the bomb site, play together, and just kind of get Nick out of the way, but somehow fumbled the bag when they were looking primed to get at least 1 round under their belt. But still, with 0 now, Team SBL going on a 4-round win streak is just ridiculous with how that round went.
Yeah, the biggest problem there for Aerial Rise, they just made a big mistake, and that was giving Nick, who we know can shoot back plenty. We've seen his play in Element, we've seen his play here in Xenon, I mean, across many various leagues of the Sun, that we've seen Nick just be one of those great gunners, and he definitely has it in him, and he certainly is feeling himself tonight. And giving yourself away those 1v1s, right? Aerial Rise didn't have quite a great strategy in mind. The Lion decided to walk in and could have probably played a little bit of a longer angle to deny the Azami from that retake in through kitchen door. Then you have the coverage from Trophy, and then you have Packer try to go for the plant. Instead, the Lion walked in, giving a 3-1v1, and then Packer still decided to go for the plant, but only with one teammate of coverage who unfortunately lost that engagement. And when you rely on a 1v1 to solely win the round for you, it's just not as good as having a 2v1 or even a 3v1 swarm onto that last player. So very unfortunate out of Aerial Rise, but very important for SBL to still win out that round.
I mean, just the fact that he even tried to stick that plan in the first place is very concerning. Just the fact that they could have at least played that bit more together. I totally agree with you there, but nevertheless, they're going to have to forget that round entirely. Just played to their strengths once again. Bay starting us off with another aggressive run-up by Spiff. That just gives Aerial Rise another entry pick by a teammate of SBL, just running out, giving away that pick for nothing. Packer finds another onto Grixer, so at this point, they got a 2-man advantage, but now things
Packer's in sight?
He's just, what? How did he get here?
The Dokkaebi has somehow found a nice ratty spot into sight and is currently sitting by the default plant. Rice, thankfully, will retake in through bar and at least mitigate that damage and control that Packerstar had for just a brief moment, but still in a 3-on-5, or 4 rather, now as Bay takes down Surf, and now it's a 1-on-4 for Rice. We'll see if he can up his opponent and his teammate rather of Nick and get a 1 versus 4. It starts it off great with a headshot on a Bay, but as he retreats back to the site, where are the remaining Aerial Rise members? Has anyone found the gap in the bomb site? No, not quite yet, as the hard-breaching utility gets opened up in the hatch, and Aerial Rise, trying to prevent what happened to them last time around, will slow themselves down. They'll take the time in drone. They've got Yana Geminis, they've got drones in their pocket. They're playing this round exactly as they need, as careful as possible.
Just trying to find that little bit of information so they can get that plant down safely. Rice trying to work his way up the top mezzanine stairs. He's gonna be sneaking up on a player who's on a drone. He has no idea. He gets his 3rd kill in the round on completely unsuspecting.
Oh my
and he's
God.
got a quad. He can go for another ace, a back-to-back potential for SBL to win another round away from Aerial Rise.
There's no world that Giddy's going to lose this. He decides to try to plant close in the smoke, but he baits it out. Rice hears this and decides to run away. He does not want to take this engagement. He wants to force Giddy to have to go for the plant and make it more risky for the attacker. Rice will work their way up the main stairs. Giddy almost getting the diffuser down. Rice runs in. Can he find the headshot on the Capital? It's a 1 versus 4 this time around. And another ace clutch for Team SBL. This time, Rice 1-upping Nick. Walks in the bar, and Aerial Rise doubling down on their own blunders.
Defenders win.
Holy shit, Clems. How do they let 2 aces in a clutch attempt go by to lose 2 rounds consecutively in the exact same way? I don't know how they play very well in the early round and then fumbled the bag on that late execute. They were doing everything right. They slowed down, realized that, hey, we just need to find out where he is. But due to the fact that Inrio is just in the most exposed spot he can be while droning his teammates, just leaves him on an island where the rest of his team is just trying to find that safe pathway in, get that plant down, and then he just completely just annihilates Bino at the same time, and then Giddy is just left, where did my teammates go? That's just collapsing at this point for Aerial Rise. Those last 2 rounds looked like they were doing so much better, but now all of a sudden, they've given up every single advantage they do. The fundamentals are just not firing right now.
Is it fundamentals? Is it nerves here in grand finals? I mean, some of these players have not been in this position here from Aerial Rise, but some of them have. Some of them are comfortable in this spot. I mean, it's just, it's wild to see a 1 versus 3 and a 1 versus 4 at the top level here in Xenon Spring Burst. And now, I mean, what's next? A 1 versus 5? I mean, at that point, it feels like that's all we have to tick off the box to really see it all. And maybe Team SBL will just go for it. Maybe it's Surf's turn, or maybe it's Spiff or Grixer's turn to get the clutch. But the point being that Aerial Rise just cannot be letting those clutches go down. Team SBL, yeah, they've got great shooters, but they don't have good enough shooters against this Aerial Rise team to be 1v5ing every single round. And eventually it will start to fight Team SBL in the back. But until that time, Team SBL are probably going to get more and more aggressive because of how much confidence they now have in their team and that fear factor that may be going on in the back of the heads of the Aerial Rise members of, okay, we're in a 4 versus 1. Are we going to throw again? Okay, it's a 5 versus 1. Are we going to throw again? Right? And that cautiousness that now looms into your back of your mind as a player of, shit, we've been in this position before and we've choked it. Are we going to do it again? Hopefully not.
I mean, hopefully not is certainly right. I mean, just they're playing things very slow this time around. They're not playing like their usual aggressive selves that we've seen so far throughout this playoff bracket. It's been SBL who's been more aggressive than they usually been in their game against Montenegro. They're so slow, playing things to about the 30-second mark before an entry kill happened. But we're already halfway through the round. Hacker Star jumps in and dies to Surf on the solar stairs, and just things are just continuously getting worse and worse for Aerial Rise. They can't open up that main wall. If they had already tried to go for it, it's going to be on to Giddy to do that now. Finally gets the kill onto Surf to finish that off, but it's a very late trade to do so.
And Surf wasted so much time, and you still have to deal with the Azami of Nick, who's above. Spiff is still hanging around a little bit, at least on the top floor. He's gone back down now, but still, you have to deal with some of these defenders and these roamers that Team SBL have in place. Nick just playing close here on that 45 doorway into dining, and a Twitch drone sure to notice him. No way Nick has been undroned. Oh, Aerial Rise, you cannot let that happen. Bino, you see him drive that shock drone, and that's sure to punish Team or Aerial Rise as this round goes on, as long as the Azami doesn't make too much noise.
Oh, and he's gonna get the pick onto Bay. Just fortify that dining position. Just play around that hatch, because now they can't play for Pillar if they don't clear him out immediately. So now things are just gonna get bad from worse. They have to hunt him down now or go deep into the bomb site, completely play around that disadvantage. For Rice, still holding down Pillar behind his shield. That's gonna stall for even more time. Only 18 seconds. They need to go now.
And Nick just runs down the west main stairs. He doesn't even care about having hatch control. He just wants to run after the engagements because they feel so confident. And it's Team SBL with a flawless 6-0 half. I mean, they are just toying with their food at this point. Aerial Rise, 2 massive blunderous rounds. They should have had some sort of advantage, something that they could have worked with. But unfortunately for Aerial Rise, they blunder away 2 huge rounds that could have at least given them a 4-2 half, and now they have to work back down 6-0. At least they get the defensive side that is their favorable side, but is it that favorable? I mean, when that scoreline is 6-0 serious, as a player, you see that and you go, oh boy, there's a long way till overtime.
I mean, it's already bad enough when you're like 1-5 down, right? It's just like, it's still within the realm of possibility, but being 6-0 down is just so much worse. Granted, this is their better side statistically overall, but they've never been in such a horrible position to start off a game. Granted, I think their worst side stat so far has been like 3 rounds lost. That's been it. if that at all. So just so far, just things have been not working so far. I mean, SBL is playing with 2 subs, and now Aerial Rise, the team with all 5 in their game so far, have just not really been looking like their usual selves. They're playing to the pace of SBL, who's just been getting in their faces. And this is now, I just want to point out, the second time SBL has 6-0'd to start off on Chalet. They did that last night against Coastal Gaming, so doing it again in the second day they played this map in the playoffs is just ridiculous.
With what I would consider as a completely different roster, too. I mean, you're missing your IGL and you're missing one of your main fraggers, and you're still doing the same thing, just bullying teams around, and arguably, I would say that Aerial Rise is a much more experienced and stronger roster than that Coastal Gaming side. And the fact of the matter is, they're still just toying with them like they're nothing. Bay gets the opener on to Rice, the Thermite. The guy so early on. That's a big concern. I don't know why Rice would be taking that entry engagement. I mean, typically he's not playing that star primary hard breacher of Team SBL, so maybe it's just a, oh yeah, I forget that I'm actually important with my life versus slightly less important as that secondary support role he's typically been playing when Poison is around.
Yeah, that's definitely a big cause for concern, because now they can't open up any of the office or dining walls, so it's going to be pretty much just a brute force their way in through office over towards solar, and then maybe drop down that hatch. But let's see if they even get that far. Grixer's just trying to deal with the zombie barriers, and Impact's being thrown straight in his face. So Aerial Rise doing very good to stall out SBL due to the fact that early kill kind of slowing things down overall, and they can't get past these fortified defenses of the Kiva barriers.
Now you have to walk through panel. You have to walk and take this vertical control, because if you keep that bottom main lobby wall open, it makes this round infinitely more difficult. And I'm sure that Aerial Rise recognized the fact that Team SBL have to take this top floor right now. I don't know why in the world Hacker would decide to go for a flanker at top main stairs, but I guess it doesn't matter too much if the rest of Aerial Rise can really support his team. But Bay has been traded out. Giddy from the floor will find Spiff, but there's so much dedication up to the top floor that InReal ends up taking down Nick, leaving Grixer in a 1-on-3. Now the thing is here, series, I've seen this before. We've been here before on the defensive side, but we have seen this before, at least for Team SBL. Nitrocell misses from down below, and Grixer trying to work these picks, trying to see if anyone will give him some sort of leverage, but all 3 members of Aerial Rise have retreated downstairs, and that thought ever so present in the back of their head. Guys, play crossfires. Guys, just play together. Don't give him 1v1s. Don't let him play the vertical against you, as Grixer slowly chips away at the ceiling and is squirming away at these Aerial Rise members. Certainly they're feeling a little less comfortable as Grixer will walk down the solar stairs half away and Free Fire randomly finds the head of one of Bino into Red Hall. There's a good crossfire being played, and finally something goes in the right direction here for Aerial Rise to get the man advantage. They're able to close out the round with a win, but it's still a long climb to win 6 straight here, Sirius.
I mean, I was starting to get a little concerned as soon as he hit that one player in the middle of dining. I was like, don't tell me it's happening again. Don't let it happen again. Not this time, Ariel. But they do thankfully play it very well at the very end of that. They play it very passively. The trophy player was playing exceptionally passive, not really wanting to give away any advantage that he had, because he knows that Grixer either has to walk down those stairs or drop down that kitchen hatch. So Aerial Rise played that a lot better, thanks to a large part in the fact that Bay got that initial early kill onto Rice, who's playing the Thermite. They can't open up any of those walls, which really forced SBL to just kind of brute force their way through that top floor defense and just have to slug their way out behind that bits of utility that Aerial Rise had set up for. So overall, just that was a very tough fight for them, but as Aerial Rise played that very, very well. That was probably their best round to start to this point in the game so far, but SBL still showed that they can at least fight it out even in such a tough scenario.
Rather unfortunate. It seems that we've had a disconnected player out of the lobby and may require a rehost. I mean, it is unfortunate, but hopefully we'll be able to get the players back in the lobby, everything situated and sorted back out as it needs. But to your point, Sirius, yeah, I think that Aerial Rise have a long way to go, and I don't foresee us being on Chalet for too much longer. It's just so difficult to win 6 rounds straight. And yeah, they've got 1, and they've got 5 more to go, but it is such a long hill to climb. And now as it keeps going, as you get that second round, that third round, fourth round, yeah, it becomes a little bit easier. Yeah, you feel more confidence. And yeah, now that pit of despair starts to fall into your opponent's stomach because they're like, I cannot believe we are letting this happen. But it takes a while to get there, and you've got to get at least that 4-6 spot. And even then, that's where you maybe get too confident. The other team starts to take it serious again, and they finally put you down for good.
I mean, in this point, Aerial Rise may not be focusing on, oh, we need to win this first map out. They may be focusing more on going to Clubhouse, figuring out what they need to fix now, so that way when they do go to Clubhouse, it's a little bit better there. It's a better, closer game, and maybe they'll even win that one out so they don't go down 2-0. Granted, they still want to win this. I'm not saying they don't. It's just the fact that they need to fix the mistakes first, figure out their kind of overall synergy and momentum, because so far through those first 6 rounds, it was like small little glimpses, but just never quite seeing it. So we'll have to see just overall like what they needed to fix first, because I mean, it's small mistakes, right, that have been killing them so far. It's just been the same thing throughout the playoffs, but it's been hurting them exceptionally against SBL right now.
Well, technical tribulations continue to plague us, but hopefully for not too much longer. We'll take a few minutes to see if we can't get these teams back in the lobby, and we will see you all. Fortunately, it was a quick break that we were able to go through. I guess Nick may have trolled slightly, as what we have been told information-wise is Nick has dropped his water bottle because he was so surprised at Aerial Rise winning a round, and he unplugged his Ethernet cable in the process of doing so. So how you drop a water bottle and how that leads you to unplugging your Ethernet cable is wild to me, but
I mean,
I guess something wonky has to happen. In Xenon Grand Finals, something weird has to happen, right?
Yeah, I mean, remember back to when John Cena graced us with his presence in the middle of the Grand Final? I believe that was like season 4, season 5, was it? I'm trying to remember when that happened, but either way, it's always a little bit of jank here at Xenon Grand Final. It wouldn't be complete without one, but...
Oh, of course, of course. We have to do something stupid Right, all of the players have to do something dumb. That's okay. Nick is allowed to do something dumb because of the 1 versus 3 that he had earlier on. I think that he's given himself that buffer.
Oh, man. We're still waiting on that 1v5 to happen for SBL, but just gonna have to wait a little bit longer. This has been a very slow start to the round. SBL trying to at least go for a little bit of a direct take onto Library and top mezzanine area, but a lot of presence down below, especially from the Maverick of Surf. Has to deal with Surf at the same time, so throwing things out, it's going to be continuing to be a very slow round. Already a minute gone at this point in the round, and what has SBL really done? Because we've only seen their bottom floor take, but nothing else at this point.
Packer and Bay both emphasizing this basement side of Chalet so much. Packer running away right to open arms of Rice, who's able to slowly pinch out that player, not expecting that Dokubi phone call, and the follow-up there from Rice. Very creative, very crafty on how to deal with your opponent in a roam clear. And it gives Team SBL the man advantage, only putting more pressure here on the Aerial Arise side. As Grixer holds this angle into top mezzanine, will try to block the flashbang, but ends up falling away. It doesn't even blind Enrio himself. It feels like Team SBL have just stalled at least a little bit, but Rice finds another pick, this time onto Giddy, who aggresses onto the game's window. Rice easily could just hop inside right into the game's window. Bay with the swing finds the headshot. Rice was ready for the engagement, but Bay still wins it out on the free fire. The issue is there's still a couple of members that you have to worry about here. You are Aerial Arise, and Team SBL still have that man advantage. They can still find their way into the site because Aerial Arise are weak in that count.
But I think that was a very important pick that Bay got there, because I think they were getting set up for the final execute, sending in those Capital bolts to kind of block off those lines of sight. So the fact that he did get that onto Rise slowed things down for a little bit, but Enrio already having to deal with a bit of pressure. Spiff just hops in, ignores Enrio in the corner. He gets 2 onto Grixer as well on top of that. So now Nick and Surf have to pick things back up, gain back that advantage, and especially clear Enrio from this corner.
2 flashes going from Nick on the library balcony. Surf tries to work their way up the main stairs, but it doesn't go well, and Nick unfortunately was not able to bait Enrio into dropping down. Nick will try to fight one, but he's got to worry about the hatchet fall. He's going to worry about the player inside of Stock Plaza. There's nothing that Nick is going to be able to do as Enrio uses one of his impact grenades, makes that verticality onto Nick and finishes him off. As Aerial Rise now have won their 2nd round, they're slowly but surely making their way back in this match. Again, that hill is very high. It is quite a hike, very challenging, but Aerial Rise are certainly a team that are capable of making that happen.
I mean, we've seen them do 6-0 comebacks before. Granted, this was still when Poison was on the team. I've seen them do it on Skyscraper before countless times, but this is a brand new roster. We're still trying to see how they kind of mesh together overall, see if they can even do the same things that they did way back in the day. And so far, they're at least continuing their streak of maintaining defensive dominance and making it very tough for SBL to get in. These last 2 rounds have been very close for them, but they're still doing just enough to get back into the games and make sure that they win these last 2 rounds out. Just even with a few early round stumbles, they still play the late game very well. Bay was starting that off very well with the kill onto Rice. That was the big important thing for me, is just getting him out of the way, so that way that execute utility is not a factor for SBL.
Well, now, down to the basement here for Aerial Rise. They'll try to start off one of their 2 flawless defensive halves that they have to achieve. It'll be in the basement, the hardest site here to defend on Chalet, at least in that tertiary matter. The hardest, some may argue, that is master bedroom, but that second hardest being the basement, since those teams do not prefer it over dining kitchen and /gaming. So that should be the best opportunity for Team SBL to close out this map. Aerial Rise are not 100% win rate on their defense, but they've done it before, at least a couple of times. And they're definitely a solid team in that matter. They're capable of making it happen. As Chalet, which typically tribulates to be an attacker sided map, or at least somewhat has a favor for the attackers, is really shaped up to be a defensive showdown for these teams. And that's honestly, that could be attributed just to the fact that Asami is on the board because of how strong she is on this map. But still, even then, it doesn't feel like that influential.
I mean, it's really only on that Bar Games bomb site that she has the most influence on this map overall, but I mean, still. Throughout this event so far, this map has a 62% defensive win rate, so that's a lot more than I've ever expected. I think in Element, it was like a 54. So still, things are leaning towards the defense right now, and Aerial Rise are paying the dividends of that. They're still trying to fight things hard, and there's a big roam presence, but Border Ball is already open. Packer dealing with a little bit of pressure. He needs some help from his teammates to kind of ward this off, but for the time being, SBL are setting up for a wine side take over towards pillar side.
Feels like Surf may have wasted away at those flashbangs to destroy any ADSs inside of Wine, or not destroy, rather at least deactivate them for a moment. But with Rice on the Capitao, it forced Packer out of that pillar position, and Packer will not be able to go there again if Rice is able to place a well-placed firebolt onto that spot. Now you do still have to deal with Giddy if you want to go for this exit. They have to. They just try to take the engagement. Rice losing it out to Giddy, and no one there to take it out. Or at least to try to win that engagement here for Team SBL, as Circle mindlessly walk down the main stairs, and Nick also losing out their engagement. I'm not exactly sure why Team SBL decided to shortchange themselves. They had so much time left. They could have sent someone all the way up to that top floor of office, done some vertical down on the wine hatch. But with that being said, Aerial Rise 3-0. Flawless defensive half. They're good at their defense, but they've got to do it again.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but they did have that one dining wall open with head holes on the other side of it, right? Or am I crazy there? Because Giddy, okay, no, it wasn't even open at all, but it was still soft, and I thought I saw an outline of an SBL player in the middle of lobby. So if you just wait a couple more seconds, send him through 45 into that dining doorway, you at least pressure Giddy so he's not paying attention. Then Rice can swing in, play behind that, and then try to get the plant down pillar, because they had done enough to at least get everything done to set up for a plant on pillar, aside from getting Giddy off the hatch, and that was the big crucial factor for Aerial Rise in that round, was still maintaining that hatch control. The fact that Giddy was never cleared from that in the first place is just a huge blunder for SBL that they were clearly aware of. They just didn't bother actually clear it out in the first place. So I'm just really wondering why they try to rush things ahead of themselves and make it harder, honestly, to try to get that X here.
Yeah, that plan really banked off, all right, Rice, run in with the diffuser and try to win the fight. And if you do, we're probably winning the round. And if you don't, well, we're probably losing the round. And they lost the round because Rice did not win that engagement. And honestly, it's like an 80-20 engagement ratio there for Aerial Rise. It's so hard to win when someone is holding just barely their hair over that hatch versus they can see almost your entire body. They get the jump on you for the gunshots. The only way that they lose that engagement is if you hit a headshot of your life in that moment. That's why it's just so hard to just walk in and try to take an engagement like that. Rice gave it a good effort, but it wasn't good enough for SBL to close up the map, and now they'll have to re-attempt each site on the attack. At least now they've seen everything that Aerial Rise has to offer, and hopefully they can make the adjustment they need so that they do not throw away the 6-0 lead that they started with in this half.
I mean, just keeping the Thermite alive in this round is a big important factor, because SBL lost because of the fact they lost Thermite in the very beginning due to an opening pick, I believe, by Bay to start things off. So the fact that he's already opened up the office wall, that at least puts pressure, so that way if you do want to just ignore the rest of master and bathroom area, you just can leave that open, clear out the barriers, so that way just leave someone up to hold that cutoff, and then just go for site direct. They just need to open up that main dining wall next, and then clear anyone out from the close angles and deal with those Maestro barriers or Maestro bubbles at the same time. So they're looking like they want to do exactly that, just to completely ignore the upstairs defense and just focus on going directly onto the bomb site.
It's funny how it seems like a rotation of operators and picks here for the side of Team SBL. You now have Surf playing the hard support, Rice back to his natural role for this roster on that secondary supportive role. You still have Nick Smith and Grixer kind of playing the same roles that they would typically. Grixer obviously being a sub, and I think Asia would typically play the buck in this spot. Smith trying to work their way through the piano, though. It's impressive as he gets down onto the Azami, and great coverage by Grixer from big window, getting that kill on the Vino. Two members fall rather swiftly for Team SBL, or for Aerial Rise rather, as finally Packer gets one back for his own good. He'll take down Nick there, eventually on the solar repel. And he slaps Grixer down off the floor. And all of a sudden, with 30 seconds left, we're at a 3-1.
Packer going for a very large flank through the blue stairs. I think he's actually gone all the way upstairs. They completely left the main stairs completely uncontested, so Packer can continue pressuring over towards this library side. If nobody from SBL is aware, they're still trying to clear out this top floor, but now Aerial Rise have expanded out. They're making sure that no matter where SBL go, it's going to be so tough to go. Oh no!
10 seconds.
Oh, Surf is well aware of that flank and just planning out of sight of the bubble. Inrio from above. It's actually Packer from above. Inrio takes too much damage. Rice has to try to stick the plan, but the Maestro bubble will shock him to death, and Packer from above will also take him out. No, it's actually Giddy to walk up the west main stairs and get the wall bait. There was 3 different potential spots that he could have died from, and it was the least expected out of my own eyes. Aerial Rise winning 4 rounds now. Team SBL, they started off well. They had the 5-on-3, but they just lost that man count, that man advantage, and the time began to dwindle, effectively giving Aerial Rise that defensive advantage of the timer, the 6-man, inevitably stepping into the lobby at just the right time, giving them a round win, and putting them only 2 rounds away, Sirius, from getting us into our first infinite overtime of the night.
I mean, and the fact of the matter is that both sides of the attack have just making it so much harder for themselves when they get into a point. Aerial Rise were just losing a lot of their early engagements. They couldn't get any map control, and thus they can't execute. SBL get the early engagements most of the time and then just fumble the bag on the late stage execute. They just can't seem to figure out that next step. They got those 2 early picks, and then what do? They instead go from going directly into kitchen dining area, plant the bomb by the table. Instead, they opt to go completely rotate, go for that top floor execute, and then just drop down the hatch with very any time left when Maestro bubbles are still a thing and Packers on the roam. Like, what is the idea there? Because you have everything set up to go for that direct dining take, but you just opt to go completely opposite of that for some reason.
No idea. No idea why SBL changed their strategy, but Packer dying early on not a good start for the side of Aerial Rise, but something that Team SBL should be able to capitalize on. They haven't been able to do it thus far, but early entry by Grixer all the way into the piano might just catch his opponents off guard, and with that opening pick being in favor, maybe it's worth the risk here for Grixer to just walk in and try to take the engagement. Does remind on boosters to go of his opponent being here. Grixer has to free-fire himself out of that engagement. He tried to walk up, but his dead teammate on that blue camera spotted him just in time, and Bino was able to stop that rush before too much damage came down upon Aerial Rise.
That would have been a huge pick because that just leaves Inrio on an island in top mezzanine. He either needs to rotate back or still continue to fight and get that next pick to at least equalize things out just a little bit more. So now things are starting to be a little bit better for Aerial Rise because now SBL actually have to clear out this entire setup. But just these tiny little angles that SBL are setting up are making it so hard for Aerial to actually sit comfortably in these positions without these zombie barriers in play.
The objective of the defensive side, or attacking side rather, of Chalet here, right? You got to try to make your opponents as uncomfortable as possible, open up as much as you can, and play these windows, these long angle sight lines that can be developed here on Chalet. The issue is when you have a zombie on the board, it makes it so much easier for the defense to move around and get away from those long angles that can be established. And you can see Inrio playing inside a library. Jumping comes through. Flashes don't hit at the right time. Grixer thankfully able to get the refrag, but it's Giddy down below who ends up trading his own teammate. It's a 3-on-3 with still 60 seconds to play, and it feels like Team SBL don't have any control.
They really don't. They've only got library at this point, but even then, Bay is still sitting right below the hatch, just ready for anyone to pounce onto him. He could still be aggressive onto that window player. They spot out the stock player, but they actually haven't cleared out the default plant spot, so Bay can just sit here for a lot longer. Rice needs to, or Rice, or whoever is just in the position, needs to find this pick now. Otherwise, they may not even be able to get the plant down.
Rice drops down, but he's got his bullet in his hand. He just checks in time. Thankfully, he avoids the kill from Bay. Giddy, though, takes down Spiff as he drops down the hatch, and it's Bino now in a clutch position here. He can't have it get done as Nick from the blue stairs walks down, covering off that blue doorway. It could have been extremely detrimental to SBL had Nick not been in that position. But finally, Team SBL, after having a 6-0 half, losing 4 straight rounds to Aerial Rise, eventually punch their ticket through map number 1 and will send us off to Clubhouse with a 1-0 lead.
I mean, granted, they did make it a lot harder on themselves. They do finally get the map win and make it to where they're at least one map in advantage, but Aerial Rise looking like they're ready to start punching back. Some of those guns are starting to wake up a little bit more than we saw in that first attacking half, but now we'll have to see how Clubhouse goes, because this is their other favored map. It's their second most played thus far throughout this entire event. So Aerial Rise, it's definitely was very tough that first attacking half, but they really started to bring it back on the defense and could have even potentially brought it back to overtime, but just thus never could get that far.
Team SBL finally were able to close out that map. It was ever so close there, serious, but in the end, Team SBL getting that 6-0 lead, that's where it makes it so difficult. And I kind of said it earlier on when they had that 6-0, and as Aerial Rise started to mount that comeback, I said once that round count hits 4 for the other team, the team that was down to that deficit, Team SBL might all of a sudden refocus, relock in, and recenter themselves, funnily enough, to actually get locked back into the game and get the round win that they need to close out the map, right? And that's exactly what we saw there. Team SBL finally just having a shining moment, a glimmering moment there on Chalet. But map number 2, Clubhouse. I think that that's going to be a solid map. It is Team SBL's map pick, so taking down your opponent's map pick of Chalet, very solid to start out here in this best of 5. And we may only see 3 maps tonight if Team SBL continue to fare that well.
Yeah, I mean, this will be a very interesting setup for map number 2, but we'll just have to see how that goes after this short break.
Well, map number 1 we thought was going to be a little bit closer, or a little bit faster, rather, than we had expected originally, but Aerial Rise eventually woke up and found themselves coming back after a couple of ugly 1 versus 5, or 1 versus 4s, and 1 versus 3s that had attributed them in the middle of the SBL defense. Nick here on that 1 versus 3 was quite incredible, and then only for Rice to show him up 1 better in the very next round. But point being, imagine if Aerial Rise didn't give up those 1 versus 5s. Imagine if all of a sudden we were deep into Chalet because those clutches weren't given away, and Aerial Rise win map number 1. That could change the entire way this series runs in the future, and that's only for us to find out here as we head into map number 2 of Clubhouse.
I mean, yeah, if everything else stayed the same for Chalet, we would be in overtime right now, figuring out who's still winning that game if those 2 clutches don't happen. So just overall, I mean, Aerial Rise kind of shot themselves in the foot to start off map number 1, but slowly started to get things figured out, started to figure out what kind of was going on, because they looked a lot better on their defense. Granted, that's been their more favorite side throughout this entire event, so makes sense that they would start to kind of figure out what's going on there. But starting on defense for Clubhouse, their like 2nd favored map throughout this entire event, is definitely putting them into a great spot to start off better on Clubhouse than they would Chalet. But they still need to kind of keep up the momentum that they had going into that. Granted, they still lost, but they had the right fundamentals going into those last few rounds, that they had things figured out against SBL, that I think that they should be able to bounce back here, at least maybe get this map, make it a 1-1 series. But we'll just have to see if they can do so and then bring the same thing on attack.
It is entirely possible that we see a 5-1 defensive half to start off the map here for Aerial Rise. Now, with this being Team SBL's map pick, with them being a fairly decent attacking team, it's not a guarantee, but it is something we could absolutely see. We could even see a 6-0 starting defensive half here on Clubhouse. My concern is not necessarily the first half, but rather the second half, because Aerial Rise could not win an attack for their life of them on Chalet. And one could argue, based on this ban phase, that Clubhouse could also be rather defensively favored, even more so than what Chalet turned out to be.
Yeah. And just another thing I just kind of stumbled on is that I believe that SBL actually have a 100% defensive win rate on Clubhouse. Huh. That's including their game last night too. So there's that. There's that interesting thing to kind of add on to your point that Aerial Rise may struggle on their attack. So if SBL continue their 100% win streak on defense, that would be hilarious to see how these things go. Because is this just a defensive sided like series overall? Is that just what we're in for? I hope not, but we'll find out, I guess.
I mean, that is the meta that we are in, right? Defenders are strong in the meta. The tuber route taken off the board by Team SBL. But to your point, Sirius, yeah, I mean, it is very possible that that we do see a heavily defender-favored series based on the meta that we're in, based on the operator bans even. No hard breacher taken off the board by Team SBL. That's going to enable them to be a little bit better in that instance, because if I remember correctly, I believe in quarterfinals when they played Clubhouse, they did ban Habana. It had been their opponent. My memory, of course, is not that great. I can barely even remember what I did this morning, let alone what happened 2 days ago. But with that ban coming in, it is still important to recognize that Ying and Dokkaebi are not going to be available. Something that both teams did take a lot of advantage of last map of Chalet was that Dokkaebi. So her being off the board, kind of a shock of SBL, considering they were the one primarily running the Dokkaebi.
So in their last 2 instances of playing Clubhouse, they have banned the Dokkaebi and Tubarao, so that has been maintained as a very consistent bans for them on this map. So you're just completely wrong, Clint. Laugh at this guy, chat.
I couldn't remember if it was the Habana that they had banned or if it's Cinta Negra that had banned off the Habana, so I guess it
was a Ying and Solus ban for Cinta Negra, so
maybe I'm thinking of the wrong match. Maybe it was match
I think you are.
Last week in the elimination game.
Yeah.
I think they played Clubhouse and Night Haven Labs against Outlast in that series. So maybe my brain is almost better or worse, whichever one you could argue for. I don't know, but point being,
may have dementia, chat. It's just entirely possible.
It's the madness that Xenon has driven gotten me to as I continue to be. I mean, this is what the 4th season of Xenon I've technically casted now, because I started casting in season 3 for Xenon. So I've been here for a little bit, and yeah, I've slowly descended into madness. Yeah, I think slowly you'll start to lose it.
Yeah, I mean, we're already losing it. We saw 2 back-to-back clutches in consecutive rounds, so I mean, it's just already madness to start things off. Aerial Rise playing things very kind of aggressive on this top floor to start things off. A minute was already basically gone at this point. A is still sticking around, though he does have a little bit of help from Packer on the main stairs. Doesn't even matter. Spiff just hops in a window and just beats him completely aggressively and just annihilates him completely uncontested and had no idea he was even there.
Yeah, Spiff dismantles Bay. Packer waits on the Nitrocell drop into logistics. So Team SBL starting off strong, but Bino still aggressive on this roam, all the way up in top red now. After getting a kill into construction from Ash, it's Nick to go down, so the buck being taken off the board certainly is nice, as Rice almost has that cut off, but just misses out here for Team SBL, as Aerial Rise seem to have completely evacuated on their roam now and will play for the late round execute in a 4 versus 4. You could argue that they should feel a little bit comfortable because the buck is off the board. However, there are still 9 flat place charges available to the side of Team SBL, so they have plenty of opportunity to open up the flooring as they need.
It's definitely going to make it a lot harder for them to do that. They can't do it as comfortably because there's still the threat of Bino C4 and even arguably Giddy with the impacts with the Solus in mind. So there's still a lot of threats in place for Aerial Rise to kind of disrupt this. Bino is in prime position to go for a C4. I believe he's going to toss one out, get served, and I don't believe he actually detonated the thermite charge. That hatch is going to remain closed until Les Grixer actually commits some of these Ace Selmas onto this hatch.
Wow. Huge kill there for Aerial Rise. And some of those unexpected plays that catch you off guard. Those Selmas will pop off on the hatch. Has been opened up, but Grixer now has no more Selmas to open up this church triple wall that I'm sure Aerial Rise or Team SBL were planning on opening up. Spiff though does get a big pick on Bino, and Giddy will aggress down below bottom main stairs. They've opened up that back armory Ash wall as an avenue of entry here. Rice will try to make it. Giddy is retaken above. I mean, the attack and defense have completely 180 themselves. Giddy from above will finish off one as Grixer falls to Packer. Or no, Grixer falls to Inrio, I believe. And then the last body to be finished up at the very end is Rice. And a solid defense out of Aerial Rise, just playing around their opponents perfectly in that manner and having just enough of a man count swing their favor at the end of the round.
I mean, that's just a very chaotic way to end things off, and Aerial Rise just looked measured and composed throughout the entire process. I mean, just somehow the Solus just swings bottom main and then just continues to aggress up and retakes kitchen away from the attackers who just completely left it uncontested. Everyone either seemed to commit towards those stairs or that hatch drop itself. So that was just a very puzzling kind of set of circumstances for SBL. And just due to the fact that they started off a little bit better onto the roam, but then let themselves get traded out and then let Eno and the last roamer continue to rotate back to the bomb site. Rice had the opportunity to get at least one more to give them the advantage back, but just miss out on that opportunity. I think that's a huge bit of crucial opportunities, considering that Eno did eventually get the kill onto Surf on with a C4 down below in kitchen, which really slowed down that push from SBL.
I was going to say that same exact point, that if Rice was able to confirm that cutoff kill, Bino dies, and down with Bino goes that Nitrocell, which eventually led to the death of Surf trying to get that kitchen hatch. So everything has a connection in Rainbow Six Siege, and that's one thing that I love about this game, is that every action has a reaction, and everything always mounts up. It could be the failure to kill someone completely cost around later on, and that's exactly what you saw there for Team SBL, failing to kill that player, Mute, or Bino, with the Nitrocell, who was able to then leverage more picks in a round in favor for Aerial Rise. And hopefully Team SBL in the future will not allow Bino to go unpunished there on that rotation.
We'll just have to see if they get things properly set up to not allow that same sort of circumstances to be put in place. Should be a lot easier to at least set up a cutoff or towards that construction area as soon as they put pressure onto the cache side, but Right now, they're more focused on getting Jacuzzi set up, focus more on getting the bomb site execute actually set up instead of actually clearing out cache immediately. Granted, that's probably still a plan in mind, but they're still trying to figure out where the weak spot is, figure out what's the next step, because they're trying to make things harder on the bomb site to actually fortify that position down.
Half the round has transpired now. Basic work being done. Vito smoked Richter on that long angle. Wow, what a shot with the Vector by the Mira. Nick, though, with a swift refrag. It's a indirect trade, but it does take down Packer. There goes a Nitrocell down. There's two more still available here. Vito and Inria both carrying out C4 explosive device, but as time continues to trickle, it only works more and more in favor of Aerial Rise. They're sitting pretty. They're comfortable in the position they're at right now. It looks like Nick is trying to leverage some vertical play with the IQ down below, trying to open up this mirror and bathroom, but Inrio is still contesting at this moment.
It does pop the mirror window, so Inria does have to play a little bit safer, has to play around that hard wall at this point, which is a little bit more exposed, but granted, he can still waste a lot of time here, and SBL don't have a lot of time to work with. 45 seconds left, essentially, and they are just running out of time. They're just slowing things down too much when they really need to start picking off some of these players in the bomb site that they can actually execute at this point.
Nick has 2 grenades, and where are those going to go? Bino seems that much. The 6 drops, Biff will drop down, but he's caught off guard, and it's just a foul sweep from Aerial Rise. They each pick off one defender, or one attacker rather, on their own, and wow. Very well set up by Aerial Rise on the defense. Everyone just knew exactly where Team SBL were going to walk in and execute. Everyone picked up their own frag, and Aerial Rise walk away with a 2-0 lead here on Clubhouse, trying to go perfect and flawless on their defensive half by winning CCTV and cash.
I mean, there's just no real pressure being put onto Aerial Rise until it was essentially way too late. I mean, Nick is down below trying to still get that mirror window popped because I guess they just didn't get that thing opened up in the beginning part of that round thanks to Grixer being picked off, but still, they had the thing set up to kind of swarm and surround Aerial Rise on the bomb site, but there was just no pressure. They opened up the DC wall, but then just leave it to let those cache players still exist on that side of the map, and then rotate back over towards the bomb site when the pressure is realized that it's going to be a Jacuzzi side hit. They just kind of telegraphed their entire push by just not doing anything on that cache side, and make it to where Aerial Rise are fully set up, have all the bodies that they need to essentially still hold things down and not let SBL into the bomb site.
Well, with that being said, Sirius, Aerial Rise will try to defend Raj Raptor's CCTV cache, maybe a little bit. Team SBL will do their best effort. There's no wall trail being brought out. Kind of surprising there. On the side of Aerial Rise, many teams do like to bring it. Now with 2 round being off the board, it makes it a little bit harder to get this main wall closed off. But still, you'd expect a little bit more of investment of utility to slow down Team SBL, who can be swift, can be good on their attack here by Aerial Rise. So we'll have to see how that transpires and how that impacts things as the round goes.
And normally SBL do like to bring poison on the Monty for this exact take of a garage hit, but granted that he's not here, they don't have their main Monty players, so it's going to be harder investment considering there's 2 players in the Raptors position to lock that area of the map down. So SBL at this point might honestly need to start rotating over towards a construction site hit, because it's going to be a lot of investment and utility having to be wasted to get Raptors control. Instead of just having to clear 1 player, you're now having to clear 2, and Bay still trying to cause disruption down in lounge to make sure that nobody can just walk right in.
It almost looks like Team SBL just have no idea where their opponents are. I mean, they're prone so far outside of the building, just waiting for someone on Aerial Rise to go for that pick. Smith has essentially sat outside. And I hate to say it, but he's really not had much impact on this round, and hopefully that doesn't continue as he does get closer to that garage wall. But it feels like Team SBL just don't know where they want to go, and with this attack is big. On the Grixer down below. It's an excellent attempt here by Team SBL, but it's completely shut down out of the side of Aerial Arise. Just walking up the rafters at least takes one, but is immediately traded out by the Azami, who still remains up above. Nick will take the engagement, but not find the shots, and Impact goes through. If it lands, it'll kill, but it doesn't. It just misses as Nick is able to sidestep and avoid it. But still, Aerial Rise, in theory, should have this round pocketed. And will go in to their defensive half 3-0 and might be able to get that flawless 6-0 half, which honestly wouldn't be a shock with the way this game has been.
Oh, damn. Well, Nick is at least going to get at least one more exit frag. I'm not sure if he's going to continue to try to still win this round out. He's just kind of slowly walking his way around. He's going to be blocked off by a smoke babe. That's not wise to walk up with such little HP. So 20 seconds left. He's just going to have to find at least one more kill to try to at least make it a possibility, but he's running out of time, and I don't think he has enough time to actually do this unless he has a miracle shot in the next couple of seconds. But just could not deal with his garage presence by those two players up top, and he's just lucky to still be alive. Somehow dodged that, gets a triple, but Packer is going to be all the way in construction, cannot finish that last kill, and Nick is not going to be able to win that clutch attempt. Not this time around, buddy. It's not Shelly this time around.
If he had Diffuser and maybe a few extra seconds, he might have had the opportunity to bait Packer to have to come towards him. But Aerial Arise do get that eventual round win, albeit a little bit shaky yet again, because they're giving away those 1v1s as the round continues to go deeper and deeper. I will say, though, gotta commend them. They've been solid on their defense. They've been confident on their defense.
Protect your bombs.
And I've really liked Aerial Rise through this first half of the clubhouse. This is feeling weird. It is the best way I can describe this game. It is odd that we are seeing so many defensive rounds won between teams. Aerial Rise, most of their defenses, every round they've won has been a defensive round. And to this point in the match series, interesting stat, only one attacking round has been won. And we're halfway through, well, not quite halfway, but we are getting close to that halfway point here in map number 2, and we've only seen one attacking round. I get it. The meta is very defensive-sided, but it's not this defensive-sided to where no one else can win.
Yeah. I mean, we're not even bringing out the most like power 5 operators for the defense consistently on the board, so it's not even a matter of, oh, we're just bringing the best ops every single time. It's just we're just playing this as well as we can, and just the attack cannot seem to do a damn thing about it. There's just too much utility being brought out on the defense for both sides on the board, and just nobody seems to figure out how to actually win an attacking round outside SBL to this point. So we'll just have to see if they can start to break that curse, win at least 2 more rounds to kind of make it a 4-2 split. But granted, seeing how this has gone so far, it's not been looking great, but they start off with an opening kill onto Packer to start things off.
Well, I would say that Team SBL seemed to struggle a little bit without their main IGL. Definitely shows. Rice walks in the garage completely undroning Giddy in that corner under the stairs. And now goes for the diffuser. Now Giddy definitely watched that diffuser drop, but I don't think there's really much going to be able to do about it. He's dropped on the oil pit, has evacuated. But Aerial Arise does a rather deep roam. Bino has retaken the top of rafters, and you've got Base supporting inside a cache. They're trying to stall as much time as possible and are going to force Team SBL to clear them out. They're definitely have to take at least a couple of bodies with them, as Grixer outside the secret window loses their engagement to Giddy. And Grixer, I disagree, because you're dead and Giddy isn't. I'm sorry, but I have to disagree with you. I have a feeling that you, my friend, are ass, at least in that moment.
It's always hilarious to see when guys type in chat like that. It's just like, you're so terrible, and yet you're the one who's dead. It just doesn't make any sense.
Now, I did hear a lot of P90 shots ring out from Giddy, so maybe Giddy had some whiffage, but
maybe.
Even then, I know Grixer's got to react, right? I mean,
still, you have to hit your shots and eventually get the kill. So whatever works, right? It doesn't even matter. I mean, Packer whiffed a lot of shots. He said so himself yesterday. Still won the game overall, so it doesn't matter if you're whiffing your shots. You still connect, get the kill, get the round win. And right now, Aerial Rise are just mortifying this entire garage. They're eventually going to rotate back to the bomb site. But Nick may actually had a cutoff on these last 2 players. He may not be safe in this position, and Bino's gonna get lit up and eventually finds the kill onto him.
Wow, Nick just barely able to find one of those two players and cut him off. Spiff has also dropped into oil. And as all three members of Aerial Rise have retreated, time continues to tick down. Two gas grenades in the pocket of ARIAL as he cups one and begins to throw it. I don't know if this blue take here from SBL is going to work out. Bino drops Surf with Monster, and Spiff will try to walk by. Bino's got that angle locked off and covered, and ARIAL with this Monster to finish up another pick of his own. Really, again, solid defensive effort by Aerial Rise. They're just playing the round so masterfully. Team SBL extremely slow on their attack, and losing Rice early on with the diffuser and garage, it allowed Aerial Rise and their roam to recenter, repivot themselves over onto that side of the map, waste as much time as possible, and then get back as they need.
I mean, yeah, and I think that's just the biggest problem is just that once Aerial Rise have the advantage, they seem to just stranglehold it into submission and then not let SBL get back into the room whatsoever. And SBL, at the same time, just cannot seem to find any sort of advantage. Even when they do, it just means that Aerial Rise have the better ways to set up the bomb site, that it's still impossible with that advantage in mind to get that control, get that plant down, and get the round win. So SBL just don't seem to have a lot of answers. There's just not a lot of adaptations to what Aerial is doing. Completely opposite of what we saw in map number 1. It's just kind of similar in the same vein as well, of just defense is just controlling the pace and the play of the map, and then attack just can't seem to do anything. It doesn't matter if they're playing passive or aggressive, attack cannot match the speed of the defense whatsoever.
So my thought here is that it almost seems the inverse of Chalet.
Yeah.
Where Team SBL are not shooting back now, right? Nick is the only player positive on the team. Rice has no kills. Surf has no kills. Rixer has 1 kill. Spiff is negative. I mean, these are things that you don't typically attribute to these players, right? But Aerial Rise have been very take engagements. Bino and Giddy, for the most part, taking the front end of those engagements. Aerial's really just sat on cams for most of the round as that main support player at SMG 11 body. They'll have to quickly duck and huddle back behind that mirror inside of the bathroom. But point being, SBL have got to wake the guns up, and if they continue to go down this path, we may see another 6-0 defensive half, this time in favor of Aerial Rise.
And at that point, it'll just have to be the exact same as Chalet, where once SBL is on their defenses, they're just going to have to wake up, figure out what went wrong, and then just continue to excel, use the advantage of being on defense to win the rest of this game out. So it's not completely out of the question that they may still be able to bring it back if they win the next 1 or 2 rounds. It's definitely still possible, but they need to get something going. To your point, just continue to try to wake things up, get Aerial Rise uncomfortable. But right now, Aerial looks so comfortable at this point.
I think Team SBL just have to get at least 1 attacking round win here, and that'll be a great start if they want to. As Nick locks up the red stairs, takes down Bay, and now Spiff has taken down Bino. We've seen Team SBL in these positions before, but Aerial Rise has been very solid at fighting back in these rounds. The issue is, on Gym Bedroom, you have to be able to extend super far out and wide on the site, and with only 3 members, it makes it infinitely more difficult to cover as much of the map as Aerial Rise probably intends to.
They still have the mirror windows and a zombie at the same time to kind of still fortify the bomb site as best as they can. Granted, they're having to spread so thin, so players are on an island all by themselves. Packers just playing the main stairs can kind of support either player if they feel a little bit of pressure, but that's still leaving one player on their own. So if SBL figure out who the best player to take out is, they can swarm them, double up, and then trade it out. It makes Aerial Rise down to 2 players, or even 1 if they're so lucky. It's just going to be very tough for the rest of this round.
30 seconds left on the clock. Team SBL stalling out maybe a little bit. Slowly getting this logistics wall open. They've got to deal with the zombie barricades. Spiff missing on that flashbang. Giddy now getting 1 kill onto Surf. Rice is in sight, getting that diffuser down. Is there coverage though? No, Aerial Rise are fighting back in this round. Giddy hits the floor, but it's a 2 versus 2 effectively. No time left on the board. Bricks are now on a 1 versus 2 and a 1 versus 2. He has to find 1. He can't. He finds at least the mute there, but can't get it done. No time left on the clock. Somehow, some way, Team SBL throw away yet again another advantage, and it's just failure to cover their teammate in the site, getting the diffuser down. and Aerial Rise with 5 defensive round wins, and they could almost guarantee a 6th here if Team SBL can't find this attack on Team Cat.
I mean, it's just been so tough for them so far. Even when they have the advantage, they just cannot seem to convert. Same story as Aerial Rise in map number 1, where they have the advantages, but they just can't convert on it. So far, SBL just cannot seem to get anything done. That bit of utility that was still left over on the bomb site itself was almost impossible. I believe the Flores just didn't have any of those Rotero drones left to actually clear any of those barriers out of the way. So whoever's left actually playing around that can still sit comfortably behind those barriers, take those aggressive gunfights, and then dip back behind cover, which would otherwise not be there if a zombie is not cleared out. So the fact that Mira and the zombie barriers were still up in that round made it to where SBL just had to do so much to get of as little map control as possible, but they can't actually get the most important bits.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
This is a very important round for Team SBL. I would argue that this is a must-win round, otherwise we'll probably see Aerial Rise in the Master Clubhouse. Just because, like I said initially, it's hard to win 6 straight rounds in a row when you're down 6 rounds, right? It's not an easy feat. Been done before. Is it possible? Yes. But is it guaranteed or highly likely? Probably not. But if you're able to win this round with the, in theory, with the history of Aerial Rise and their attack not being so successful, you might still give yourself a shot at taking Clubhouse before we have to get to overtime.
Biggest thing here is that they need to take care of this Raptors pressure first. There was 2 players up top last time we saw this bomb site, and it's going to be the exact same hold by Aerial Rise. They're not changing anything up. Nyx, though, a bit of a different pace from what we saw last time, is going to actually hop in that secret window, probably apply some pressure onto the bottom red stairs, and we'll have to see if he actually gets a pick off of it. Bay on the other end of the map, though, is looking to hop out highway window and possibly get a kill to whoever's holding that window, but not sure if there's anyone there just yet. Looks like Smith might be in the area if he's ready to contest.
Bay looking to hop out here onto the master balcony. Spiff is positioned deep on the AC unit, but it's not deep enough to where Bay couldn't find that kill. Inrio's taking a lot of damage. Spiff's just gonna hop in. He catches Giddy off guard, and now Spiff continues to charge. It's a complete flood of the site. SBL have read perfectly into this, and Bay is last alive. Excuse me. 1 versus 5. Takes down Nick, but he's shut down by Spiff. What an attack read by Team SBL, just getting aggressive, forcing the issue, and finally a round that's not finished in the last 30 seconds.
I believe SBL almost killed my co-caster with that just all of a sudden surge of aggression. That was just an insane just read into the fact that, okay, Aerial Rise are playing this as passively as they can. They're not looking to just get into these aggressive gunfights. They're essentially challenging SBL to do something. Do something they did. Spiff just hops in that main site window and then just kills everyone. Does not even care that there's just so many bits of utility in his way. He just goes and just keeps killing everyone. That opened up the entire pathway into that bomb site that Aerial Rise were just left stunned, essentially. Giddy's on his own Bay rather is on the complete opposite end of the map. And it's just like, where did my team go? They're just all dead. And finally, SBL win their 2nd attacking round in the series. And the 2nd attacking win overall.
It literally could come down to the team that wins the attacking round of the map wins the map. It very well could be at that point. I mean, that's the current trend we're on, unless Aerial Rise can force something different. Thankfully for Team SBL, they were able to get at least 1 defensive round, but as I said, a 5-1 split, almost expected at that rate because Aerial Rise are just so good on their defenses. What would their win rate be being 5 for 6? What is that math? I'm not a mathematicician, but
I'm not either.
I'm slightly higher than 80%.
You keep talking, I'll figure this out.
I believe that's slightly higher than 80%. Maybe it's 85%. I could be wild. It could be crazy for me to attempt to do math at when casting Siege, but I try my best at times.
Currently, Ariel have an 81% defensive win rate throughout this entire series so far. So, keeping up with their overall trend of 80%, they're just still maintaining that overall defensive dominance. Yeah, that's insane. We almost never see that. Even in the top tiers of Siege overall, that's just crazy that defense has been so good for both of these teams so far.
But now Team SBL gets an edge. One could argue that it's an edge to be a defense, at least with these two teams in the lobby. Only 2 attacking rounds won this far. Through how many have we played? What, 17 rounds? This is round number 17. We have 2 attacking wins, so a high defensive win percentage here for Team SBL and Team ARIAL Rise. But the biggest fact is that it has to last, right? And Team SBL might have a good opportunity. It might have a good chance here to get that win in regulation because they were able to get at least 1 round if they're able to duplicate what they did on Chalet and go flawless on their defense.
It's just a matter of can they continue their flawless streak of defense on this map so far. Looking like they're set up, primed, and ready to kind of keep propelling ARIAL Rise for as long as they can. 2 minutes into the round, and they still have been very, like, having a hard time opening up a lot of these hatches. I believe they just now got that kitchen hatch open, so just working on that triple wall now is gonna make it to where SBL have a lot less room to work with. But look at these mirror placements that are just locking down all of Church. It's gonna be so tough to even get in at this point, because that looks like that's where ARIAL wants to get in, get that plant down.
All triple wall has been opened up. Someone's gonna have to deal with that mirror inside of blue. Maybe Giddy, who's going now down the backside. Packer gets the opener onto Nick, but he's been flashed by his own teammate. Everyone seems to be blind in the lobby as Packer has made the entry, but still there's great defensive response here by SBL. Surf still close on the Church wall. Last 2 members inside of blue, not even with the main push. Frickster will stand up with the coverage on the mirror. Giddy could not kill anyone, it seems. And although Surf takes out his own teammate, he'll take Giddy with him and pair off. A great defensive start here for SBL.
I mean, that was a great push by Giddy and Inrio, or sorry, not Inrio, I forget who the Buck player was at the very end, but still, great attempt by them to take that blue pressure out of the way and get that mirror control under their pressure. But the fact that the main push over towards that triple wall completely fell apart, even without the mirror helping them out essentially, was just a huge blunder for ARIAL's overall attacking that round, because they needed to help their teammates out over towards blue, get those players behind that overall case, just get them out of the way, and then try to get that plant down. Can't even do that, then what's the point of them sending those people down blue? Because once that main push is dead, they're just left completely on an island. They have nowhere else to go other than maybe rotate or just brute force their way through that generator area.
It is truthfully unfortunate that that there was no attacker that could be unblinded by flashbangs or not affected. Maybe if they had a Finka, like that's the only thing that they could have brought that might have helped them in that moment. Because there's two attackers in blue got flashed at the same time as all of the defenders in blue were flashed. And if they weren't blind, it would have been really good for them, because they would have just totally overcome that rear flank hold, essentially that blue focused hold, and they could have easily won that round and won their first attacking round. But ARIAL Rise will have to wait potentially until round 8 here on map number 2 to win their first attack, and then they'd have to win a second one if they wanted to close out the map potentially, which is wild. It seems like it's going to be a really tough task for either of these teams to win as many attacks as possible.
I'm just hearing a lot of potentials out of you, and that's just the
There's
kind
a
of
lot
big
of
concern. A lot of potential to win an attack.
Yeah,
Where are we in the meta right now? It's just a potential.
It scares me too that it feels like it's we're so concerned that these teams might not win an attack at all, and it's not like they're not capable of it. It's just it's been so defender-sided that this game has gone completely to be unpredictable. And when someone wins an attack, it feels like a damn miracle.
I feel like we should start cheering as soon as anyone wins an attack at this point. It's just a miracle right now. Bay does go down, but is able to be picked up. Not sure how he got down in the first place, but just a lot of upfront aggression towards the cash side. But it seems the SBL has started to fall back, at least move back towards construction, play behind that zombie barrier by the pallets. So that's still a tough task for ARIAL Rise to move on forward, because at this point now, they've got the main part of the attack that they wanted to go for initially, but now they need to rotate around, go towards this highway or jacuzzi side. But with Bandit in play, they need to get that Bandit charges off the wall so they can actually get it open at the very end.
Enemy barricades still being deployed. It's the last one to go out of Grixer's pocket. It'll go on the front of the main bed, allowing the defense to play a little bit more forward and aggressive. This is a site that the attack can definitely take advantage of their opponents. The issue is all of the attackers have taken damage in some way, or at least 3 of them, and while all 5 defenders still remain at full HP. Rice also has a Nitrocell in his pocket. That's not to say that Surf and Spiff haven't already used them. They could still be placed down below somewhere in a pre-play spot. But with Rice still having that Nitrocell, it could also be rather deadly. Lots of flashbangs to go through. Gixer getting the opener, but Inrio takes him down onto the floor, and Packer eventually finishes him off. Packer with another, but Rice and Nick spawn 3-on-2, 2-on-2 now, as Bay gets in on the action. Spiff with the rear flank from Cash looking solid, but Rice ends up taking down another member. It's Vito to go down, but Rice has been down now as Spiff in a 1-versus-1 against Bay, who's on low HP. The Lion unaware of where the bandit is coming from, and all Bay has to do is try to find the last man, but Spiff, ready for that engagement, finds the headshot, although he didn't really need it. Ends up getting the kill, and Team SBL will take another defensive round. I feel like I'm becoming a broken record at the team so-and-so will take another defensive round.
I was just told by our observer that apparently he fell off the roof to start off the round. That was the Lion, by the way, so that's just unfortunate that Bay did that to start things off, put himself into a terrible spot. So unfortunate that he could have had a little bit more help to actually win out that clutch attempt, but nevertheless, still very tough for them to actually breach the main defenses of the main bomb site, just due to, again, the mirror windows and the zombie barriers, like what we saw with Ariel's own defense of that bomb site. It's just, again, we're repeating ourselves. It's the exact same thing every single time on this map so far, is that, oh, certain bits of utility are put in the right spots that it's just hard for the attack to get anywhere. Oh, players just in the right spot to counteract the main push. It's just, what can the attack realistically do with the amount of time that they have? Because they have to do so much. They have to clear positions. They have to clear utility. They have to actually get the plant down with enough time left on the clock. It's just next to impossible. And right now, Aerial Rise are having to suffer through that sluggish end of the kind of side where they're just having to brute force their way into the bomb site, but just cannot get seemingly enough done to do so.
Well, we go to CCTV and Cash, and we'll see if Team SBL can win yet another defensive round and have yet another flawless defensive rotation. They've got the Mira placed on the main wall. That's going to make it rather tricky to go for this Maverick trick here by Inrio. I mean, he could go upside down, but if Rice decides to open it, then is Inrio going to be able to just repel in front of it? It looks like Inrio doesn't really care. He's just getting it open, but now the mirror's been opened. Now it can be tested and challenged by one of his defenders, and now Inrio has to worry about that fact that mirror has been opened up. So it might slow down that wall being open, but in theory, Inrio should be able to progress, just maybe with a little more caution.
He's going to have to be very careful because he can be impacted by the player who's just by the rafters window. So he needs to be very careful. And I believe at the same time, though, that really there's no other sense of hard breach outside of those hard breach canisters on Giddy. So he's more focused on actually garage side. So that's just going to be all on Inrio to play as safely as possible. But look at how much time has been wasted just doing this. He's so uncomfortable doing this. Here comes the first impact coming out by Surf. Gonna put him on so little HP. He's barely on like 20, I want to say, but this is just gonna be how the rest of the round goes for him. He's just gonna try to do his best to get this ball over.
No more impacts available for the defense, but they do have a couple of Nitro Cells, which can still be cleverly placed on that main breach. Time continuing to trickle down. Packer has advanced halfway up those rafter stairs, and now the Capital Firebolts begin to clock inside a rafters, forcing the defenders out of their comfortable location. Packer all the way at the very top, providing excellent information. But where is his team to capitalize on it? Israel take down Serve. Nick finding one back though, but Dave takes down Nick. Spiff above, still in rafters, trying to go with the Montaigne. It's really difficult. Spiff just can't find the shots, and eventually the Monty gets better of him. Rice will be outside, but it is Vito from the rappel to get the angle. And finally, Aerial Rise will win their first attacking round of the series, only on map number 2, only in their attacking half. It's been a long time, but finally, an attacking round is won for Aerial Rise, setting themselves onto match point for map number 2.
We can all finally collectively cheer that Aerial Rise have finally won their first attack in the series. How have we gotten to this point where it's round 9 in the second map that they finally do that? That's just ridiculous, but great attack
round
overall.
20 overall.
Yeah, round 20 overall. That's just even more insane, but they finally get it done with a great make that, while it was very slow to kind of do it overall due to the fact that the barrel window kind of slowed Rio down, they still had all the bits of pieces that they needed to kind of get their way into Raptors, get that pressure onto those two players who were just being an absolute nuisance to start things off with, but due to the fact that they have the Monty in place, they have the Capital bolts that force them into that funnel bit where he can really force that pressure onto them. There's just really not much else that those two players on Raptors can do. Then it falls onto the rest of the collective outside of the rest of the bomb site, and they're just falling apart because they have the cutoff already thanks to that mirror window being placed at the beginning of that round. So all they needed to do was just try to get that plant down. Didn't even get that far. They just killed everyone.
So Team SBL have been denied of a flawless rotation here on the defense, but they still have one more opportunity. They could win Church again, they could win Gym again, they could win Cash CCTV again, and send us into overtime, which would be an infinite overtime, in which I have a feeling that it'll be the first team to win an attack will win the infinite overtime, because it's been so difficult for these teams to attack. Aerial Rise just have 3 more opportunities to try to close out this map before we get there. They'll start it off with attacking onto the basement yet again. It didn't go great for them last time. They had a good setup, but they just couldn't finish off that execution that came to the players inside of blue, getting Team Flash, which unfortunately ended up hurting Aerial Rise more than helping them. So hopefully they're able to remediate that round, maybe just time themselves out later on their initial entry and execution.
And I don't think that he actually knows that Surf is still all the way upstairs in Gym, so that's a huge flank opportunity for him if he goes completely unnoticed for the rest of this round. He's slowly starting to creep his way over towards his main stairs. There's not a drone in sight. He has a big opportunity. He realizes that there's no one here, just waiting to be patient. Get that call from the rest of his team, but right now, Ariel are still trying to pick apart this bomb site and make sure that they can actually go for an execute.
Surf, if he times this flank right, could not only take down a member of Aerial Rise, but spin them into a flying cannon. Surf will take the swing and does not find the shots, but eventually will take down Giddy. And that's the opening pick. Guess what that does now? All of a sudden, Aerial Rise have to worry about their flank. They know there's a Wamai offsite. They know there's someone else elsewhere on the map. Maybe they just go for their execution before they're actually ready for it. A couple of flashbangs go towards that blue mirror, helping their teammate get down the stairs. But Rice takes down Inreal. Packer does find Spiff, but still Team SBL have the main advantage as Aerial Rise back out of their execute as best they can. But Packer's deep inside a church. He takes down Rice with the pistol and Grixer with the AK. Nick with the response will take down Bay, but Packer looking to ace with the sidearm. Surf now, the member who was off-site, initially getting the kill with the flank, would try to clutch up here. Packer is reloaded. The head of him blows sky high, so no ace denied by Surf, and Bino has to clutch. He's got the DMR. It's certainly a weapon that can do it. Surf has no impacts, but Bino has low HP. Only 1, maybe 2 bullets are needed from Bino, or from Surf rather, to get the shot done. Bino finds at least a little bit of damage, but can't finish off Surf, and the Wamai just enough to keep himself and his team in the match. A 1 versus 2 for Surf. Very well done, as SBL take us to 6-4.
And just as close as it can possibly be. It was a great defensive hold at the start for SBL, but then just Packer brute forces his way through Church, just opens everything up, gives his team an opportunity to win what was otherwise a very tough kind of nut to crack. And then all of a sudden Surf, who is still on the flank, gets all the way back down to Church and then completely collapses on those last 2 players because he knows there's only a few limited options they can be, and finds that one pick, isolates it down to a 1v1, and then wins it out from there. Makes it to where it was a very tough round overall for both sides, but just things are just starting to heat up. Those guns are now all active for both teams, and it's just really, it could be anyone's game at this point. Aerial Rise looked like they could have won our 7th round overall, but SBL just able to stay alive for just the time being.
Another clutch for Team SBL, by the way. Because that start to get into the mental for the side of Aerial Rise. I mean, as far as my count goes, 4 clutches for Team SBL on this map. 4 clutches. Or not on this map, sorry, in the series. 0 for Aerial Rise. And when you don't have that kind of potential, when you can't win your 1v1s in the very end, you see teams like Aerial Rise struggle, and it gets into your head of, oh my gosh, we're in another XV1. Can we win it? Because it's again another clutch that they've thrown. The only situation that Aerial Rise has not thrown is a 5 versus 1. They've thrown a 2 versus 1, a 1 versus 1, a 3 versus 1, and a 4 versus 1. The 2 versus 1 and 1 versus 1 here on this map. One previous round, Surf, and a couple rounds back on Gym Bedroom to Spiff. So, in theory, Team SBL can react, and maybe they'll find a 1 versus 5 at some point this season. That would be absolutely insane, and go for the cycle of clutches. But Rixer starting it off, kill onto Packer. Bino with the swift refrag. Great trade considering the Azami.
Yeah, but at the same time, Ace was also taken out. They do still have at least 1 thermite charge, so they can still work with this. That's going to make working on that bathroom wall a lot harder, because that's just no throwable bits of hard breach left on the board for Aerial Rise. So now at this point, they're just kind of make do with what they have. They don't have anything to pierce those windows. They don't have the Ash or the Kali at the same time. So it'll be very difficult for Aerial Rise for the rest of this round, but they may have bits of utility to actually make their way in, because they don't have to deal with those zombie barriers like you mentioned. So gonna be a lot easier, but still gonna be difficult all at the same time.
Lion Scan goes out. No action made of it to help Inrio on wall open. They'll double up and stack up now. 2 members on Balcony, 2 members inside of Cash. It's a full-fledged attack here from the east side over on Clubhouse. Rotero drones go in, spots the mute. Now Surf will back up a little bit further. Work still needs to be done, though, by Aerial Rise and the attack. They've still got to get themselves into the site and get this execute underway.
Surf wanting to play very aggressive onto this master window towards construction. He doesn't have a zombie barrier to play around, but tosses out the C4, wastes it because it gets shot out immediately. But right now, Ariel's setting up for the final execute right now.
Bino will walk in. He finds the head of Surf and finds a second onto Logi. It's a triple for Bino, but he's finally shut down. Nick will go for the flank in through construction. There seems to be information, but Ariel have dove deep into the site. Could they close out the map here on round number 11? Spiff with a 1 versus 3. Turned into a 1 versus 1 quickly. Whips out the P12 sidearm, and Bay yet again in another clutch scenario, just like the previous time. He has to try to find Spiff. Bay running for the hills. He can't get the kill. Spiff just wanted to survive, hide as long as he can, and SBL win another round based on another magnificent clutch by Spiff, a 1 versus 3 yet again.
You have got to be kidding me, Mason. That's how that round wins? Just Spiff running for his life down the stairs and somehow avoids Bay at the very end? I mean, good grief. I was about to compliment the fact that Aerial Rise took down Grixer at the very start, made it so much easier for them to get onto the site. But then somehow Spiff gets the angle onto Inreal, planting, and then just runs because he knows there's so little time. He just has to avoid Bay at the very end. It's just, how do these things keep happening to Aerial? Again and again and again, they let a clutch happen and win rounds where they should be winning it decisively.
I feel like it just comes down to the gunners from Team SBL are just so good. I mean, you look at every single player on that roster. They've either been in Pro League before, they should probably be in Pro League, or they're very close, and they're at that point where they are just incredible players, and every single member of Team SBL has either earned a shot or should earn a shot in the league at some point. And on the other side for Aerial Rise, I think that all those players are fantastic, and some of them have been in the league. There's not nearly as much experience on that end, and I feel like that is what's contributing to those rows of these rounds. I mean, 4 versus 1, 2 3 versus 1s, a 2 versus 1, and a 1 versus 1 now. All thrown. Count them all up from Aerial Rise. It's 5 clutches given away to Team SBL. I mean, that could be the complete deciding factor in this grand finals, is simply the amount of clutches that Aerial Rise leaves. Because this grand final could then be argued that it wasn't Team SBL that won the grand final. Yes, they played well. Yes, they played fine. But it could just simply be attributed to Aerial Rise losing the grand final because they've given so many clutch opportunities to Team SBL who have graciously taken advantage of them.
I mean, just in every other game, it's just been the small things that have killed Aerial Rise in certain rounds, but they still do it just enough to win it out overall. But this game so far, just those fundamentals, those small little things have been adding up again and again, and it really helped make them lead map number 1. So I have to see if they close it out again on the one bomb site that they did win previously. Same for SBL. So this is their best opportunity to close this out right here in regulation, but they need to start to work on actually getting in towards Rafters, which they did so well last time. It's just going to be a matter of taking down Surf in the middle of Lounge.
Trying to maintain that Lounge control, but that Eva barrier doesn't fully protect them because it's placed on the right side of the war instead of the left. Packer taking a little bit of damage through an impact grenade of some sort, or potentially a mine. Place on the stairs. Gold minus those incendiary rounds. The Echo drone burst and Spiff getting the kill on the Packer. Brilliant play out of Team SBL as Spiff now doubles up, hiding a second. Surf is taking a lot of damage down below, but just distracts his opponent enough to get that kill. Spiff getting a third on the round on ARIAL. And it's Bino, last alive, 1 versus 5. This is the final clutch that we're waiting for. But is it going to happen? Because it's only been SBL that's been able to clutch up. Bino at least takes down Surf, and all of a sudden Spiff hits the floor as well. He's in a recoverable position as of the spot that Bino's in as of right now. But still, there's 3 more members to deal with. Yokai drones, Legion goo mines, smoke, gas canisters. And in a 1 versus 3, can Bino clutch it out? Couple goo mines proc and hit. Crawl his way up the rafters, denies one of the Yokai drones, spotting him. And Bino just getting closer and closer to the site, but he's going to have to run through deep. He's not going to be able to just walk in and plant. He's got to find all 3 members. He walks deep in the cap as he checks both corners. Echo with the swing. Crooksir is better in the engagement. And we're into our first infinite overtime of the night series off the back of incredible smart play by Team SBL, especially Spiff piggybacking off of it inside of Raft.
I mean, just because the fact that Aerial Rise did the exact same thing, they didn't really change anything up. Bringing the Monty, bringing the Capitao to force their way onto Rafters, but the only difference for Team SBL really this time around is that they bring the Echo, make it to where Spiff actually has a chance to win that engagement because he had such a hard time last time around. Didn't have anything to actually clear that engagement, and then eventually wins it out here because of this stun that's set up by his teammate. So beautiful attempt by them to just win that out. And just right now, with SBL going on to defense to start things off, this is rough for Aerial Rise.
So Team SBL win 1 attack. Aerial Rise win 1 attack. Both teams with 1 flawless defensive half. As SBL close out, they clutch up at the very end when it mattered most in getting that flawless rotation. And now we're into infinite overtime series. And this is where things really get crazy. As if it hasn't been crazy enough with Spiff on 15 kills. Remember, he holds the kill record in Xenon Gaming Series back in week 1 of Spring Burst. He dropped 24 on Oregon in a 1-map showdown. And he's at 15-7. With it being infinite overtime, it is entirely possible that Spiff could get more than that because of how the defender side of this map will be in. With Team SBL starting on the defense, it feels like whichever team is able to win an attack will end up taking this series, or at least taking the map of Clubhouse.
I mean, it has to be, because otherwise it's just going to continue to go back and forth.
We could be here for a while.
We could be here for a while. Get ready, everybody, because if this continues to be a defensive-sided map overall, a defensive series, it's just never going to end. We'll be here till tomorrow at that point. So I hope that doesn't happen. I have work in the morning, but still, it's just...
The craziest thing could be if Aerial Rise win their attack and then SBL win an attack, all of a sudden we're on an attacker-sided Clubhouse. That would be even worse. That might actually drive me to straight madness.
Yeah, just flip the script. Just make us go insane. Just completely flip the point. All right. Anyway, at this point, Aerial Rise still trying to work their way in. It's not going to work out so far. Packer's the first to die as Smith is just in the middle of bar. He is going to be cut off by Bay on the main stairs, so that is going to be effective one-for-one trade. But that is a bigger impact for Aerial Rise to lose Packer in this point of the round. They still have the Abana. They still have Bay with impact. Those heart breach charges, but still, you never want to lose a heart breach on this part of the bomb site.
At least with Kaid off the board, they know that they can open up these hatches with ease and shouldn't have to worry about any sort of trick. The kitchen hatch is a little bit different. It is going to be more difficult, but they should have enough ability to get it done with Abana still alive and on the board. 60 seconds, about to hit the clock, and that means Aerial Rise will begin to set up their attack. They're not going to be able to open that triple wall as easily as they did before. So Team SBL should be rather comfortable here on their defense with how they're set up, and it seems like the only choice for Aerial Rise is either flooding through blue or flooding down the kitchen hatch.
They may send at least 1 or 2 players down blue, at least cause a bit of a distraction for that blue player behind the generator, and then drop down either that moto hatch or kitchen hatch like you mentioned. Does seem that there's going to be Bino to do exactly that. He's going to be that one backstab player causing a bit of a distraction, but the main push is going to be coming towards this kitchen hatch. Actually, he's going to opt to go for the stairs instead, but where's that diffuser going? He's going to be setting up on the moto hatch, so right now there's a lot of options for Aerial Rise on where they want to send this.
An EMP could be a big distraction there. Bay has dropped it in the site, but Rice is able to get a big pick onto Bino, and IQCell is denied, and it is Team SBL to walk away with the man advantage. Inrio has walked down the main stairs, but unfortunately there's no one for him to find. Surf collecting that final kill, and Team SBL will take their first match point here on Clubhouse, but they are on the attack, the tougher side, and this is where we might find ourselves. We'll find out whether or not we are going to get all the way into true infinite overtime, or if we're just going to end this game 8-6.
I'm not sure which one I want more. Do I actually want to see an actual infinite overtime? Because when was the last time you and I have ever seen an infinite overtime, either in Xenon or Pro League in the grand final? I don't, because it didn't happen at the SI grand final, I don't believe, if I'm not mistaken.
We did have overtime, but I don't think it actually went.
It went 8-6, if I want.
Yeah,
correct.
so we didn't actually have infinite overtime to that aspect, but we did technically have infinite overtime, so yeah. Point being, when have we ever seen bonus rounds?
Yeah,
might be the
it's been a
best way
very
to
long
explain
time.
it. I'm almost hoping to not, because my my little tracking sheet only goes to 15, and I have been accounting for more than that. So I'm gonna have to be manually writing everything else down. Maybe I'll drop down to like map number 5, and hopefully we don't get error. Otherwise, I'll have to use a new sheet to track everything. But that's I guess something that's going to impact me rather than everyone else at home. I'm sure that we would all love to see ourselves get deeper into overtime. I think it could be interesting. I think it could be it could be great to see these teams go really deep into map 2 of Clubhouse, because that's where you'll see as we get later in the series, map 3, map 4, map 5, if we do need it, stamina and longevity and fatigue start to set in for these teams, and having an infinite overtime hit on map number 2 going maybe 20 or so rounds could really impact these teams.
I mean, that is a huge factor that we have not really ever considered, just because we haven't gotten to this point yet so far in this series. It's just, how is this going to affect how both of these teams are going to play later in this series? Because if this continues for another 5 or 6 rounds, this could be a slug fest at the very end, where just the strategy's out the window. It's just people wanting to get in, get these kills as fast as they can, because they just want to go home. They want to go to bed, right? They don't want to be here anymore, so we'll just have to see how it affects things overall. Aerial Rise continuing to try to stall things out for as long as they can. Rice on the cutoff over towards these secret stairs. Considering the fact that those 2 players above are over towards the cache side, that is going to be prime position for Rice to actually get at least 1 or maybe even 2 of those roamers walking back to site.
Drone denied by Nick. Solus of Giddy swinging inside a church. It seems like a little bit more of a passive method here by Aerial Rise, but Bay's got vertical above and deny this hatch from being open. They'll do just that. Gritzer will now set his sights above, realizing that the Legion is still up there. And Aerial Rise can just sit tight, and Bay, if he's able to just be a thorn in the side enough for Team SBL, can really do some serious damage up here inside of CCTV. Spiff is hunting him down, and Spiff has become an absolute terror so far in the series. Bay looking to take this engagement with the IQ, but Spiff with the free fire. Wow! Dismantles Bay, and that all of a sudden makes this round a little bit more worrisome here for the side of Aerial Rise. Bino, though, getting into stock. This is a huge read out of the mute. He just misses on the Habana, but he runs out, getting the kill. But now he's committed. Now he has to try to take the engagement. He dies to Surf. Packer, though, with the refrag. It's back and forth between these teams. SBL trying to close it out. Aerial Rise trying to extend their longevity here in map number 2.
Oh, just a C4 being prepped on near that kitchen drop. They're gonna have to be very careful, but the diffuser is not going that way. They're focusing on this triple wall. Surf is getting smoked out. Time is running out. They're running on 15 seconds left, but they don't have much to work with at this point.
Rice drops a nade. Drawing with him will go the hatch, but Giddy gets the kill. Adriel with the pump shotgun. We will see round 15 and round 16 unless Surf gets this clutch. Diffuser has to go down. Packer and Giddy surely to rush around the corner. They know exactly where their opponent is. Giddy finishing off the kill. And now we are into those extended round series. We'll see at least 16 and potentially more here on Clubhouse.
And just a very different way of going about it. Just complete stall tactics on the top floor roam. They wasted 2 whole minutes. Granted, Spiff had a nice pre-fire onto Bay, but just Bino just sitting in the middle of stock, just kind of roaming around, gets the kill onto Grixer, who just is completely unaware that he's so close by. That just really stalled things out and made SBL kind of get thrown for a loop because they have lost a lot of their key utility that they need to dump in, get those spaces cleared out, and try to get that plant down at the very end of things, but just could not get enough map space and not enough control to actually get anything under their belt to win things out. So just unfortunately, it's just, I don't know what's the curse for attack right now. They just cannot get anything done.
What a shot there by Spiff. It is a tactical timeout from Aerial Rise. They decide to pull off one, see if they can't set something up to win on their attack, and then try to do some dirty defending when they get around to that side. But in the meantime, this series could go really long tonight with us on Clubhouse here. If I believe it would be Team SBL, if they won an attack, that's where you would really, I guess it's really either side. If Aerial Rise wins an attack, then SBL get the pressure to have to win an attack. If SBL win an attack, they guaranteed win because they would have won their defense and then they would win their attack next. But point being, here on Clubhouse we go to CCTV for Team SBL. Interesting choice. Wow, I don't think Aerial Rise are going to be ready for this at all, and I think it's a smart call. Because Aerial Rise, there's no world that they're going to be able to go for that same comfortable take with the Montaigne. Instead, now they're going to have to try it with maybe a construction clear, which they might not be as used to because they've not been hard countered with that Montaigne clear as they have in that previous time we saw CCTV defended by SBL.
Well, they're opting to not go for the Monty this time around, so they know that they're gonna need to do something a bit different, not really play around the Monty this time around, opt for something different. I think you're right. They may opt to instead go for a construction site hit after they get that main wall open. Just have to wait and see for just a little bit longer because Grixer still on the Echo has that potential to really disrupt that late round execute. Once that plant is starting to go down, can stall for even more time and eventually even win the round off of that. So I'll have to see if Aerial Rise actually get into a proper position, but SBL seem to realize that if they can't go in through garage, they may have to opt for a master side clear. So they're already starting to roam over on that side of the map.
Giddy doing a good job of clearing off this wall, trying to deal with Surf, who's currently roaming over inside of logistics. Just trying to shoot drones, waste as much time as possible. Yana Gemini phone to go away, and now Surf will quickly leave that position. Giddy has good coverage there onto bedroom, rotate out of into construction, but unfortunately Giddy cannot catch Nick, who just barely escapes with his life. And Aerial Rise, I have predicted it. They are going for this construction-based clear because their garage take is not very successful against the Echo being brought out and in play, but still time will be the factor here. Time will be a telltale of all here against Aerial Rise. And they swiftly take the control they have, but now they have to get all of them. They have to set up a plant. And maybe this is a poor risk by Team SBL with how much control Aerial Rise do have.
And that one Selma charge does get taken out by the impact. Amino opens us off with a kill onto Grixer. That's that late round potential now gone for SBL. They have to play around their explosive but utility and just the overall setup they have in pocket. Rise with Smoke Babe still in pocket can still really disrupt this going into the final minute. They need to really work on maintaining the control they do have, because it's quickly dwindling with the amount of walls that are being opened by Aerial Rise going into this final 50 seconds.
Pressure is starting to mount on Aerial Rise to make their move, show their card. I want to say to Team SBL. SBL just sitting comfortably, waiting, denying as much as possible. Rice has a couple of Smoke Babes still in pocket. Aerial will run in potentially into the bombs that he could get in, but you gotta watch for that Raptors control. Base springs by. Vito is taken down by Spiff, but top red control established. It's a great defensive response though. Team SBL getting a couple picks back their way, but it's a 2-on-2 top control lost for the side of Team SBL. Inrio getting the diffuser down. There's nothing to deny it. Spiff has been dropped. This could be a round win for Aerial Rise. It could be the attack they've been waiting for. Nick will walk up trying to find any pick that they can. The calculated risk by Team SBL to go to CCTV might not be good enough. Nick with the hop out is shut down, and Packer and Aerial Rise will win the third attacking round total here on Clubhouse in maybe the most pivotal time, as it comes in infinite overtime, and now they have the defensive advantage, forcing all pressure to be forced towards SBL.
And just that calculated risk to go for a completely different bomb site, just throw for them for a complete loop and go with a similar thing that they saw last time around, does not pay off. They try to repel the initial clear over towards Master and Logistics, but just does not work out. They quickly lose a lot of their control due to the fact that that main wall was opened early in the round, and then things were starting to get opened up piece by piece by piece by Aerial. They're just running out of room. They're running out of space to swing confidently and comfortably in these positions that SBL completely lose the bomb site, have to play from rafters, play from below, but they cannot do anything about it after Aerial just rush on in, get those key picks onto the top red players, and then completely plant after things settle down, and then watch for the flank after they have to get aggressive to deny that counter defuse.
Oh boy, serious. This is going to be quite wild, I think, for these teams, for these sides. I'll be interested to find out where we end up in the end here. All the pressure now forced over to Team SBL. Aerial Rise should be able to sit rather comfortably, and I say that almost with a question mark in mind, because I don't know how comfortable you can be. How far we are into this map, and now this has extended all of our bounds here on Clubhouse, but we could still get there. We could still get deeper if Team SBL are able to win an attack. Remember, they ended off their attacking half, which has been forever ago, with a win. And it is possible that they could achieve one here. Of course, they did lose their first attack on defense, but they absolutely have an opportunity to win out on Gym.
I mean, the only site that the attack has actually won on was Cash and CCTV. The other two have been completely 100%, so this is going to be very tough nonetheless for SBL. They still have an opportunity to win things out, continue the overtime streak, but it's not looking great as far as the statistics go. They need to figure out the pathway into the bomb site and clear out all that utility that's been such a problem for them on this bomb site. They're starting to waste a lot of time halfway through the round, and they haven't been able to find the opening pick yet, nor have they found their safe way in.
Kind of am rooting for more overtime, because I want to see the kill record get broken twice in the season. A walk up red stairs by Nick as well, yet again, getting that opening kill on Kitty. It happened last time, and it happened again, but Packer with the flank this time around was better in the engagement. Grixer dies to the Nitro cell down below as Packer doubles up. Rice, though, getting that kill. Spiff takes down Inrio. Packer now in a 1 versus 3. Are we seeing a turn of the card? Clubhouse becoming attacker-sided, at least in this round. Spiff hits the floor. Packer can clutch as Spiff has been dropped, but Rice in Gym gets Packer taken out as he hops in through the window. Packer not aware of his opponent's positioning And Team SBL with an attacking round, forcing us deeper into this match. Round 17 and round 18 now guaranteed.
Oh boy. Well, you wanted more overtime. We're getting more overtime.
I guess I asked for it.
You did ask for it. You cursed us into this existence that we have to see more of this. And I mean, honestly, I can't complain. Seeing the attack at least get their stats bumped up just a little bit more is a little bit nice to see. It's not always the defense just winning everything, but these last 2 rounds have just been an absolute slugfest. It's not about strategy overall. It's just about who can win more of their engagements. And so far, it's been the attack winning things out, trying to do their best to ignore the defensive setup, just get those kills however they can, and then come out on top. So right now, it seems like the attacking streak has been kind of leaning more and more in their favor, but defense still making it a tough fight due to the fact that there's still so much utility to clear.
Boy, serious. This is quite a series, man. Quite a series we've got ourselves invested into. I've started a new sheet to track these rounds as best as I can.
I've got, I'm doing it in a notability app, and I'm having to go past my initial notes for the entire series overall, just so I can keep continuing to track the rounds. It's ridiculous right now.
Oh boy, we are going to find ourselves struggling, but it's also rather enjoyable to see a match goes this deep into play. As where we are at Gym Bedroom, I believe, this time around for Team SBL. I think that it's definitely the right quality. And they capitalize. That's the biggest question, because are we gonna see like a complete flip in 180 to an attacker side of house if ARIAL guys win this round and SBL win the round? But it could spiral into complete madness at this rate.
Oh, absolutely. It's just a matter of if we're just going to go insane in the process is the bigger question. But right now, Surf doing a similar thing to Packer in the previous round, just lurking down in lounge. But that drone is not spotting him. He can actually flank onto Packer, who's just made his way all the way up top of red. He's being blocked off for the moment. Nick starts us off with a kill onto Packer. This flank may actually bring some success.
That's a big pick. Surf walks up the right stairs, finds Giddy, who was ready for the engagement, but could not capitalize. Surf with a Nitrocell takes down Inrio, and Team SBL are walking themselves towards match point yet again. ARIAL Arise stumbling on their attack, not able to get anything going for them. No answer to the call. They will hop in to the CCTV window, trying to find a pick back for his team, but none to be given up, at least as of yet here by Team SBL. They with a couple of flashes, but Nick's close with the Warden goggles, and Surf ends up getting the kill from the cash door. Nick will capitalize from top red, as again, another match point secured, this time for Team SBL. ARIAL Arise now have the pressure, and this is where the real question jumps in. They've lost CCTV cash one time on defense. They've lost Gym Bedroom one time on the defense, more recently in overtime. What is the call here? Do you go CCTV cash? Do you go back to Gym Bedroom? That's probably the discussion and conversation happening here by ARIAL Rise. It appears as though they feel more confident in Bedroom and Gym, and so they will go back.
Yeah, just going back to the exact same bomb site that you previously lost in the overtime round, so it's definitely a risk, but you kind of realize that, okay, maybe that last round was a lot more just kind of dragging things out, didn't really play around our utility as much as we should have. So going with a very similar lineup, I want to say, let me just double check on that. Notably, no Frost, and want to say everything else is almost exactly the same. We've also introduced Wamai into the mix, so things are starting to shape up to where, okay, we're starting to figure things out for the defense, but what is the next step to repel the attack who had gained just a little bit of momentum? What is the next step to continue the streak, to keep us in this map, to maybe win it out, or let SBL go up 2-0?
I think I'm getting a little mentally exhausted here. So much Clubhouse tonight. But it is also rather thrilling to see a map get this deep. And if ARIAL Rise win this round, we will see round number 20, which is only one time have I seen a round number 20 before for an event that I've worked, and that was SCS Season 7. So it's been a minute,
oh, yeah.
One could say, since then. So, that being said, kill records are on the cusp of being broken. Bino and Packer both having excellent matches. Spiff also doing the same. Nick not too far behind. it's at what seems to be an arm's reach here for these teams. Grixer, one of those Selmas to be zapped up by one of the Womidus placed by Giddy. Very careful, very smart. Now the Womidus inside a gym denying whatever was trying to get open. Maybe one of those Kiba barriers. Regardless, point is, it still stays up, but Rice wins the engagement onto Packer. One of the top performers here for Aerial Rise off the board early on. Shows good signs here for Team
Attackers have
SBL.
recovered their diffuser.
Just in such a risky spot that's nowhere really near where he needs to be to try to compel anybody from actually getting control that they need for SBL. All the way in Strip Club, that's just not really an expected play. Tried to catch someone off guard, but got completely droned down, then collapsed upon by Rice, again gets them the opening pick, and notably gets a C4 off the board. There's still 2 more in pocket for Bino and in Rio, but just in that spot, Bino gets spotted out, so he has to give up that spot and move over towards goal.
That 6 cents from Bino. Someone's watching me. Where are they? Where are they watching me from? And Bino able to take out that drone. Grixer on the window might be able to cut off the Azami should they leave this position, but they still will just sit up on the sheet metal. Kind of has to at this point, kind of forced himself into this ugly position, but it doesn't seem like there's really any pressure here from Team SBL being forced onto the Azami. Bino taking a little bit of damage there, and it comes from the main stairs. He's got a Nitrocell, he'll send it deep, but he's been flashbanged. The Nitrocell doesn't find its mark. Team SBL marching their way closer and closer to a win, but Spiff loses his engagement on the main stairs, giving the man advantage back to being even here for Aerial Rise as round 20 potentiality comes closer and closer with 30 seconds remaining.
And a full rotate on top of that too. SBL went from a jacuzzi and main hit to over towards cash site and construction. Now they've lost a lot of that map control that the games worked so hard on getting. Now Aerial Rise can actually play it behind these barriers and win behind these C4s.
A Nitrocell goes through. Does it find its mark? No, it doesn't. Nick has walked up the main stairs. Rear flank exposed. Bino on for his 18th kill. Rice trying to get the plant down. Is the cover there? Bay is shut down. Giddy walks in. He denies an diffuser. And all of a sudden, but the attackers win! Grixer with 1 HP. No time left on the board. Whips out the sidearm. All Aerial Rise had to do was live, and as close as it could have been on round 18, Team SBL win their own map pick of Clubhouse with a 5-1 comeback to start it off and winning 2 attacking rounds inside of overtime for 3 rounds straight. Holy shit! Serious, we are in for a series if it's gonna be that close.
Oh my god. They had the winning recipe and they had the planter down on the ground. They had the win under their belt and just lose it at the worst time. Somehow Grixer is able to switch faster to secondary than reload apparently and just gets the final kill. Good grief, man. What is that series?
I mean, if that player from Aerial Rise recognizes the diffuser's been dropped down and they just hide for just an inch more, we're going into round number 20. We're going into that territory where the game really starts to extend on your mind. But that's got to be heartbreaking for Aerial Rise. We're so close to taking down Team SBL on their map pick of Clubhouse. But that being said, Sirius, we've got another map. It's not a best of 3. Remember, it would be a 2-0 if it was. It is a best of 5s. We've still got more maps to play, potentially 3 more, but at least 1 more minimum if Team SBL want to finish the game. And with that being said, we'll go to a break and we'll see map number 3 of Bank come back in just a few. Well, map 2 was quite insane.
That's
Quite
putting it bluntly,
insane.
yes, but
Yeah, it was one of the longest series we've had here to date in Xenon Gaming series. The longest map that we've had went 20 rounds of the score of 11-9. Leviathans beating, I think it was Outlast Black, way back in Season 3 here. So it's been quite a while since we've seen a game go that long and a series go that long. But with that being said, we're on to map number 3, Sirius, and backs against the wall here for Area Rise. It is their map pick of Cafe, but still you've got to be somewhat concerned about being in this position here against Team SBL, a team who has been really solid, a team that has been very, very good up to date. And that last round on map 2 has got to be so disappointing for Area Rise. I mean, they must have been having some sort of conversation about it, considering they were posting a clip in their own team chat that we got to see, and it was mighty close.
It was. I mean, the call was made that the bomb carrier was down. Bino was swinging out. He ran out of ammo. He had 10 bullets in that vector. And just imagine if he had 11. That was going to be enough to down Grixer at the very end, and they would have won that game, or won that round anyways. It's just heartbreaking, to say the least. So, going on to their map pick, it's going to be tough no matter what. It's 0-2, but we've seen these kind of things before.
Defenders,
I mean,
protect your
Hard & Co.
bombs
won
by
Element 1 in 0-2 fashion and came back and won that 3-2 series overall. So it's not impossible, but the way these things have gone, only 6 attacking rounds have been won in this series so far. That's going to have to be the thing that changes for me anyway, is just what they need to be a little bit more consistent with their attacking wins. It can't just be all defense deciding everything, because otherwise we're just going to have to go back and forth like we did on Clubhouse.
I mean, with how close we are, it is anyone's game, truth be told, in this series. And I forgot to add yet another clutch in favor for Team SBL. And if I count them all up, which there's a lot of them, there is 6 clutches in the last 2 maps here, which have guided Team SBL to be favored over Aerial Rise thus far, versus Aerial Rise, 0 clutches. No chance of them winning in those 1v1 situations. I think that's why you see the scoreline being 2-0 in the map score and the map count, is that Aerial Rise have not been able to capitalize when they are in those clutch scenarios.
Well, interesting counterpoint to that is that they, at this point, going into the grand final, they only had 1 clutch. Granted, they never really needed to clutch a lot of those rounds out. They won a lot of them very decisively, I might add. So, never really needed to be in a clutch scenario or have to rely upon these clutches to still stay in the game. But they're giving up a lot of clutches in return. I will give you that. That is a massive amount that you never want to see. Consistently seeing the SBL are relying upon clutches is one thing, but just seeing the Ariel are giving up that many clutches is an entire different point.
Yeah, I feel like we would be talking negatively on the Team SBL side, right, for having to be in so many clutch situations. But it's almost even worse, the fact that Aerial Rise have been losing almost every single time they're in an XV1 situation. And that being said, it is concerning at that point, at that fact that Team SBL have been able to win so many times. And I think literally every single clutch that they've won has been on the side as well. Which is even more awkward and odd. That means that Aerial Rise, when they're in those strong positions, just cannot get themselves coordinated enough on the attack, and it may spell their attack being wrong. Nick finds another kill on a Bay. Bino, though, takes down Nick eventually. And the round, as I babbled on, has swung into the favor of Aerial Rise on attack on Cafe. Am I hearing all this right? Is that...
Yeah, and all of a sudden the last 2 players for SBL are in the middle of Pillar Room. That's just an interesting spot overall. Grixer has to avoid the area by a grenade being tossed right at his face. Surf is still sticking around, just trying to lurk for a little bit longer. If a drone spots him out, he's surely going to be punished for this in the next couple of seconds. But time ticking down on the clock is going into the final 30 seconds of the round, but they're just still trying to find that information. Try to find that one lower player, get down into the bomb site and get that plant down. But Surf finds one onto Packer, misses his shots onto Giddy. Unfortunately, the Grixer is trying to clean things up. The player who clutched last time around can't do it again!
Grixer in the 1v1, he's brought it back from a 1-on-3, rotating in through Pillar. Bino's grabbed the diffuser, begins to get that bomb down. Timer working against him but if he gets it down, it'll work against Grixer. The diffuser will go down. Grixer in the prone. Here's Bino's shoot, but Bino's better in the engagement. Finally, it's a clutch that goes in favor of Aerial Rise at just the right time, kicking off Cafe with a round win on the attack, mind ya.
My heart can't handle this. There's just too many clutches happening in this game. There's just so much happening. Aerial Rise looking so primed and ready to just win that entire bomb site decisively, and yet again they almost let another clutch happen. It would have been the 7th overall in this game, and just like that, Bino has to find the right safe passageway into the bomb site, get that plant down to force Grixer into his sights and fight that awkward angle until he finally gets that final kill. That is just such a tough fight for SBL to really try to claw their way into that round, but another case where Aerial Rise making it so much harder than they need to.
They really are making it tougher on themselves, allowing all these near clutch potentials or full clutches to be achieved. On the side of Team SBL, finally one is denied out of what seemed like so many attempts, because it felt like that whenever Team SBL got into that situation where they brought it back to a 1v1, they were always winning it because they were just feeling themselves. They were feeling hot in that moment. And Chris are telling Bino that he needed that clutch last game. I think Bino did as best as he could in that last map, considering he had like 18 kills or something by the end of it. So you can't hate on him too much, for that matter. But yes, it was very important that Bino was able to clutch up there, and unfortunately for Aerial Rise, maybe one round too late. But as we begin round number 2 here on Cafe, after working in with the Fudge Drone, just hacking some of this information, these default cameras would be so viable here on Cafe, and when they're in the possession of the attack, it is almost even worse for the team, as the fact that they have to deal with all this information. But Grixer with the run out onto Inrio, picking off the round in a feisty aggression after losing that 1 versus 3.
That's going to be Case and Heartbreach now off the board. They don't have any more left in their arsenal, so it's going to be a tough fight for the rest of this round, because that limits a lot of their potential to clear out some of these castle barricades. You could honestly use just 2 of those pellets to clear them out, and also force Surf into a bad engagement, force himself either drop down the hatch or force him his way down white. But now with Inrio now dead, it's just going to have to be lurking their way up. They do find the pick onto Surf, who's just completely unaware due to the camera being hacked in the early round.
I bet you Surf is going, guys, we still have the pillar cam. What the heck is going on? But then he realizes as he's dead, oh no, we don't have it. Must be the other team. Grixer from down below will utilize the Spec IO scanner to perfection, taking down Packer, and Spiff will get a kill on, Bay and Giddy, 2 members wielding G36C. No, actually, Giddy has the R4C. Rare spotting from the Ash, but still, Bay finds one onto Spiff, at least making this situation more winnable than what it was before. They still have to find 3 more bodies. Grixer has been on a tear in this round, at least. Rice hasn't gotten in on the action just yet, and Nick also still available. Grixer has repositioned himself down below in the basement, so as time continues to tick down, if Aerial Riders do not play in a safe spot, they will lose the round and have Grixer from that spot down below.
Did they think that site was in reading? I'm not sure, but nevertheless, Nick gets another one onto Bay. Even Giddy in a clutch scenario, but he cannot get it done. Nick has moved his way from the bottom stairs to the top and finds the angle onto him and finishes that round off, giving SBL their first round on the defense. But just another round where just Grixer is just being the absolute nuisance on Solus, just getting everywhere and using that intel to get so many kills just all across the board. It's such a hard case for Aerial Rise to even get into the map without just having to lurk their way in.
I think that Aerial Rise didn't know where the bomb site was.
I'd hope so.
But it was more of the fact that they tried to make something outside of that. It was probably their easiest moment of pushing because of the control they had, or they realized maybe they had a drone rating that was able to aid them getting in there, so they were a little bit less worried about walking into that spot. Lose a member earlier than they expected when trying to clutch out that 2-on-3. But in the kitchen and cooking we go. Team SBL still looking to try to track as many defenses as they can. I mean, it seems like they've got to win 5 to guarantee potential overtime in this map, because Sirius, you brought up a great stat in the
seconds
break.
left before
That the
insertion.
current defensive win rate, as of we stand in this series, is
Attackers must locate and
79%.
defuse a bomb.
And that is astounding, at least in my eyes, because I get the game is in a defender-sided meta, but it is just unreal to see that none of these teams can win an attack. And I really feel like that the game could even be over at this point if Team SBL had Poison IGLing them, because he is so smart on the attacking side of working around what the defense is giving him. And unfortunately, without that luxury, you see Team SBL go deeper into these matches.
It's definitely a case to be stated, so you just never really know. But overall, just things haven't really been picking up for the attack in this series so far. I mean, only 6 rounds won, now 7 after that first round win by Arial. So trying to slowly figure things out. It's getting better as we go on, but it's still not perfect. Starting to work on this VIP section, make it harder for Nick to play in this position. He doesn't really have as much health, but now he's being grimmed out. They know exactly where he's standing, so he's gonna need help if he wants to survive, but he's actually tucked himself into a safe angle at the moment.
Well, Nick just barely able to stay out of the range of the bees, or maybe he is getting caught. We just go on our side, but Bay has 4 more of those Taiwan canisters to send in towards that direction of the Warden. Without that deployable shield, it makes it significantly harder to hold and contest in towards that bottom right hallway. You do have the Ice and Freezer, but even then, it's still not very comfortable here for Nick, as Giddy will smoke off the small bakery hallway, just trying to maybe leave a bit of a distraction as they get that rest of that freezer wall opened up, leaving Rice less able to help Nick than before.
I mean, at this point, Nick is just stuck on an island. I believe his only solitude is the player over towards Whiskey Bar, but Babe finally hops in the window. It's going to be pressuring Nick as he gets the first opening kill of the round. Still trying to fight things out. Does finally get into an engagement with Dino, but things, even so far throughout this round, going into the final 50 seconds.
Back and forth, quick swing, but in the end, I would feel that Team SBL have the advantage just because of the pure HP that they rely on. Spiff trying to dodge that drone and small bakery, and it appears he has done so. Yet again, Arial Arise potentially making a blunder in that fact, but it seems like they know about this player. They do. I think they fake misdrone Spiff and Spiff eventually die on this hill. Vino with the swing as Spiff just takes the sight lines off at the wrong moment. They'll leave Grixer and Surf to clutch. Lots of experience between the two. Grixer's got the Mossberg shotgun close and ready for anyone to walk through the freezer. As time takes down, Surf gets one with the MP5. Inrio knows about the shotgun of Grixer rather close, but Inrio has been dropped down to a sliver of HP. He's got to get in the sight with the diffuser. Giddy running at him with the shotgun, and the pistol rather, and Inrio this time around takes out the pistol and gets the kill. It's 2 attacking round wins in this half so far for Arial Rises. Inrio this time around getting revenge on Team SBL with a pistol of his own.
That's just a really weird way to end that round off, just constantly just running in, trying to get those ending engagements, because, I mean, Diffuser's in such a weird spot over towards Freezer, can't get it down safely due to the fact that they're both right there, so what do? Just, I guess, swinging with pistols out? You're running out of ammo and whiffing every shot with your primary. This has just been such a weird series, Glimpse. Like, we're ending rounds off for the attack with pistols in mind. It's just, this just does not make any sense.
I feel like my brain hurts.
Mine
way
too.
more than it should. Way more. In all reality, serious. Yeah, there's really not much I can say or attribute to it, but Arial Arise getting a few attacking round wins will really help them when they get over to their defensive side, because they should, in theory, be a very good defensive team. They've proven to be a very good defensive team. And at this point, it already feels like they've won the map. And obviously, we still have a whole nother half to play. But getting those 2 attacking wins is so pivotal, considering there's not been a lot of them in this series thus far. And Team SBL really starting to struggle as we get deeper into Cafe.
I mean, already improving the attacker metrics so far just with this one map alone, so it's still way behind where defense is at so far, but still, anything that can help you win this game and get you at least a little bit closer to fighting distance with SBL is gonna be very important for Aerial Rise at this point in the series, being down 2 maps. So they're gonna find whatever they need to actually get these round wins under their belt, because even if they're messy, they're still going to try to win them out. However, and just force SBL to fight the way they want. They're just going to be droning these guys out, trying to find that information, find these picks, but Surf is able to get away safely for the time being, again, another bit of a nuisance on the Solits.
Team SBL last time around lost on the reading. Now they come back to the site. Aerial Rise have a decent track record here, so they should, in theory, continue to follow suit. Bay has now dropped down the red stairs and works his way in far. The issue is there's a lot of emphasis on this cocktail side hold based on the reading defensive posture set up. Bay will walk up into Freezer, a little bit of shots go out towards Nick. The Warden will still be able to stay safe on this bar for now until a grenade or some sort of utility comes his way.
Not able to clear him out. It's just going to have to be a swing by Bay to clear out Nick in the middle of Maestro corner. Spiff is not in a much better position. He's just stuck in the middle of top pallets. He is going to be taken out by Bay, who just takes over that cocktail position. Do lose Bino in the process, but Aerial Rise still maintain that man advantage.
Couple of bodies fall early on. Aerial Rise, though, with that advantage, as you mentioned, ever so important as the round continues to dwindle and the timer becomes that fourth helping man for Team SBL. Hacker working the vertical, forcing these members out of reading, and Surf is definitely put into a tricky position with all of the skeleton B shots opening up and ringing out on this floor. Rice has been brought down to lower HP than he probably would prefer, and those Goyo Vulcan canisters begin to get procced by the attack on that reading doorway. That utility no longer available as the round timer continues to dwindle down. Surf, though, has gone unnoticed in what is rather a default corner of reading. Hacker trying to play vertical on the Legion, does get the down on the Rice, just barely able to do so. Surf in the sight would absolutely punish Aerial Rise if he goes unnoticed, but he hasn't checked the right angle, and Inreal begins to get the diffuser down. Grixer with no reaction at all as Packer doing a great job on the bucket to kill the last 3 members of a Team SBL in the round, giving Aerial Rise their 3rd attack here on Cafe.
I mean, just unfortunately, Surf got blocked by his own holographic sight, just blocked that player of Buck just swinging in from the pantry rotate, so didn't have that opportunity to get that kill, but they were already losing so much control of the bomb site. Surf was just having to sit on an island, just not exposing himself too much, try to play for that surprise factor to get them that round win. But Aerial Rise, their attacks on this map so far have just been on point. They're taking important hits of map control and then isolating these last few players of SBL into contorted spots where they cannot really go anywhere, and then forcing that execute, pinching upon these last few players, and then really excelling in these execute spots outside of round 1, which did have to come down to a clutch by Bino, but still, ever since then, their attacks have been looking so much better as these things go on. So really, right now, attack so far has been excelling on Cafe, aside from just everything else we've seen so far.
5 seconds left.
This is so weird. This is... My
Who
brain
would have
hurts.
thought Cafe
Trying to
would be the
comprehend.
attacking-sided map in this series? Like,
exactly. When we played Chalet, and I'm like, oh yeah, Chalet is like fairly attacking favored. 6-0 on defense is like I haven't heard of, but whatever. And then Clubhouse, yeah, maybe a little bit more defender favorite, but still you see a lot of 3-3 halves on that map. And then here on Chalet, or on Cafe rather, excuse me, we're seeing an attack favored side now. Like, what? I'm so confused. And maybe this is a strategy of Aerial Rise to pick Cafe second instead of first, and maybe Cafe is one of their stronger maps that they felt more confident against Team SBL in this series, and so they wanted to have it here in case they were in a position like this where they were down 0-2, or maybe if they were up 2-0, where they could close out the series in a more confident manner or keep themselves in the series in a more confident manner. Both could be said. You really never know with what strategy and what planning goes in Aerial Rise. But so far here on Cafe, they look really strong. They're able to continue that out through the rest of this half. And we could very well see a 5-1 attacking split.
I would be shocked if that does happen, but nevertheless, Aerial Rise seem to have a clear idea of how to actually attack on this map in particular, even though they haven't played it up until this point in the grand final. So now they're really forcing a lot of pressure to get everyone from SBL to drop down that one hatch in particular, weirdly enough. So now everyone is back down to that second floor, I believe. Yes, everyone is here for SBL. So now Aerial Rise need to actually start working on these floors, get into a position where they can either end this mining or fireplace at the same time, but need to find that bits of information, find those last few players. But Grixer is going to get another opening pick onto that cocktail window player.
The runouts have just been ruthless from Team SBL. It just continues to punish Aerial Rise. Giddy going for the drop, and Havana as well for the read. Rice is taking a lot of damage, but he's winning out the engagement. He's got support from Grixer as well inside of mining. Spiff and Nick getting in on the action, although Inrio does take down Rice. It doesn't really matter because Vino's left in a 1-on-4. All of those feet holes are open, my friend. There's nothing you can really do, nowhere you can go. Surf accounts for it by rotating through the reading. Rotate into pillar, finding the last member, and Team SBL will fruitfully regain one of their defenses and look to go at the half at a 3-3 pace.
I mean, crucially, just kind of out of character for this map in particular for Ariel is that they didn't really isolate any of these picks onto SBL players. They just kind of gave them the advantages by dropping down that hatch or just letting them run out on them almost every single opportunity so far. Is just, they didn't really clear anything out that they really gave themselves the advantage. I mean, Brava just dropped down into the site and then just gave over a pick, just losing that gunfight because he has no other teammates to help him out. Everyone's trying to rush down that white hallway into 90, and they can't help him out in time because there's still all the other defensive players by SBL around the second floor that they can't really do anything as a team to get onto the bomb site, get that plant down. SBL just play that perfectly. That's as simple as it is. That's their best defensive round so far, is just playing things simple and just playing together as a team just wins you rounds.
Oh boy, serious, oh boy. Back to kitchen where it was oh so close for Team SBL. Last time around, Aerial Rises Inrio whipping out the pistol and winning the round with 1 HP and just a quarter of a second left. Very similar to how we ended map number 2 of Clubhouse, where it was Grixer with a pistol with 1 HP. But that being said, serious, Aerial Rise very well can win this attack again if they set themselves up for success as they did before. You've got Inrio working on this garage wall, getting it opened up, all these angles to be established to eventually open up that freezer wall. You have to do a spiff up here on the top floor. Packer has a drone, and it seems to be solo working the top floor down on the Jackal. But Spiff has swiftly left that position, and all of a sudden, Team SBL, pretty much their entire defense now focused on just this first floor.
Seems that Packer's going to be the only one kind of working his way from the top floor, if that's where he's actually positioned himself. Can't see his outline just yet. We'll have to see where he ends up. He is actually working his way down the white stairs, possibly working a pick onto Nick in the middle of VIP. That was what was a big problem for Ariel last time. Did eventually work their way through, but it wasted so much time. Heading to halfway point through the round, and they're just about the same spot they were before. But they haven't been able to find that safe pathway in. They're trying to work their way in through Bake now as well, but just what's the next step for Ariel? But they just seem to be taking things very slowly.
No mute jammer on that shield. I guess there wasn't a Flores last time around. Instead, I think Pino was playing him, if I remember correctly. Spiff going for the flank, but it's Nick with the engagement onto Packer on the round that stairs, and that's a great start to the round. It's a flood in through Bakery, and it's not going so hot here for Aerial Rise as Grixer takes Inrio down with the pump shotgun. Refrag is established by Bino, but he's taken a decent amount of damage. And the fact of the matter is, Aerial Rise seemingly have almost no control. And, well, I guess Surf is pointing out that Packer left up the pillar default camera as he worked his way down the round stairs, giving Spiff a free flank of information. So thank you so much, Surf, for letting us know that that was why Packer ended up dying. But Bino and Giddy, last 2 members alive. Flashbang will run deep into the site, but they have an avenue into Bakery. They can walk through the rotate. You've got Giddy positioned here inside of prep. Diffuser could be planted, but Giddy has to be amazing on this coverage. Bino will throw out a couple of flashbangs, try to get that diffuser down, but no. Instead, it's a fake. Giddy baits Spiff into going for that flank, and all of a sudden, with 20 seconds left, Bino and Giddy have put themselves in a spot to potentially win this round. Bino can plant right behind this first rack once, and he does. It's halfway through. Nick walking up the red holes. Coverage has to be there. It is from Giddy. It's immaculate out of the twitch, and now Rice in a 1-on-2. He's so good at this bomb site. There's so many memorable moments of him clutching out here, but it won't be happening tonight. Giddy, huge coverage, huge kills, massive impact here for Aerial Arise. He steps up with the 417 DMR, and Aerial Arise with a 4-2 attacking half on Cafe.
Flipping the script and making it to where it's an attacker-sided map so far into the Cafe, going into the side switch, and Giddy with the absolute perfect coverage of Bino in that scenario. He has to be on fire throughout that, knowing exactly where those players are going to be. Read into the fact that Spiff was going to be flanking through Small Bakery and then just working his way onto the rest of those players of SBL, just trying to work their way up. But there is no way that they can deal with Giddy. He's just completely insane in that scenario. It's just locking down that one particular bomb site and just with one doorway. He doesn't have to move anywhere. He is just the absolute perfect way of just covering that, making sure that Bino can get that plant down and just making it impossible for SBL to come back.
Why are SBL not taking that round together? Why are they not all walking at the same time?
Just...
Why are they giving 1v1s? It's the same thing as Aerial Arise has done when giving up so many clutches. It's giving up 1v1s. And you'd think that if your opponents are pretty good at doing it, you would be better and smarter and not allow that to be the case. But instead, this time around, Team SBL throwing away their man advantage that they had, giving Bino the plant, and of course Giddy a few amazing kills to get the team to that round. Win that round for Aerial Arise. Team SBL now going on the attack. They'll have to be just as lethal as Aerial Arise were, because Aerial Arise have been a good defensive team throughout all of SGS Spring Burst so far. They've been rather incredible and maintaining an 80% defensive win rate. And if those numbers stand, then in theory, Aerial Arise should win rather quickly here on Cafe.
I mean, this has been a previous favored map for Aerial Rise when this was still Poison on the team and not joining SBL later, but right now, we'll just have to see if that kind of favoritism still kind of plays into effect, because we haven't really seen how their defenses have changed up. They're starting to try to figure out some of these pieces. Backer's going to be very aggressive into middle of Cigar. I don't think he has anything actually helping secure this position. He's just having to play his life at this point, wasting more time playing around those Dreadnought mines, but we'll just have to see how much of an impact he does have, and if SBL actually do even clear him out.
It looks like that drone going into Cigar Lounge will force Packer out of that humidor position. Minute and a half has gone by, but there really hasn't been much progress here by the side of Team SBL. Surf will walk in and he takes control of the humidor, but even then, yeah, it's been a minute or so, a minute and a half. They've got some time to work. They still have to deal with a mirror window inside a cocktail. You've got Packer roaming down below. There's a lot still on the board that Team SBL have not dealt with yet, and it feels like they don't really have a comfortable spot of control here inside of early piano / cigar lounge.
I mean, long bar is almost not even an option for a plant. They just gonna have to force their way through piano, down that white hall, and potentially go for a cocktail plant. Just rotate some of those players to get onto those windows. But look at the positioning of Aerial Rise. They're all over on that side of the map, just fortifying that position to make that not a possibility. But things are just kind of been getting even worse. They can't open up these mirror windows thanks to good placement by these U-jammers, by Inrio. They're just gonna force a very tough fight down these hallways.
Nick tried to use one of those Ash breaching charges to block off that mirror window angle. He'll just run into Freezer and punch it himself. That scares the mute of Inrio. Now he's not sure which direction to look. You've got cocktail repel pressure. It does seem like it's going to be a full-fledged flood here by Team SBL. Smith takes a decent amount of damage. Inrio has been blinded, but Bino gets the opener onto Nick. Bay cleans up onto Smith. Rice getting one back, finally getting on the scoreboard in this match, but he's going to have to go even bigger in this round if he wants to win. Rice getting his second, but the shotgun shuts his teammate down, and Inrio will whip out the SMG-11, finding Rice. And a great defensive effort by Aerial Rise. They win their first defensive round, putting themselves ever so close to match point here on Cafe.
And the fact that they couldn't deal with really any of those mirror windows just made it impossible for them to go anywhere in that map. Just, they're so isolated towards Cigar and Piano that's like, what's our real option left at this point? We just have to walk down, get in the faces of these guys, and just play into their advantage, because this is exactly what they're expecting. Take these long angle fights, force them through Freezer or Whitehall, and then just isolate them from there. Aerial Rise read that to absolute perfection. SBL just could not deal with anything. Even their attempts to take care of the mirror windows were met with just pre-measured, calculated strategy by Aerial Rise to just say, we're not letting you do that. You're going to have to get right up in our faces to do that. It just came down to really the ass just meleeing the mirror window and bathroom by close range. That's just such a risky play.
And that's what happens when you're missing your IGL, right? You're slower on the attack, just as Team SBL are. It was painstakingly slow. They got in with a decent amount of time, but I had mentioned in the round that they weren't so comfortable. You could see that they weren't quite maybe in spots that they wanted to be. They hadn't dealt with some of those mirror windows yet, and there was still a lot that they had to check off on that sheet, right? There's a sheet. There's an order of operations that comes to every single round. And unfortunately, Team SBL just had so much to do with not enough time, I think, on the board. The clutch drones weren't getting in and hacking enough utility. And it seemed like Team SBL were not set for a solid attack there, at least in that sense. And so that's why you saw Aerial Rise really win out that round. The utility just played around perfectly for them. The mute jammers were in excellent spots, and they knew what to watch at the right time, and that just comes with practice. And that's probably why this is their map pick. And maybe this is a dark horse map for Aerial Rise. Maybe Team SBL weren't expecting Aerial Rise to be that good at this map, or maybe this is a weak map for SBL. I mean, Cafe with kind of a pug stack almost, you could argue, with having 2 subs, no IGL, or at least not your primary IGL, it does make it tricky. It does make it rough. So you could also see Team SBL struggling on that instance too.
I mean, this map for SBL is their, aside from, I want to say, let me just double check on this, Consulate is their least preferred map pick. That was one of their most immediate bans in the prep phase. It's just like, Cafe snuck through, and it was their second least preferred map overall. So just overall, just this may be due to the fact that they just do not like this map. I think you kind of just already pointed that out. They hate this map, so maybe that's why they're not doing so well on it. But still, you bring it out in a best of 5 because you banned out their pick of border, which has been their best map. So you have to expect it at a certain point, because there's so limited bans in a best of 5 that you have to be prepared, and it just doesn't seem like they're prepared for what Ariel's throwing at them at the moment.
I think it was a smart ban, at least on that fact. I can't remember what. Let me look, because I want to see what the next ban was for Team SBL. So they
banned Skyscraper.
So they banned Skyscraper. I guess it's a fair ban with having a pug stack style team. It's really your poison, right? Would you rather? Well, it's your poison without poison. But would you rather have Cafe? Would you rather have Skyscraper? I guess you rather maybe Cafe in that instance, but we never know. You never know regarding the fact. And as we still deal with these technical issues, we're going to cut away for just a few minutes, and hopefully we're back into the lobby real soon. Thankfully, those technical issues didn't plague us too much here. snowy hills and mountainside, wherever we are of Cafe. I don't know.
I believe it's Russia somewhere. I forget where in Russia.
I know it is Russia. I just don't know if it's hilly or mountainy or if it's just snowy.
Doesn't seem very
That's
hilly.
all it is. I don't know. I don't look ever outside the map. I'm always inside. You know, I'm an efficient player whenever I'm on this map, and I never spawn peek on Cafe. That's a lie.
That's an absolute lie. I know how you play this game. That's an absolute freaking lie.
10 seconds remaining.
But anyway, here on Cafe, Aerial Rise storming away currently against Team SBL. 5-2 so far the score. We got here a 4-2 attacking half for Aerial Rise on Cafe, which this entire series, if you've not been here and are just tuning in, has been defender-sided entirely. We've had like 5 attacker wins over the last 2 maps, one of them having 18 rounds in it. And here on Cafe, we've seen the complete opposite. We've seen almost as many attacking wins, maybe exactly as many attacking wins as we have defensive, or in the entire series, in just this map alone, only from Aerial Rise. So it's up to SBL now to match that energy, to match that pace, and to match the attacking power that Aerial Rise brought out here on their attacking half.
We'll just have to see. They have a very good lineup to kind of brute force their way through Bakery, but if they just peek like that, it's going to make it easy pickings for Enrio onto Brickster. Forces his way back into the bomb site, but Rice, already on like half HP, is in such a tough spot. He has nobody really behind to play around, so this is already a tough spot for SBL, but they do even things out.
I don't know if you remember a certain moment where there was a Montaigne and an Echo back on Clubhouse, but that same instance is in the lobby again. And Rice will probably just be bashed away with the sonic burst of Enrio here, trying to dislodge the Montaigne shield whenever Rice goes for that unshielded plant deployal. And that could catch someone off guard. That could potentially get Rice killed should he try to unshield. Surf, though, takes down Bay above, trying to make a distraction. I don't know why there's a rotate here in that spot where the red stairs. A couple of A's go into coat check on the Packer, but I'm not sure what those were for. If Packer wasn't actually aggressively peeking that angle, it feels like a bit of a waste of utility as Aerial Rise and the rest of the defense here is set up for a potential plant start as Rice is already getting the diffuser down. Enrio missing with the Yokai drone at first, but then gets it down, denying Rice the initial plant, but he's got to get on another Yokai drone, got to get it into position. Bino is trying to work his way back. The Sonic Burst is missing from this spot? No way! Oh, that's so tragic for the attack. Or for the defense, rather, but Rice ends up getting killed off. It's a 2-on-1. Spiff trying to hold down the fort. Packer, low HP, trying to work his way in through red stairs. Spiff, though, absolutely lethal inside of the prep room. Finds the Echo, takes care of the Fen rear, and Aerial Rise. Oh, it's so unfortunate that those Yokai bursts were missing, but Team SBL will win an attacking round and try to tread back on that side.
It feels like if it was just 2 meters closer, that would have stopped that plant coming in from the Monty, but it's just so unfortunate overall, the fact that that's just how that round ends, because I would have to imagine that if that plant doesn't get confirmed, Aerial Rise are in a good spot to kind of swarm back onto that planter and then get him down in the process, but due to the fact that he gets it confirmed, then dies afterwards, that just leaves SBL in such a great spot, because now Aerial on a time crunch, it's effectively even at that point, just overall, and SBL are in the best position possible to deny any retake of the bomb site after it gets confirmed. So just the fact that it gets confirmed in the first place is so tragic.
I wonder if the little fume hood was blocking the full effect of the Sonic Burst.
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
It would. I don't know what the range is on the burst from Echo, because that is also a factor. That's something I've never thought about, of what the range is for the Sonic Burst from the Yokai. My guess is it's somewhere in the range of 14 or 15 meters, and that's about the distance that the Yokai drone was, but maybe it was just out of reach to deny that diffuser plant from Rice. And wow. So, you know, this game's been weird, right, Sirius? I think we've said that once or twice. Another weird moment.
Yeah.
another funny, awkward moment. Only in Xenon Gaming Series would that ever happen. Never in a more prestigious league like TPL would anything like this happen. No shenanigans like that.
No shenanigans. I mean, last time I cast a TPL Grand Final, none of this shenanigans happened. It was a very clean series overall. I don't think we went to overtime a single time, but nonetheless.
See, my point stands.
Yeah, your point stands for just the time being. We'll have to see if the next season it gets weird. Hacker just gets his toes lit up a little bit, but he's still more or less healthy. But he's still in a very tough spot at this point. He has my gadgets to try to defend his position in Maestro spot with the mirror in play. Now, all this information for Arial to try to play around this long part of the SBL just try to swarm their way in, get around it, but it's not going to work.
Hacker gets that kill on the Spiff. Excellent shot there of the Wamai to deny that entry by the Capital. Now, you might be confused as to why Silk was throwing his EMPs above on the roof. It was to deny any of those Reminders or anything deeper inside of the car and cocktail, but unfortunately, you can't deny someone's gun with an EMP. And wow, Aerial Arise are completely denying the Team SBL attack here. As the last two members alive are Grixer and Rice. They've both got plenty of experience between the two. Both have been in Pro League at one point or another. Grixer maybe for a little bit longer than Rice was, but still, they have the ability to win this round. The issue is they're in a pretty tricky situation. Now, I'm almost rooting for Grixer or Rice to just go and throw their life and die so that we see a potential 1 versus 5. But I doubt that's gonna happen. I would like to mark it. I feel like we need Xenon Gaming Series bingo at this point. And I feel like you could have so many different things written down on a scorecard that could potentially happen in this match. Rice walking through 90 and Grixer as well, both trying to make something happen. But there's a Mossberg waiting at the end of the hallway from Aerial as Grixer does fall. Rice now in a 1 versus 5. He has that opportunity, but it's not going to happen. Not enough bullets, not enough aim. And unfortunately for Rice and the rest of Team SBL, Rio is sitting there with the SMG-11, finding that kill, sending Aerial Arise onto match point here on Cafe.
And I think to your point, we may be ending this third map a lot faster than we saw from map 1-2, and just overall, just Aerial Rise seem to have a better understanding of how Cafe is played just in its entirety. Just SBL, while they have got 3 rounds under their board, just a lot of them just have not always been super convincing. A couple of them have been very close, and just at the same time, Aerial Rise have always been very quick to try to counter what the play is from SBL, make these a lot closer rounds. So match point on the board. This may be it right here, ending at 7-3. We'll just have this peak of going on to Cocktail. They had a very hard time breaching this defense due to those mirror windows over towards Long Bar, over towards Bathroom. Just could not get anywhere with it.
Wow, the somber sounds of 2 shotguns blasting back and forth are really what is going to put me to sleep tonight. Between both the IDA-12 of the Mira and the M590 out of Inrio. But yeah, I think that wait, why is the Mira reinforcing the wall that way? Are they changing their setup? Because last time Bino had the bathroom mirror, and now they're going to do the
yeah, they're gonna do it the
interesting that they're changing how they did it, considering it felt like SBL were so stumped by the way that the mirrors were set up that they couldn't figure out how to get around it. But it is always nice to see a team make an adjustment, expecting that Team SBL will have a plan in place for that mirror, and now with it being at a different spot, it kind of throws a wrench in the plan that SBL may have formed.
I mean, granted, last time SBL did punch that mirror window on the bathroom wall, so maybe they want to put it a little bit further, make it to where they have to get a lot further into the map to actually take out these mirror windows, invest more time and utility to do so, instead of just walking up, getting the punch out, and then just dealing with it there. Granted, it still didn't work for SBL, but still, making it even harder for them to get anywhere. And still, SBL do not look comfortable trying to make their initial entry. I mean, Grixer's just prone in the middle of Piano, trying to find some safe solitude to get anywhere closer to actually dealing with these mirror windows in the first place.
So the progress, though, of the entry is pretty decent. Inrio down below has that nitrous up. That's what I want to watch. I want to highlight that C4 could go straight up into the ticket bar or somewhere into potential Cigar. It does. It goes up and a little bit of damage onto Surf inside of Cigar Lounge, but it doesn't end up getting that kill, and Inrio will now probably retreat back upstairs. Rice will get the ticket wall opened up. Slowly but surely, as Grixer has a little bit of chip damage done to him, but hasn't been finished off as of yet. But so far, Team SBL struggling to make their move any further forward than where they were here in Cigar. Giddy will take a little bit of damage, but Grixer just... poor guy is stuck on the stage.
He just cannot go anywhere, and Giddy's the only one who actually taken any damage for Aerial Rise. I mean, SBL are just more concerned about players down below and these mirror windows facing at them. They just can't help each other out. I mean, Grixer, like you said, still stuck on the stage. I don't think he's been able to move since the round started, and he's been able to get in this position, but Aerial Rise just propelling them for as long as they can. Going into final 40 seconds, Bay starts us off with the entry kill onto Nick. It's at the bottom of the red stairs. He's ready for the flank.
Bay with a perfect flank at that moment. Spiff flashes, and Rice is inside of trash, getting at the diffuser. No one has a clue that the diffuser is going down, and Aerial Rise, all of a sudden, a misfortune. Surf gets a kill, and Spiff is above on the skylight. He's got a perfect post-plant position for the plant spot. Surf will work potentially a kill in towards Ticket, but no, it's going to be after 1 versus 4 from Spiff. He finds one on Abino, and he's got perfect post-plant denial from the skylight. But he's got to take his time. He finds one. Inrio dropped to low HP. Take the engagement with Bay. Spiff dropped to low HP. Bay has to have excellent coverage with the super shorty. He does it. He finds the headshot onto Spiff with the super shorty. I mean, how stupid is that? But Bay gets it done. Aerial Rise takes their first map, and we're into map number 4 now here. Serious. Oh, these rounds, the way these maps are ending, it's just absolutely hilarious at that.
I mean, that super shorty has been buffed, so it's so much better than it used to be, but still, it's ridiculous whenever you see a game being ended off of that. But I mean, Aerial Rise dominantly taking the third map of Cafe 7-3 away from SBL. I mean, that is just ridiculous. This was so attacking sided, and then Aerial Rise just carried the defensive metric over towards their own side, and just SBL cannot seem to do anything other than get one more round on their own attack. Just cannot find that same success that Aerial did to get 4 rounds to start.
It has been a wild series thus far, Serious. I think it's driving me a little bit insane, and a little bit. I think I'm gonna have to go refill yet another glass of water as the series just continues to go deeper and deeper into the match. Map number 4 of Bank coming just around the corner, and with the way that these first 3 maps have gone, I couldn't even guess what's gonna be in store for us there. So we'll see you all in just a few minutes. Well, we're back yet again with Grand Finals of Xenon Gaming Series Spring Burst here in 2024. Aerial Arise finally getting themselves a tally here on Cafe after an impressive attack and finishing off very solemnly on the defense versus Team SBL here. And now we go into Bank. Team SBL's map pick. It's an opportunity for them to close up the series, or should we need all 5 maps, then we'll see ourselves on Oregon in just about an hour or so.
I mean, it will certainly be a very interesting map considering how tough it is for the attack to really get anything done since it's just so huge. But given that Aerial Rise really excelled on the attack in the map of Cafe, which is normally pretty defender-sided for the most part, is definitely a better sign for them going into this. And I know we kind of said in the pregame going into this overall series at the very start that this map pool might lean towards SBL, but I think going into this, seeing how this has gone so far, is that they're clearly missing poison right now. That was very evident on their map of Cafe, is just kind of wasn't really figuring out a lot to do, wasn't really adapting well to situations. So map like Bank, you probably want a guy like Poison on your team at this point, trying to figure things out, getting into situations where things are definitely going to be tough.
Well, only so much as time will tell here for this series. It's been odd at that. At best, the nicest way I can put it is it's been a weird series. It's been, and going into Bank, you just really can't predict what might happen tonight. But into map number 4 now, ban phase underway. We've seen a lot of defensive wins, but Bank, yet again, being one of those maps that is kind of attacker favored. I mean, not entirely, but it does have times where you do see attacks be really successful, especially in that CEO bomb site, quite often in an open area. So the only real defensive side that is advantageous feels to be lockers and CCTV.
I can't even say anything about how this map has been played in the event so far, because this is the first time we've ever seen it. That feels weird to say, because I want to say in Element, it was just constantly picked. Almost every single series either had Bank picked as an option or was played in some capacity. So it's definitely weird that we're waiting until the grand final here to finally see Bank in this event. But overall default standard kind of bans coming in for both teams. We'll just have to see if that continues going down the line. Not surprised by Kaid whatsoever. We'll just have to see if Mira notably does sneak her way through, especially for SBL and Aerial Rise, because that was such a crucial operator for Aerial Rise's defense.
Dokubi taken off the board yet again, tied off as well, and Valkyrie to polish everything out. Tubrau stays up, but doesn't really matter when Cade has been taken off. I feel like that these next 2 maps you're probably going to see that Cade ban stick through, or at least the Tubrau ban. If it's one or the other, right? Because the Cade trick is just so deadly on both maps for attack, especially on the basement bomb sites. And that's where we'll start off here for Aerial Rise on the defense. And if you remember last time around, they had a 5-1 defensive split the last time they started on defense. It was on Clubhouse, which turned into an 18-round map. So will we see that again? Question mark? I don't know. But it's absolutely entirely possible with the way that both of these teams have played throughout this series. You've seen hot flashes and shining flashes between teams. And then you've also seen the ugly. Out of
10 seconds to insertion.
I don't really know at this rate what is going on.
I mean, we've definitely been seeing a lot of ugly rounds. It's been a very grueling series for both of these teams, so just gonna have to see how SBL fares on their attack, if they can bring some of these rounds out, or if it's, like you said, gonna be another defensive showcase to start things off with. But we'll just have to see, as Aerial Rise are still getting things set up near that first floor area, trying to make it to where it's harder for SBL to actually get down into the basement, because they're going for a full top-down clear. They're going to be investing a lot of time and opportunity into this, and Brixer already taking a small tad bit of damage over towards that perimeter window. He's going to have to back off just a little bit, because Bay's still in ready position to take that engagement.
Well, early on, members having to duck and dive from the flurry of bullets here coming in from Team SBL. They will drop down on his own lonesome. Now we get through into the round. Aerial Rise just waiting for Team SBL to make their move. They're doing a solid job so far of droning out everything they need. Archives, tellers, lobby, everything being checked through by Team SBL. Even with 2 drones, maybe not so efficient, but you kind of have to have this much drone power and presence on the map when you are playing Bank, just because of how large this map is. And Surf will get a shock drone in and actually burn at Bino's feet a little bit as he tries to get rid of as many of those Vulcan packs as possible.
Only gets 1, but notably at the same time, Aerial Rise have 3 bulletproof impacts, and Ariel just running through the fire. I'm not sure what happened there. For some reason, Aerial Rise just running into their own bits of utility. No real pressure being established over towards blue side, so I'm not sure why they felt the need to do that immediately. Maybe the hatch was getting open at the same time. Don't really know, but at this point, they're just hurting themselves going into that late round because they don't have as much HP to deal with. Now more of those cameras and more of those oil canisters are just being zapped away by Twitch of Surf. Oh, that goes 2.
Okay, drones being taken out. Potential open packs being taken out. Solid job by Surf. Not out his utilities. Now his backside begins to get worked on by Rice, but now the ball gets up and up. I thought there was a moot jammer for a second. There wasn't, because Surf was really able to drive his quick drone in and around as he needed. Gas grenade would be deadly to the side of Team SBL if they do not account for them, and another Vulcan pack has been detonated. Rice will try to sneak his way into the site and begin to get this diffuser down. Surf with a shock drone has a little bit of information. Then to try to waddle down the main stairs. Will he find anyone? Maybe a little bit of tag damage on the Bay, but Rice eventually has to make his move. One more gas canister goes out of the pocket, but Team SBL have exploded down the main stairs and into the site. The diffuser has been shut down for now, but Rice begins to get that plant down yet again. Bino not sure which way to look, trying to deny. Spit with great coverage. The diffuser goes down for Rice. He gets aggressive, and Ariel arrives through a flurry of action. End up on top, taking down the diffuser planter of Rice, and getting the counter defuse is Bino to win out round number 1.
Just another desperation, just try to run down the stairs, get as many kills as possible, because they were running out of time so much throughout that entire execute. They just didn't have the information to figure out where's the next step to get in, get that plant down safely, because I mean, Rice is just locked out by those smoke bays and those Goyo canisters that were still a little bit left over. So SBL have to run down main stairs, clear out as many pathways as possible, but they still didn't clear out the main area towards Vault, towards that lockers area that just allowed them to still stay in the round for Ariel. Even though they ran out of all the information, all the utility to deny the plant, they still have the bodies and the information to know where those last 2 players are, to swing onto them as a collective, and then take them down and get that counter.
Well, Team SBL now will try to take their chances here inside of open area. Solid defense to start off here by Aerial Arise. They were actually in the disadvantage, but they were doing such a good job of focusing their energy towards one side and then swapping over to the other and then back to the other again. That they were able to get the kills that they needed and lock off the round as time broke down. It was really the stall denial. I think that Inrio and those toxic babes did such an excellent job of stopping Team SBL from getting in the site, getting that diffuser down as early as they were planning to. And with that being said, I think that if Aerial Rise can continue to leverage that denial, that they will find success quite often on Bank. Ritzer bringing out the Brava, trying to hack away at some of the FNAP mines, maybe some of the Mozzie Pass. There's really not much that you can do here. You get maybe a mute jammer. I just don't think the Brava's a great pick.
Yeah, I mean, you can get some of the default cams. That's, yeah, default cams, that's kind of it. It's, I mean, nothing much else. I mean, really, it almost helps Bay out more if he actually does hack one of those Bravo clutch drones. That would be ironic if it does happen, but I don't think it will for the time being. But Aerial Rise still looking stalwart on this top floor, trying to stall for as much time as they can. Notably, tossing out a C4 for no effect, and I'm not sure there's anyone for SBL in the general area of it, so really, they're just locking things down, even though they're wasting utility, still making it tough for SBL to even get onto the top floor.
Race now, opening up some more long angles with those Exteros pellets. I believe that's the Canta wall that has been shot and opened up. No, it's actually on the backside. It's one of those long angles in through CO. Canta wall maybe not being a focus here for the side of Team SBL. Smith gets in, gets the opener on Kitty, and now waddles his way in through the janitor closet. Elysian's right next to you, where the Valkyrie, no, the Mozzie, rather, is right next to you. No, the Mira. Oh my goodness, I'm wrong on everything. I'm wrong on all bounds. It looked like a Legion, then it looked like a Valkyrie. It was actually a Mira. I got pranked. It doesn't matter. Someone on the side of Aerial Arise died to Spiff, and in the meantime, someone else died. I believe Nick as well. So Packer and Inrio, last two members alive, trying to collect up in a 2 versus 5. Not great odds.
Not great odds indeed, just with the fact that they don't even have very many bits of counter utility to stop them from getting down into the bomb site. The Packer just having to create a road to get to some safety because that wall above him, or floors above him, are getting opened up. He does find a kill onto Surf, but they're getting surrounded at this point. SBL are just trying to find a place to get that plant down, but Packer's trying to do his best to stall for now.
And the drop has come through. Rice is in sight, getting that bomb down. Is there cover turn? I mean, Packer's standing on top of him. Somehow the diffuser has been dropped. Packer whips out the Deagle, and it's a one-on-one because Rice is down right next to him. Packer, don't ego chow too hard. He's got the Deagle out still. Grixer looking to take the fight. He knows exactly where the head of the Azami is, but he can't find the shots. Super Shorty out, and Packer with a 1 versus 5 ace clutch. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was a 1 versus 5. Maybe it was a 1 versus 4, but in reality, Giddy didn't have too much impact on that round in the end, and it felt so incredible from Packer. He gets it with the Deagle. Deadly. Oh my god.
Holy shit. How do we just keep ending up in this scenario? The script has flipped. SBL were the clutch kings in the first 2 maps, and all of a sudden Ariel seemed to be doing the complete opposite. Now all of a sudden being the clutch guys themselves. Packer, I don't know how you do that, my man. Just into some of the worst positions possible to try to win that out. But having the information from his team, giving him the last spot of the last player, swinging him, just he is so prepared for that engagement, just bringing out the people, which is such a heavy hitter. That should not have been a winnable round for Aerial Rise. They were on the back foot from the very start after they got those flurry of kills on the top floor. But SBL just funnel straight into Packer's arms and just give him such an easy clutch opportunity by just not focusing on it.
CEO now the bomb site. IV. I'm laughing. It is comical, yes. A 1 versus 4 for Packer now. I shouted 1 versus 5, but it was not. It was a 1 versus 4. It doesn't matter. It is still an incredible clutch effort out of the Azami. And this series just keeps going more and more off the rails as we get deeper on. Great impact trick out by Inrio to deny the Flatero drone of actually blowing up on the shield. That's something that not a lot of people know is a thing, but you do impact the Terror Drone even when it's got its hard shell on. It does get destroyed. You just have to be careful because if you do it too close to your shield, then you'll still break your shield. And effectively, the Terror was almost more effective than what it was supposed to be because it's also gotten rid of those impact grenades as utility. Nick driving that drone down the hallway gets shot, only 1 more left, and with the Inreal having another impact in pocket, that shield in the hallway may still stay up.
I mean, just the Flora's drones just not having any sort of effect in this round whatsoever. Hasn't really cleared that a piece of key utility. Like I said, that shield's still up over towards that stock wall, so really that player of Omaya and Inrio just is able to stay there for so much longer due to the fact that that just has not been effectively cleared. Rixer trying to take care of that mirror window, I think, is able to effectively punch that out, so doesn't have the information onto players repelling in from CEO, but he's gonna still try to take this aggressive fight with Inrio of providing information that hallway is clear for now.
Bay and Grixer trade each other out. It sounded like just a tap fire battle between the two of them, and effectively both of them won and lost at the same exact time. Surf gets Packer killed, so the hero from last round no longer available at the disposal here of Aerial Arise. But Surf on low HP could be dropped rather soon, so not too much of an advantage for Team SBL, but enough since there is effectively one extra body in their end. Rice looking to find some way into the site to get this case down. A Rotero drone goes deep. No, it's just a regular drone, actually, to go deep and spot out these members. As Rice can tell where that Izami is. I think that there's still another one in the hallway for stock. And now just pre-places a drone for that eventual plant. Giddy will rotate into Janitors. The smoke grenade will block on those angles and the locations here for the defense. As Rice begins to get that decision down, Inrio's stuck his way in, but he's wallbanging in the wrong location. 2 members from SBL get kills, and eventually Spiff finds the last body of Aerial Arise, giving SBL an attacking round here on bank.
I mean, even though those Rotero drones didn't really have much of an impact, they still got the key bits of control. They got onto the windows, locked down the bomb site, and really made it tough for Aerial Rise to actually get any pathways to deny the counter defuse. In that round, due to the fact that Capitao just smoked everything angle off, it was almost impossible to see where that plant was actually going down. Was it behind the bomb? Was it over towards that square wall? Don't really know, because the fact that you just can't see a damn thing, and SBL just played that to perfection. Traded themselves out in the early round, and then just continue to excel from there, minimizing the effect that Aerial Rise can actually work with, due to the fact that there's no Miras, no C4s, no potential to deny that point.
Bomb located by attackers.
Back to lockers we go. I mean, this is just such a funky scenario. This is just
a little silly, if you will.
This is so silly,
10
Billy.
seconds left before
So silly, Billy. Aerial Rise still maintaining their lead. It was close last time around here for SBL. They had a good opportunity to get inside. They began to get the bomb down. They actually did successfully get the plant. The issue is they just didn't quite have enough coverage and enough post-plant scenario spots to get themselves to, because they had to flood so deep. Grenade denial. No Goyo brought out this time. Kind of a shocker considering how important it was last time around. But Spiff has lost a fair amount of HP, and thankfully Grixer is on the board with Finka. But Spiff lost a couple of health points due to Bay tapping away at the drone hole of open area. Ratty, might I say, but effective even at the top level of Siege.
I mean, effectively brought down to 50 HP, healed back up by Grixer, so thankful that they actually did bring the Finka out this time around. Not nearly as common as we usually see. Has found a little bit more present, especially in this series overall, so they getting a little bit of pressure from up above, but still having that hatch closed and reinforced off gives them some more time and space, and actually still lurk around in open area and stall for more time, especially with Packer still routing out over towards Tellers. SBL still have a lot of room to clear, even though they've got good control of the top floor. They just need to find that next way in. Light up A, but he's going to be healing that back up as soon as he drops down that hatch.
Packer also darting away down the marble stairs. Giddy inside a lobby. No one noticed. He has. Nick walks into archives and doesn't even have a clue that the Solus is working their way behind. And should Giddy get the kill, it could really, really turn the tables here for Aerial Rise. Giddy has thrown an impact, though, and his position been given away. It seems like a drone caught him at the last possible second. Surf will capitalize, getting that kill and putting Team SBL in favor for this attacking.
Could have been a huge flank opportunity for Giddy if he was able to still stick around, maybe get a kill for his prospects, and trade himself out effectively. But now we go to the fact that there's no Goyos in canister. There's just only Inria with smoke bays in pocket. Getting down to 50 seconds, he can still waste a lot of time. There's SBL needs to start working on getting into position to get that plant down, but there's going to be a long time before that. That wall is still being opened right now by Rice, so it's going to be even more of a time crunch.
Rice has that wall open, but here's where those toxic fades yet again take place. A couple of smokes to block off that red hallway. Put Spiff in a position where he could potentially deny any of those gas grenades. Rice drops. He now is playing close. He's got close support. Rice getting gassed out, and Surf takes a bit of damage. Rice does not stick to the diffuser. He instead decides to relocate, and now all the way back behind the bomb chassis. Ariel Rise yet again doing a fantastic job of denial. Spiff has to have immaculate coverage, but it's not going to happen. Packer will tap at the backside of Bay's head, or Rice's head rather, and eventually get that kill. And wow, Ariel Rise, flawless, phenomenal on their defense yet again against such an aggressive SBL attempt of a take of the night.
I mean, just it comes down to the amount of time they had left overall. SBL had the advantage going into the final minute of that round, but I mean, looking at this, they got the first kill with minute 19 left, and then what did they do? They stall for more and more time. Rice didn't open up the wall until there was 38 seconds left on the clock. That's just prime territory for the smoke to waste even more time. You have to be forced to rotate over, drop down that hatch, but that's almost expected at that point. A team of Ariel Rice's caliber is going to know that that's a possibility, and they read into that perfectly. Send another smoke babe right at the wall, and then make it to where it's almost impossible to get it down. SBL just scrambling to do anything in that round because they didn't set themselves up for that execute well at all. It's Ariel Rice just playing right into their own defensive setups. Just don't even have to panic. They just really just isolate them things and then just get those picks when they need to.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Well, we're in an interesting scenario here, Sirius. Ariel Rise, last time around here on open area, should have lost the site, but didn't because Team SBL made a mistake in letting Packer cross and get that positioning. So Team SBL will try to recoup from their woes of the last time they were here to see if they can't defend, or attack rather, better this time around and not allow for that clutch. Do everything the same that they did at the beginning of the round and finish off the round as good as they started. That's the key to success here for Team SBL. On the other side, for Ariel Arise, they've got to stay up. They've got to keep their bodies up. They've got to make sure that they defend that top floor with their lives. And if I can tell correctly, it almost feels like there's no one on the top floor for Team SBL, for Ariel Arise, rather. They've got a full mid-floor presence.
Full mid-floor presence, but at the same time, Bino is on the pulse with Giddy close behind him, so there's going to be a lot of C4 potential to anyone who walks in towards office. Not sure if SBL are actually trying to clear that part of the map out just yet. No one's on the windows, so Spiff is going to be in dangerous territory very soon. There's going to be a C4 tossed out, prepped, ready for him. Not being exploded just yet, as Spiff is still opening up some more of those floors, but just shallow angles. He's not there just yet. He's in danger. He's right next to where it could be, but he's just darting out that danger just for the time being.
Nick will begin to crack open that hatch. Early on. So for the defense, impact trick goes well, and the wall patch back up. He takes down Nick. Not so good looking here for Team SBL on their attack. Some around much better adjustments by Ariel Arias. Just tuck themselves deep inside of Archives. And as yourself goes up, it misses. Another one goes up, and it also misses. Fireworks exploding inside of Archives, but unfortunately, you're not supposed to light those off inside the building, and no kills are found, fortunately, for I guess either side or for the sake of humanity, as 50 seconds hits the clock and Team SBL are working in a disadvantage.
I mean, they just don't really seem to have that bit of control that they want to work for. Rice having to walk down marble stairs. It's very dangerous because I'm pretty sure there's still a player in elevator, and there was a lot of presence over towards those teller sides, and Giddy at the bottom of its marble stairs as well. Diffuser is such a dangerous territory. Surf is going to get one on Inrio, but he has still no clue that Giddy's all the way down here. This is going to be terrible for SBL.
But Giddy's playing super passive. Rice is making so much noise. Giddy has a kill. His fingertips away. Bay kills Spiff. Rice tries to walk in. He takes down Bay. But Giddy with the flank right on time. Packer also takes down Surf. And it's excellent defensive positioning yet again by Ariel Rise. And this is why they just have such a heavy defensive percentage win rate. Is purely due to the fact that they just know where to put themselves to be successful every single time, seemingly. And they've got a 4-1 defensive split here on Bank, and very soon could make it 5-1, should they win CEO and Exec.
SBL just cannot seem to get really anything to open up that site whatsoever outside of that one potential round they could have won on open area, but Came down to a Packer clutch to win that out, and they have been not able to do anything similar to that ever since. SBL just need to start opening up a lot more pathways in, just open up some of that space to make Ariel have to play a little bit further out, play more aggressive, and get into those angles where you're having the advantage. But SBL just seemingly struggling to do even that so far. I mean, Bank, as we said, it's a very tough nut to crack overall as a map itself. It has such a very good defensive win rate overall, but just not really helping yourselves out. Just not opening up enough walls, not opening up enough angles, and certainly not checking for a flank opportunity like Giddy did in that last round. Is just not going to help you.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Magnet activated. Time to redecorate. Setting the turret.
Oh boy. Aerial Rise looking solid. Potentially on the way to send us to map number 5. Remember, this is Team SBL's map pick, and you'd expect them to be a little bit better on the attacking side. Maybe when we get to defense, they will be better off over on that end. But Aerial Rise did lose CEO last time around due to a solid execution up on the floor by Team SBL. With the way the series has gone, a 4-2 split wouldn't be so shocking for Team SBL, but Aerial Rise were really solid on their attacks on Cafe, and that could have instilled some confidence into them. That's what I'm a little bit worried about here for Team SBL. A potential drop, pre-tech.
Are they cooking?
Inrio sitting with his gun up, A with a shotgun out. Packer wins that fight on the Elixir. Oh, it's not been a good map for him. Packer gets that kill, putting Team SBL at a further disadvantage.
And Inrio following that up with a pick onto Spiff. That's going to be the ace off the board. Did he actually use any of those Selmas onto that main square wall? I'm not sure if he did. You could correct me if I'm wrong, but now they're completely shifting focus, going towards a main lobby take as Rice all the way on the other end with diffusers being a bit of a distraction while they try to force their way up main lobby, but there's just nothing to kind of take down the elevator player. You just don't even check that.
I mean, Surf has to know better than to not check the elevator when walking up. It's not a guarantee that there's someone in there, but it's never not a guarantee that someone isn't in there. And yeah, really unfortunate that Surf wasn't able to capitalize on this position a little bit better and send Aerial Rise potentially into a frenzy there on the defense. Now have to worry about their rear flank, but also the square-sided push that Rice and Nick can put together. One kill does go to Team SBL, even with the loss of kill. Rice and Nick have to try to clutch up. With a lack of utility, the Midas still in existence, it is going to be ever so difficult. And Team SBL are potentially looking at a 1-5 attacking half, which favors Aerial Rise, and will put a lot of pressure on them when they get into their defensive sense if they don't want to go all the way to map 5 of Oregon.
Looking like a done deal now for that 5-1 split for Aerial Rise. I mean, we have been in this position before, but it just feels like the tone of pace of this overall series has kind of shifted going into these last 2 maps. I mean, Cafe was so decisive for Aerial Rise, and it feels like that's a little bit of the same scenario here on Bank, so I have to see if that changes up when SBL goes onto their defense, because 13 seconds left, it's going to be a done deal. Base finishes that round off, and just SBL continue their attacking struggles going into that half.
5-1 defensive half for Aerial Rise, as they now have to turn the card into an attacking team. They were able to do so on Cafe. Can they do it here on Bank? It's only for Team SBL and their defense to decide that. They'll start off in lockers and CCTV, and well, Aerial Rise were 2 for 2 on their defenses down there. We'll see if SBL can pull off that same feat. So it felt like Aerial Rise, their guns have just been way hotter than SBL, and I think that that's a big reason as to why the score is the way it is. I don't think that SBL is necessarily bad in a strategy base, but I feel like they've just not been able to win the gunfights they need to put themselves in a spot. But it's been that way in a trend line across all of the maps. When the teams are on attack, it seems as though, besides Cafe, attack only for Aerial Rise, that the guns are rather cold, and the defense just seems to take precedent in the engagement.
I mean, and a large part of that is just that the attack can't seem to get comfortable. They can't seem to secure any sort of advantage in a lot of their rounds outside of like a couple here and there. Outside of Cafe, though, like you said, for Aerial Rise, that's the only time the attack has looked so good. And So that's a big factor into the fact that SBL right now, we're struggling onto that opening half. Just not really able to light things up because they can't get into comfortable positions, take those engagements very confidently at the same time until it was crunch time where Aerial Rise has the time advantage. So have to be a little bit more studious in that factor. But absolutely, if Aerial have similar struggles going into the kill department and just overall winning a lot of these rounds going into their attacking half of Bank. But so far, Flores already trying to clear out some of that utility over towards those blue stairs, making it spiff. Very difficult to hold this down.
Two minutes left to continue their attack here for Aerial Arise. They've got good control of the top floor, but now it's on to the next steps quite often, as we see here on a locker/CCTV. With no one defending at all anywhere around the map here for Team SBL, so Aerial Arise should be able to swiftly drone and take as much control as possible, and it's really going to come down to their execution of their attack, ensuring that their flanks are properly covered off, because there's Vulcan canisters, there's nitro cells, there are smoke canisters, and a lot more utility that you're going to have to deal with here as attacking side is unfortunately one mirror has been popped inside a vault, but they have no idea that that's the case. Packer is stuck his drone in behind enemy lines, getting those mirrors open, so crucial on this attack.
Definitely very crucial, but with only a minute 14 left, there's still those oil canisters and the smoke phase from Surf. Nick starts us off with a kill onto Giddy. Not the most crucial operator for this bomb site, but still one less body to actually force your way in towards that CCTV area. It's going to make it so much harder to actually get that plant down. Now we're entering the time crunch. Those Vulcan canisters are going to be thankfully detonated, but is that going to be enough for Aerial Rise at this point in the round?
I don't know if Giddy moved too quickly and thought he had a gap and there actually wasn't a gap there, or if Nick got aggressive and was able to take him down in that way, but it is unfortunate to lose Giddy this early on into what should have been an execute. Smith has positioned himself prepared for the elevator drop. It does come as fast as the smoke on those angles. The execute sure to come underway here. Enrio will be nearsighted and a smoke canister procced out here as Surf throws two of them. Enrio sucking up all of that toxic gas, and a nitro cell from Rice takes him down. Packer now will be the nearest member to the diffuser, but he's shut down by Surf. One more toxic wave goes deep. There's a player inside the bomb site with him. Bino drops down the right hall. Spit covers that flank up. And Team SBL, solid defense to start. They've got a bit of a hill to climb, but they're in the right direction so far through their first defensive round.
Really good stall by SBL to just make it to where minute left in the round, Aerial Rise don't have a lot of room to work with. They just had to be absolutely perfect. And losing Giddy in that early round, well, like I said, wasn't the most impactful operator, but just losing a body in general is such a tough loss going into that final execute. You want to have everyone up, so in case you're having to deal with those Goyo canisters, all those smoke babes, that you can just flood the site, overwhelm the defenders as they're holding down a lot of those angles, and then just try to overwhelm them, get those kills, and then get the plant down. With one less person up, you can't exactly do that. You just have to do whatever you can. And they just were scrambling. They were just kind of running all over the bomb site. Guys don't know where to stand. Just get completely obliterated by a C4. SBL just played that to perfection, like we saw Aerial do the exact same thing on their own defense of that bomb site. It's just history repeating itself in a different fashion.
5 seconds left.
Oh. Aerial Rise.
Attacker's objective is to
One round back, or I guess a step in a backwards direction themselves. Team SBL now into staff open area. It seems like both teams play the map at least in a rather similar manner. That third bomb site can be flipped between either CEO or Teller's archives, but many teams do like to still go with CEO, feeling a little bit more comfortable with the more playtime that map's had. Packer with his switch turn has been rather deadly to the defender utilities. He's getting rid of bulletproof cameras, FNAT mines, goo mines, mute jammers, name it, and the defense probably has it, and it's probably been wiped off the map in some fashion by Packer Star. As Aerial Rise begin to set their sights here on the top floor, getting themselves initiated here through the top of square.
I mean, very minimal presence by SBL overall on this top floor. Just one player of Surf, really, as well as Smith over towards EO. And speaking of Smith, he's going to be taken down by Inrio on the rappel. So Surf is going to have to kind of get out of dodge there, just running out of space to actually stay safe as that janitor wall does get open. So top floor control is going to be in favor of Aerial Rise for the time being, but that's not where the round is going to be won. It's going to be won on if they can get into the bomb site. So what's their next step? Do they open up that stock hatch, or do they force their way in towards that kitchen doorway and try to get the plant down behind the counter?
Good drone from PackerStar spots the Legion of Rice on his way into the elevator. With Smith being down early, Aerial Rise with an advantage. Rice with a swing in through the elevator hallway. There's a bit of damage on the Packer, but he's not able to win the fight. Surf, though, thankfully, will swing and get the eventual refrag for his teammate, but still, that leaves Team SBL in a disadvantage, and Surf knows that there's a player that's dropping the elevator. He swings on time, he'll get the kill on the Giddy, and Bay is too late. Grixer there with the coverage, just mantles Bay on marble stairs, leaving Team SBL with the man advantage, something we did not think that was going to happen considering the positions that they were in, but for how it all worked out, it worked out great here for Team SBL. And Aerial Rise have made their way inside. At least Bino in behind the kitchen counter will smoke off his coverage, but Inrio has to join him somewhere in the site.
And Bino just cannot do anything anywhere. He's just getting completely swarmed in. Inrio finally makes his way in. He's actually completely gone unnoticed. I'm not sure if anyone knows he's planted. Actually, Grixer is going to swing that close angle, but misses the shots. Bino gets one onto Nick. His plant is going to be confirmed with 2v2, but Inrio is taken now. Bino taking a lot of damage. Bailiff out, and Grixer's going to finally finish that one off. Very weird engagement overall for both teams, but SBL come out on top to get that counter defense.
What is Surf doing? I guess maybe Grixer said, that diffuser is mine, my friend, after getting the final couple kills in the round. But solid round out of Team SBL. It felt like it was going to sway in the favor of Aerial Rise, but then all of a sudden it tipped back over to Team SBL, and then it tipped back to Aerial Rise after Bino was able to insert himself into staff. But the rotations were there, the man advantage and count was there, and that's, I think, why Team SBL was able to walk away round.
Just didn't have a lot of actual map control. They were just kind of isolated to those weird positions in the middle of staff. I mean, Bino just stuck prone behind the counter for the longest time, just can't really help properly cover his teammate who's actually getting planted down. That's just tough engagement overall. They did the best they could, got it down to a 2v2, but just due to their like weirdly isolated positions, Grixer is just able to kind of dart around middle of open, middle of printer, just kind of take whatever engagement he feels most comfortable with and then get the final kill onto him. Then ends the round off with a counter defuse, so Aerial Rise, well, they did put up a great end of the round effort, but just their entries just weren't really quite getting them into the pathways that they could more securely secure that plant.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Area deployed.
Team SPL now getting a couple rounds chained together. Got a couple more to go, but so far successful. This time around on the SBL attacking side was the first time they were able to get an attacking round win. Aerial Rise could fall into the same fate, or they could succumb to the same doom of the second time around at SBL if they the attack and actually lose it out. Aerial Rise looking for their first attacking win here on bench, trying to get some sort of action going so they can get match point and put pressure on, put the pedal to the metal essentially on the pressure level here against Team SBL. As okay, I thought Sir and Nick were just gonna fortify themselves inside of elevator. That was gonna be quite a spot to really take cover and take aim, but no, that's not quite the case. They're just patching off those Kanto holes. And Bay working utility as the rest of Aerial Rise slowly diminish the defender utility that's set in place to stop them. Gotta deal with some mirror windows.
They still have ways to deal with it, either sending attackers Twitch drones in to kind of get those mirror windows blocked off, or they can use Bino's smoke bolts to kind of block off those lines of sights. It does seem that's maybe what's happening in a couple seconds, but I think a Revive Magnet actually caught one of them by the bomb site. It does seem to be the case. I think Ace Charge tried to go through, but it got shot off by someone in the middle of the other bomb site. But room is quickly running out for SBL. Aerial Rise doing very well to play off of these windows, isolating a lot of these areas.
Aerial Rise, plenty of time left to get their attack going. They've got lots of drones as well to garner that information. And Bay taps away at the head of Grixer. How is he not on top of the umbrella there? That is a new one for me personally. I've never seen someone get on top of the umbrella there. I think Grixer is a little bit upset about that being the case. But here's where the flood comes on through by Aerial Rise. Inrio walking all the way up the main hallway. Will check the marble stairs if he checked long enough. Yes, sir. Looking down marble, caught looking the wrong direction, but Nick is there to get the trade. Still, man disadvantage for Team SBL. And now the round slows down yet again for Aerial Rise.
Still kind of just running out of room to work with. Nick is just kind of isolated in the middle of meeting. Bryce nearby in Janitor. They have to take this next engagement, but Nick is going to go down. It's going to be confirmed at the same time. So Spiff all alone in the middle of President's office is going to be completely isolated and taken down by that long angle from Packers. So just really unfortunate, just the fact that they just ran out of room so early in that round and could not move anywhere to actually get some safety.
Match point achieved here for Aerial Rise on map number 4. We might send ourselves all the way to map 5 here. Serious.
We might.
We
just might.
We are getting deep. It's not often we get to see a map 5 grand final anywhere. Last time it being was SI, time before that Element 2, so I guess we've had a couple in recent history, but typically with best of 5 matches, you don't see it go all the way. We also may face that same feat of infinite overtime. That is also on the table here for Team SBL. If they are able to win the next 3 defenses in the cycle. They were successful on lockers. They were successful on staff last time around. Could they do the same on CEO with the flawless defense there, as Aerial Rise did on their defensive half? We'll have to wait to find out, but it all starts here in lockers and CCTV, as Aerial Rise have given themselves plenty of buffer to test and experiment Team SBL and see if they are willing to fight to the death for overtime, or will they concede the map early on.
I mean, you definitely don't want to give them too much to work with for SBL, so just need to kind of secure these last round win, get yourself to map 5. In, I would argue, next 2 rounds would be not bad if he kind of gets all the way to max regulation. Definitely is going to be a little bit more stressful for Aerial Rise, just wanting to get this map done, go on to Oregon, where it's a bit more of a 50-50, but honestly, momentum's riding towards Aerial Rise at this point in this series. So, Spiff, once again, not getting much room to work with at the top of blue stairs. Just getting rid of that barbed wire is going to make it to where they can swing him a lot faster, but still, though, he can play for as long as he can, considering how much time he wasted in the previous attempt at this bomb site.
The terror drone takes all 3 ADSs with it to the grave. Wow. Unfortunate there for Spiff. Not quite able to find the shot. No mute being brought out certainly makes it more difficult to hold that position against the floor, as Packer will spot the Jaeger leaving briefly until he returns. But it does seem like a more aggressive extension in towards invading for Team SBL, and I guess I'm not too sure as to why that's the case. I guess they're expecting to waste more time, but with those ADS is gone, it will certainly make it more difficult. Top floor control, hatch control here for Aerial Rise. Simple task to be done. Where it gets not so simple is that execute, which is ever so coming in the next minute or so.
They're at a much faster pace of actually getting into a scenario where they can get that plant down. Got already popped most of the most important Goyo canisters with a minute 20 on the clock, so as soon as those things get away, they just have to deal with the fact that Surf is still on smoke with those 3 smoke canisters in pocket. So just waiting things out, still stalling very heavily, but it's gonna have to be that way for the time being. First one comes out for Surf, so that's just gonna be even more seconds off the clock.
Early though, those gas cans
a little bit early, yeah.
Come a little bit later in the round, but because of the control that Aerial Rise have gotten, you really have to earn those nades early on. Spiff, though, takes down A. Yet again, early pick in that favor, but Inrio's getting the diffuser down. Do they know? Is there any clue for Team SBL? And now they have to work a 5 versus 3 post plan after Rice takes down Packer Star. Inrio has the diffuser down. The hatch can be covered from above. There's going to have to be a full retake sent up above. So much has to happen in the next 20 or so seconds here for Team SBL to hop on the diffuser and get the counter defuse. But they're taking too much time. They're so slow in their effort. Giddy wraps around. ARIAL buys one on a Nick as well. It's a cleanup house up above. Surf rather has to have excellent coverage onto Rice, who just continues to stick. But ARIAL checks at just the right time in through blue, and ARIAL Arise with an attack on Bank, sending us to map number 5 in this grand final series. Oregon to end it all off.
Ugh. And you just have to wonder if Surf just waits a couple more seconds with those smoke babes. Maybe they stall that up for just a little bit longer, have a little bit more control of the bomb site. That way that plant doesn't go down, or that at least they have more control to swing onto the planters after they get it confirmed. But just, so for some reason, that third smoke babe didn't get thrown out until after the plant was confirmed or detonated. I just don't know what happened there. But it gave ARIAL so much time to work with just after that plant is done. It forces SBL to scramble up and then just run straight at the last few defenders who are just playing coverage. That's just all they have to do, and they have no clue where they are.
A beast has been awoken in the stomachs of ARIAL Arise. Down 0-2, but no mountain is too tall to climb for the AA side. We'll go to map number 5 of Oregon after the break, and hopefully these players, as the night goes on, can get some caffeine in them, because it is getting late and certainly fatigue is setting in. We'll see you all in just a few minutes.
we're back for map number 5 what an insane series so far, Clem's. I mean, just last 2 maps have been going the way of Aerial Rise in 7-3 fashions for both Cafe and Bank, but I mean, the defense is still staying strong, but we'll just have to see if that stays the case, or if we'll see another instance of Cafe where just the attacks seem to be going so well for Aerial Rise.
Aerial Rise seem to be stronger on the attack now than Team SBL, and I think that's where the disconnect, right? I feel like that Team SBL are not winning as many defenses as to keep up with Aerial Rise when they get onto their attacking side. And here on Oregon, my imagination is that Aerial Rise gets defense to start,
Yes.
which will put SBL in the hole, and that's a big concern, right? Because SBL being in the hole, it makes it rough. They've not been great when they've started off in the hole in either map. They did force OT on Clubhouse, but on Bank, they not looked super great. And Aerial Rise just seem hot for the hand at this moment. And it's been rather thrilling to watch them come back in the O2 fashion that they put themselves in with the Thriller Infinite OT map for Clubhouse of map 2. But here on Oregon, we very well could see Infinite OT again. I could see both teams winning all 6 defenses with the way that this map has gone, this game has gone. The issue is fatigue sets in. We're just at about 4.5 hours of game time here, Sirius. That's a long time. That's a
very long time.
Your brain starts to get tired as a player, right? I mean, it's got to be grueling on these players.
I mean, I get tired after just playing like 3 games in ranked. That's nowhere near as long as what this has been. So I can't imagine how these guys are feeling. I mean, I know I'm getting a little bit tired. I'm just casting this game, so it's just been very interesting to see how fatigue may or may not set in. These guys seem to have been getting fully warmed up, so may not even come to complete factor. They just may be ignoring it. But with a Grim ban to start us off with, that's a bit interesting. We don't typically see that too often, but unless it's Oregon, that's the one exception that I've seen Grim being banned out consistently.
I think I'm getting hungry.
I am too.
I'm starting to feel the pain of not not having eaten a little while. I wish I had lunch a little bit sooner. I don't know if I had an official. Maybe that's what's
maybe that's the problem.
truly the problem. I've had like snacks here and there, something little. I haven't had like an official meal, so to say. So my body's lacking. But that's okay. We've only got one more map to get through. Now this map could go on for a long time should we hit overtime, but with the case of the last 2 maps, we haven't needed it. It's been a 7-3 and 7-3, both for Aerial Rise. As our header isn't quite correct. As it shows Aerial Rise. I think it's showing the map pics on the header rather than
I think
the
that's
side
right.
ones. So, but it doesn't really matter. I guess it's technically right if you take it at face value. 7-4 with Aerial Rise being on the left, being the 4, SBL 7. Same thing in the next 2. Whatever the case is, I'm just
Defenders, protect your bombs from
whatever I
being used
can.
by attackers.
Valkyrie, the Azami, final couple defensive bans. Azami hasn't really made it through map 1 play. Actually, no, she did make it through.
Yes.
And she was available last week. Okay, maybe I'm just crazy. I'm literally tripping. I can say, but Ying has been taken off the board every single map. I think that's important to call out. Valkyrie as well has also not been available very often and will not be available here on Oregon. And Grim, I think, is an interesting ban to call out because more and more teams are starting to ban those Gaiwan canisters because of how strong they are, luring opponents out of positions. And in a map that's got such close quarters combat like Oregon, Grim certainly finds his home rather solidified, at least, in the attacking lineup.
Especially on this basement bomb site. And I don't know if you've been noticing this, but I seem to notice the last couple of games in the playoffs that teams have been hiding their Kaid players just in the most random corners, because Bina was just prone in closet from the start of the round, just making sure that SBL do not have a clue that he's out on the board. But Smith still going on to Thatcher, just playing it safe, not wanting to have to deal with the fact that they can't open up any of those hatches. and just making sure it's a lot easier to get actually onto the basement bomb site. But Aerial Rise typically have been liking to play this a bit more aggressively. From what I've noticed, is just trying to expand as much of their sphere of influence onto that top floor as much as they can, and then fall back to the bomb site and then waste time there, like we kind of saw on Bank.
This is a really interesting strategy from Aerial Rise. All 5 members at one point in the beginning 30 seconds or so of the round were on a drone that was going somewhere, whether it was into the bomb site or just around. But you can see with how efficient that was, they were able to identify that all 5 members, in theory, at least I think that they have identified that all 5 members of Aerial Rise are sitting in the bomb site, and so that gives them so much time to set up for and execute, and it might even be faster than what we're expecting, as long as Spiff is able to double EMP this hatch and deny that electric claw trick from Bino. Okay, the second EMP just in time to deny. So hatches will be opened up. Those meeting walls have been reinforced off. I guess that makes it more difficult to go for the rotate, but still, it's a odd usage of reinforcements. I'm not sure what would be missing in that instance, but maybe the entire freezer wall being open from the bottom, and a lack of reinforcement there on the tarp's walls could be positive.
I mean, even though they've got that meeting hatch, no, they are reinforced, so that's a bit interesting. But at this point now, SBL just need to figure out how to pick apart this pillar defense, because there's 2 players sitting over towards that corner and over towards blue door, so that's going to be very tough considering they're all grouped up towards that backstairs side, trying to force their way in. But with Warden, you can't dump flashbangs in. That's just going to be completely useless utility just in taking him out. But actually tossing a Thatcher into his direction could work.
Yeah, that EMP could deny the goggles, but the goggles are still up, and the Nitro Cell will take down Rice after Bay eliminates, I believe it was Spiff, as Nick now hits the floor as well. Giddy getting in on the action as well as Packer and Bay. So Inrio and Bino trying to complete that team ace, as Surf sitting on the tower stairs really can't do much. And if Bino can complete this kill here on the Surf, which I don't think is going to be the case, as it's Inrio to hit the headshot with the SMG-11. Wow, he didn't even need it. His opponent was just a sliver of HP, but he found it in that last possible second. And pretty easy defense there for Aerial Rise, although I'll say that SBL, they had so much time. They had almost 2 minutes of full control of the upper floor series, and it took them almost a minute and a half to go for that execute, all over that even.
Yeah.
It was really slow, and the missed EMP, I think, is really what punished them in the end, trying to deny the Warden goggles, and unfortunately it just didn't reach into that corner of tower stairs that Bay was hiding in on the pillar.
Yeah, because they're dumping in so many flashbangs and some of those smoke bolts trying to clear that position, but if you kind of miss out just by a couple meters onto the Warden, he can still see through everything, and that really shut down that entire push. So you have to imagine if he can't see through everything, that may go a little bit better. At least those gunfights are a bit more 50-50, favoring SBL, considering that most of those players can't see a damn thing, but I digress. Didn't work out, so Aerial Rise had a very easy round holding down that basement bomb site, as typically conceived that this is just going to be how it is. Deep basement is such a tough case to just kind of work around, because attack don't really have much room to work with. They can't open up a lot of those floors. That's just going to how it's going to have to be for the rest of this game. So going on to kids' dorms, gonna be a very similar story for Aerial, just trying to be aggressive, especially Bay over towards that 90 corridor.
Well, now we'll go to kids' dorms. And on the other side here, 4. Aerial Rise. Got a couple of Nitro Cells. They've got what I imagine is probably a trophy shield. Maybe it's a little bit deeper. Kind of shocking to not see like the Wamai or a Jaeger on this site. It seems to like extend out that direction. Instead, you've got a downstairs emphasis of Bay inside of Z. You've got Packer working inside of Kitchen, so still trying to be a thorn in the side of their opponents. But Grixer with this white window open, the 2 defenders downstairs have to be careful of the position that Zofia currently sits in.
Well, there's time to take that initial engagement onto that window player, but just not going to find it just yet. Grixer playing that a little bit more passively. Not running to give up anything just yet over to Aerial Rise, but they do have back tower control. Someone's on that camp, but nothing just yet. They can't actually open up the attic while it's muted currently. I don't really see any way that they can open that up unless at this point Nick does rotate over towards that attic side. So it's gonna be have to wait just a little bit longer or have to commit to get into meeting and shoot that from below. But that's gonna be more and more time wasted. I mean, they've barely got anywhere. I mean, Rice is in the closet, finally opening up that wall, but okay, never mind. He's not going to open that wall. Ignore that. Just, he's dead.
Attackers recovered the bomb
Yikes.
diffuser.
Horde Breacher dies to the Nitro Cell down below. One of the older tricks in the book here on Oregon. Grixer is just going to try to find a way to make his mark in the bomb site. The issue is there's a player playing close there on the dresser. It's the Mute who walks out into Trophy. Inrio not killed and not punished for that. But there's no way of getting that master wall open, so this attack becomes infinitely more difficult. You can't even open the pit wall to get in because it's been reinforced off. So how does how do SBL proceed? There's really no way they get in. I mean, you throw a couple of smoke grenades, sure, good luck, but there's a player standing up close inside a game. Surf runs in with a shotgun, but he switches his weapon at the wrong time. Grixer thankfully there for the refrag. Inrio and Giddy get in on the action. Grixer's pulled out the pistol. So much sidearm play, but Grixer runs into the frostbite he was trying to shoot. Nick last alive, can't get it done. Packer gets the kill. No, it wasn't the Frostmat to do it, but it was the MP7 to take him down, and I couldn't agree more with Packer. What the bleep is happening in this game? Aerial Rise take their second defense.
I'm just more amazed that they even got it to be that close, considering they couldn't open any single wall, but I digress. That was just such a weird ending to that round. I hope the replays provide some clarity onto the insanity that just happened. I mean, what transpired for that all to happen? Because I mean, just overall, Aerial Rise looked so good going into that final execute because they forced SBL to just run straight in through those doorways, but somehow SBL still bring that down to a 2v2 just through pure gun skill. Aerial Rise still come out on top due to the fact that they didn't open up a single wall. I have to imagine if they did, that would have maybe been a bit easier for SBL, but still, just not able to do anything. Attacks so far still cannot breach anything to get at significant map control and make it easier for themselves to get into those execute scenarios. SBL especially just cannot do anything about that. Aerial seem to be a lot more consistent in that regard.
Well, Aerial Rise, they're a defensive team.
Yep.
What can we say? They are they are a defensive team. And I think that Team SBL have recognized that, and they're just doing anything that they can. They're throwing their hat at him to get an attacking win. Packer looking to go for a hop out. I doubt it'll actually go for it, but the threat of it still looms over the head of Team SBL. Serious. Team SBL, they don't get decent attack, maybe two, based on the way their defenses have trended these last two maps. I'm worried, so they definitely got to capitalize here on this tertiary site attack. And through their lobby take, it seems like they're almost scared to walk in. They have no one droning, no control. This is shocking, appalling at that, coming from a team of such experienced players.
I mean, with Poison, they've always played it slow, but it seemed like they had a plan in mind with that going on. But you're right, they seemed scared to actually take that first engagement, walk in, take those fights confidently. Only just now has Nick worked his way over towards that shower hallway and taken a bit more control. Spiff at the same regard, taking 90, so it seems there's going to be a big focus on taking security, drone ahead of him, so he may have an opening because there's no one close by just yet. This may be their opportunity, but Floor's up above, and he gets the kill onto Indria to start us off, but walks straight into the Legion!
Ooh, Spiff barely getting away with life, though. Taking down Inrail is huge for his team, and now Grixer will take down Giddy. Bay still trying to fight up above as he can go on the roam. A little shocking, but doing his best as he dumps a magazine, but it's not finding any of the SBL members. Grixer has the shorty ready for the attack. Packer will take down Spiff. Bay taking down Nick. Aerial Rise pulling this round back a little bit better, but Grixer with the shorty out of range finds one. Packer in a clutch, hasn't died yet in this map and wants to keep it that way. He'll get close to his opponent. Grixer yet again with the shorty. We know it's deadly, but it's Rice coming from security to get that kill. Rushing on through, aiding his teammate at the last possible second. And SBL will take advantage of that tertiary bomb site and get a win.
And just good bit of droning to get Spiff into a position where he can take that initial gunfight over towards that security side, and that just really helped enable the rest of that round to go SBL's way, because that created a little bunch of chaos onto the bomb site. Aerial Rise trying to find that pick back, give up more and more bodies in the process, and then just comes down to a Packers star clutch once again. Cannot get it done this time around. So SBL, like you said, get a very much needed round to at least make it a better possibility once they switch on to defense. But is that going to be enough? We've seen it time and time again before that their defenses are just slowly trending down to just continuing to go towards Aerial Rise. But right now, Aerial are still in the lead. We'll see if they continue their round win streak in going on to the basement bomb site once again.
All right. Well,
10 seconds to go.
I'm looking at one of our side chats here, and it seems like you are a common perpetrator of the best of 5, all 5 maps needed.
This is only my second one, and I've gone to all 5.
It's not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing. It's just like, good grief.
It's not a bad thing, but it is quite interesting how you might be a script writer.
I might. That's
you might be a script writer.
I wrote the
I
script.
think we've exposed you.
Yeah.
NA leakers? Is that you? Is that you serious?
It
might be.
Clemps, I thought we were keeping that on the down low. We weren't supposed to tell people that.
It's unfortunate. Unfortunate. It's been exposed. Everyone knows now that it's definitely serious who is NA leakers, as he is the script writer for the end all be all here for the XGS Spring Burst. But Team SBL, hopefully Sirius can write up a script where they can win an attack that's not the tertiary bomb site, so that maybe we see this map go a little bit deeper once they get onto the defensive side, since Aerial Rise has seemingly found pace in their attacks after a rough map 1 and 2.
Well, still a very slow attack coming in from SBL. They're just starting to work on getting into meeting and getting that hatch control, but I mean, no one from Aerial Rise is actually contesting this just yet. Did he? Okay, no, he thankfully did not blow his own drone up. I thought that was very close.
I'm upset.
Probably should have. But
I'm mad at the game for that not blowing up Surf's drone, because I've stood that close to a breaching charge and literally died. He has a drone next to it and thinks it's a tank. So my bad.
Mean, the old grenades, you could be like, it shows up red as the icon. You still live with very minimal HP, mind you, but still, you'd still live with a red nade. That didn't make any sense back then. But this game doesn't make sense at times.
Shrapnel and detonations are weird.
Yeah, it's so.
I want to fight. I want to have a talk with whoever's coded the explosive devices in Rainbow Six Siege. Other than Captain Traps, it's like the only thing that seems to work. Whatever you'd expect them, so that's okay. 60 seconds left on the clock here. Team SBL setting up for the attack. I wonder how the Monty is going to play into here.
Well, I'm trying to figure out where the Monty is even gone at this point. They're going to take out that mirror window on the supply closet, so Bay can't really have the information without some smoke babes helping him out. So Surf going deep into the middle of laundry could open things up if he finds a kill, but that's the matter of fact. It's just no one from Aerial is peeking out just yet.
Good positioning here from Surf. Might catch the Aerial Rise defenders off guard if he walks in. Giddy and Bay, I don't think, have an idea that the Ash has inserted herself this deep. I think Rice is trying to work their way through Freezer, potentially, as the Montaigne, a drop down the laundry hatch, goes through. Bay will sneak through and find Surf, who tries to walk into the site. And as the round continues to dwindle down, it's Aerial Rise sweeping Team SBL on the attack. Giddy getting in the action. Spiff finds one, but there's no time left on the board. Giddy taking down Brixer at the end there. And Aerial Rise pretty much just sitting and waiting, and another slow attacking round for Team SBL, just taking forever to set themselves up.
I mean, and just the utility usage at the very end was a bit weird because the Capitol Flame Bolt lands on the middle of the laundry table. So I'm not sure what that was doing, because that honestly kind of hurt Surf just walking straight on in, because I mean, you have to walk deep into the fire to actually get into a proper position to take those engagements. So that's a bit weird. I'm not sure where the other bits of utility were utilized and how Rice was used as the Monty because it clearly just did not work. And I just don't know if it was positioning, utility usage. What was the problem in that round? Because SBL, like you said, just slowed way down. Very much not really sure of certain of how they wanted to go about that attack because they got the mirror window, but then what was the next bit that really helped get them into the site? It was nothing. They just didn't utilize anything to help maneuver their way in aside from just Surf trying to walk in first things first.
5 seconds remaining.
Serious, we are through
Attackers are
53
moving out to locate
rounds.
a bomb and defuse
Rainbow
it.
Six Siege tonight. That's a lot of rounds.
That's a lot of rounds.
That's a lot of gameplay. Oh, that is. Wow. I mean, what's the max you could have in a best of 5? Like, if you had regular overtime rules, like a 75 would be the maximum.
So
We're actually just over what the max of a best of 3 would be. So we're not. I guess it's not too bad. I guess they're not too far in this map as maybe it feels. It feels like we've been here forever, nearly reaching the 5-hour mark. With that being said, these teams have gotten better and better, it feels, and it seems, as the match has gone on. Certainly the case for Arial Arise. Surf will use 2 Ace Selmas to open up the garage hatch from below. It's not something you see typically almost ever, but it is creative because it makes it much more difficult to play an Armory, because now you have to sit on soft flooring where you can be bucked below, feared below, and aid could come through, versus on the hatch, which is a little bit more safe.
I mean, but at the same time, if you're going to do that, you need a player on the window or not. I guess he's just going to be down from below somehow. Not sure how that happened, but they are able to get the first kill onto Packer. So that's going to be an unfortunate first kill loss for Aerial Rise. They still have a lot of control, and they're still swinging out aggressively in the middle of Trophy, trying to keep Spiff out of Armory. So Bay does take a lot more damage. Not sure where that came from, but Aerial Rise, with that first pick in the consideration, still in a great spot.
Now Spiff worked his way in the top Armory. They know a player's inside the closet, but Spiff can't quite find the angle onto the mute. Inrio in an ugly spot has to get out, and he dies, cleared away by the Zofia impacts down below. And Rice also putting in good action. I believe Brooks Rice used a couple of those impacts, and the game is currently not showing that. It's always been on the UI on that end, but point being, SBL, it's caught a man advantage, and now it's on to Giddy, Bino, and Bay. Try to fight back in this round, and as I say Giddy's name, he falls. Bay and Bino, the 2 Bs of Aerial Rise to fight back, and Bay and Bino both die, and it's a flawless attacking round for Team SBL out of absolutely nowhere.
That was just a very clinical, slow take from SBL that actually was significant in what they were doing in that round. They just single a lot of those defenders off and then take them one by one, just being very aggressive at the right times, and then actually taking the control right afterwards, not wasting any time after that. That's been a big problem of their previous rounds, is just they weren't really doing anything with the control that they had, not really taking anything after they get those first few kills. Actually doing something significant with this time around gets them their second round win on Kids Dorms, which we are going to see again from Aerial Rise, opting to just realize that that maybe could have gone a lot better than it did. Don't want to go flawless on that once more for SBL.
One by one, that's exactly how Team SBL worked themselves back there against Aerial Rise, right? They isolated one member, they killed that member. They isolated another member, killed that member. Isolated another member, killed that member. They just continued to work each body, each pick as they needed to get that round win, and that's a big one for them. They go back to Storms against Storms for Aerial Rise to try to hold off a 4-2 attack stint against Team SBL. But if Team SBL get on the board here, we could all of a sudden see a swing again where Team SBL have locked back in. They finally are able to get some attacks under their belt. And on the defensive side, Aerial Rise, it's a big question mark for what they'll do on the attack. Sometimes they struggle and sometimes they're comfortable. And I think that Team SBL would be really, really pleased to go into their defensive half at a 3-3 split as opposed to a 4-2.
I mean, be the most even that we've seen any of these maps so far, because I mean, everything has been either completely one-sided or at least just above the metric of being even. So right now, like you said, SBL would be so happy about a 3-3 split, but we'll just have to see if they get into that position. Aerial Rise trying to apply some of the lessons they learned from that previous round, playing a little bit further back, closer to the bomb site, not nearly as aggressive over towards Armory, just letting that control being taken over by SBL and just waiting them out. C4 being prepped by Inrio in the middle of Attic is just waiting for someone to swing into the middle of Trophy, get someone off guard. But right now, SBL opting to try to take some of the pressure down below.
Nick walks in, a little bit of chip damage done to the elbow of Bay, but not enough to kill him off. And Bay, Mozzie will rotate deep into the kitchen. Try to rat in this spot potentially. Nick is denying any sort of nitrocell that could harm Rice from below this time around. Definitely a smart call for the side of SBL to get this control and deny that. Impact from above, trying to deny that armory wall from being opened, or the master wall rather, but it's not there and not good enough, as Bino will have to back up. And now the main wall has been opened. Some of those attic walls potentially opened up as well. So Aerial Arise getting a little uncomfortable with the control on the walls that have been opened up by Team SBL. But as I say that, Hacker reassures his teammates in their comfort by getting the opening pick on a quick.
Where did he even hop out from? Oh, he hopped out the white window, got Bergster somehow out there. Wasn't sure if that's on the balcony, but like you said, the main wall is open, so a lot less room to work with for Aerial Rise, but they still have a bit of attic control, I believe. That hasn't been fully cleared out by SBL just yet, but Spiff on the main doorway, ready to swing in from Trophy, try to get a little bit more control, especially now that attic has been fully clear.
Spiff can walk in completely undetected. The Kaid has no idea, but Spiff gets dropped by the TCSG and in Rio's pocket. Surf on a sliver of HP, but Rice is inside. Default of Games Plant getting that diffuser down. There's no coverage though. Inrio smokes Surf on the kid's window, and then, or Packer rather, smokes Surf on the, no, it was Inrio to get the kill onto Surf, and then the last player on Master Breach. And as that occurred, Packer ran through that white stairs rotate, denying the plant, and Aerial Rise recover on what seemed like a scary defense, but I think that Packer was really an MVP in that round, getting that initial kill on a Surf, and then Inrio in the kid's bedroom, denying 3 members here of Team SBL. Very solid round out of those 2 players.
I mean, just the fact that the overall coverage by SBL was so good, but just somehow completely fell apart just by some aggressive swings by Aerial Rise, just completely threw the attack in for a loop, and they lost all the control that they worked so hard to get. Attic was so good for Spiff, and then just lost that initial engagement. That's a tough fight against Inrio, who just had to turn around very quickly to win that out. All right, no harm done. You're still in a good spot because you got a guy on the kid's window, ready to cut anyone off from white in the middle of kids. All right, no big deal. And then suddenly, just everybody from Aerial swings out, realizes that plant's going down, have to go now, otherwise it gets confirmed. Just completely falls apart for SBL. It's just a matter of how did that even happen? You were in such a good spot to cover, but it fell apart one by one by one, yet again.
Well, we're getting into the later stages of this match series. Only a few rounds away from determining our victor, and whoever, one of these 2 teams, Aerial Rise or Team SBL, who will take the greater portion of the $2,500 prize pool offered in the Spring Burst. Aerial Rise looking rather comfortable and confident to be the ones who claim that greater half, but Team SBL, they've got the defensive edge now, and as this game has played out, we've said it a million times, it sounds like we're kicking a dead horse at this point, but truthfully, it has been a defender-sided series thus far, and Team SBL can certainly find themselves even and potentially ahead of Aerial Rise at the end of their half.
Aerial Rise just droning things ahead of themselves, at least 2 or 3, actually 3 players on a drone at one point, trying to get A some more information, but still playing very slowly, not wanting to take that aggressive swing just yet. Main hatch is going to be open, and Bino's going to make sure that meeting is clear at the same time, so top first floor is going to be under their control, but just notice how the fact that they're just over halfway through the round, and there's not really much else other than that. They're still being just as slow as SBL was, and finally starting to get some of these hatches open, but with the Goyo in play, that's gonna be a barn burner at the very end of the round once those things get popped.
Charges opening up the rotations in between meeting hall. It seems as though Aerial Rise have the same attacking philosophy and strategy that Team SBL did on this site. Smart. to go for that Oyo Vulcan canister denial is certainly going to stall time, and we also still have to worry about the Warden and wherever Grixer is positioned, because that is going to be the key factor of the SBL defense, sitting in a spot that may get flashbang dumped, and can those goggles be denied by an EMP from Bino?
Well, it seems that they're still trying to figure out exactly where they want to hit. Is it going to be backside or is it front side? I think they're finally collecting towards this backside, but now, like you said, they're grouping up over towards this pillar side. So it's going to be a lot of utility dumping over towards this pillar connector. But right now, Grixer isn't in a spot to deny it, but Nick is going to open things up with a kill onto Packer. Everything's going the way of SBL. Only Enrio is going to be able to get a kill, but that's going to be it for them. Aerial Rise try to go quick at the very end, but just does not even remotely work.
They tried to maybe catch Team SBL off guard, a flashbang or two, and they just dive the site rather than just dump 17 flashbangs in. Regardless, that timing just was not good. And Team SBL were sat in comfortable anchor positions, as it quite often ends up being that case here on the basement bomb site of Oregon, and that's why you see it have such a high defender win rate. But Aerial Rise not able to get the job done there, so up to dorms and kids dorms we will go here for Team SBL, trying to even the score 4 apiece between both teams should they win this defense.
I mean, now at this point we're going on to the second best, arguably, bomb site on this map, so it's very possible that it maybe evened up here, which is a very rare thing, I want to say, we've had an opportunity to say throughout this entire series. Has this thing even been remotely close outside of the first couple of rounds? Am I crazy in that statement?
Remaining.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think I am either.
I think you're crazy for other reasons.
That's certainly possibly true, but that's a separate issue entirely. But
That's separate. That's something we don't talk about on broadcast.
we don't talk about on broadcast. I talk about that with my therapist.
Ah.
Ah.
Ah. If anyone's looking to therapize serious, drop your name in the chat, I guess. Free counseling, everybody. Sirius is gonna give everyone free.
Woo.
I need them. With how this match has gone and how broken my brain feels at this point. But Aerial Rise, their attacks seeming a little bit broken as well, as Bay has swung into Armory, and that into Armory into a Frostback he is jumped on into. Now thankfully he can pick himself up if he does not quite die to it, but he's going to be a little bit slow in his movement for the next minute or so while he waits for that effect to bleed off, as the rest of his leg will also bleed with it. As Surf down back.
That's going to be the Amaro on the complete opposite end of the map, so just
I
Surf
wonder what
letting him
happened
know
over
what he
there.
thinks. Yeah, I wonder what happened. I'm sure he got completely smoked as he hopped on in. That's probably the most likely scenario. So it's going to be completely isolated to this main trophy push right now for Aerial Rise. SBL are going to be very comfortable about this, considering they still have out of control. Aerial Rise need to start working on this next piece that can get them in towards the bomb site that's just a little bit more secure.
Surf. This is so sneaky. So ratty out of you. Giddy's gonna have no idea. As long as Surf doesn't touch his mouse and stays as silent as possible. Sure enough, he's gonna Pop goes the weasel and Pop Giddy's face off. There it is. Kill thrown inside of Attic. And he gets away with his life just ever so narrowly. Bay losing the engagement at the top of main stairs. Not looking so good for Aerial Rise, but Inrio does take down Spiff, so at least one member less for them to deal with here in the 2 versus 4 clutch. Nitrocell goes through it, lands, and Surf is to finish off Bino in the very end. Team SBL even us up at 4 apiece.
That just feels insane to say at this point that we're even at this point in the series.
We've not had that. Not in the middle of a map. Only in OT.
Not in the middle. Yeah, only OT have we actually gotten back to even outside of the first opening rounds, and now I guess right now. So there's prime opportunity for SBL to retake the round advantage lead and take it away from Aerial Rise, put themselves into prime driving range to win this series overall. But this is the tertiary site. We saw Aerial Rise win on their own attempt at this bomb site, so... SBL win on their attacking attempt at this bomb bomb site, so it's not out of the question that Aerial Rise will do the same. So just a matter of how does this round go, because that will really dictate these next few final rounds for me.
You know, it's kind of weird that Beto is 0-5 and 4. I feel like that's gone completely unnoticed. The fact that he hasn't had a lot of rounds that he's just had activity in. I mean, he's only 0 and 5. It's not like he's like 0 and 7, 0 and 8, and taking a bunch of engagements and losing them. It's just he's not had to be in any positions where he's had to win a bunch of engagements. I don't really know what's going on over there. It's unlike Beto to be in this position through 8 rounds of a map, but sometimes fatigue sets in on these players, especially deep into a best of 3 like we are. And we're nearing by the end of this game, I think we'll be at least 60 rounds, which is a lot of Siege to be played. And yeah, many of these players I'm sure have grinded ranked for much longer, but still, point being, it's a lot of Siege, and it is starting to take an effect on all of our brains, I'm sure.
Yeah, just a little bit. You and me both here. But, I mean, he does have a ton of assists, so he's getting in a lot of engagements, just has not, unfortunately, been able to win anything just yet, so gonna have to wait a little bit longer to see if he gets an actual kill under his belt. So, right now, this is another very slow take. They're surrounding this top floor, so that player top white is gonna only be able to go down the stairs unless he just aggressively swings out, which, I mean, is certainly possible considering it is Spiff as a Solus that's in that position, so Bay, not actively watching out, actually let him slip by over towards that back door bunk's area.
Deploy track stingers.
Oh. Spiff close on the bunk. Has to be cleared out. A couple members of Team SBL have to be cleared out up here on the top floor. This is a good opportunity for ARIAL Rise to get themselves on the board with the tertiary bomb site attacking win. They get themselves in, they block off some of these angles with the surf, with the smoke upstairs is going to be able to waste a lot of time away. You can see ARIAL Rise are really taking their time. They're re-droning a lot. They have to execute on not only the top floor, and also the actual bomb site. The only player up here they have to deal with is Surf. I guess Spiff is also here around Big Window, and he's been blinded. An ugly spot here. Bay will hop in and take the fight. Can he win it? No, he's lost too much HP already. Spiff just trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Takes a bunch of damage off of Bino. Eventually, he is down to fall, but Inrio has hit the floor. Surf will at least take him with. The Packer gets a kill. Surf is still above. Rice was down dead below, but Packer now walks up the white stairs, and Surf just feeling himself in some different way in this map 5 of Grand Finals, as he gets 4 kills on the upstairs floor and goes huge for Team SBL, giving them a perfect defensive half.
And just the fact that Ariel were having such a hard time without even going on near the bomb site itself is just completely dumbfounding me. It's just the fact that they're having so much trouble attacking the top floor on a beating kitchen bomb site. That should not be happening, but they were waiting until the last minute of that round to actually do really anything to get some more map control that they can finally drop down that hatch, secure that plant, but just didn't even get close to that position. I mean, just could not collapse on Spiff. He's just taking a 1v1 engagement against Bay, who just has to hop on in because his teammates are being slowed down by Surf smoke grenades. We're just stalling out so much in that round overall that, I mean, SBL, rightfully so, give themselves that round advantage lead going back down to the basement bomb site. Aerial Rise looking like they're very much feeling the effects of that defensive overall advantage.
I mean, at some point I feel like Aerial Rise needs to change the tempo of the game, needs to change the pace. Maybe a rush would be the best case. I mean, all of these rounds so far here on Oregon have ended below 30 seconds on the clock, and it has been a slow attack, not only for SBL when they were there, but Aerial Rise for themselves. And I think that if Aerial Rise were to potentially at least make some sort of aggressive play, maybe just a faster paced attack, a little less droning, yeah, it could punish you, but it also could be a calculated risk that could end up better off for you here. It could just throw off SBL enough to get yourself a win, and which is ever so crucial because Team SBL were able to get 2 attacking wins on their half. So Aerial Rise now have to match that at least, if not one-up it and do better to try to win the map in regulation.
I mean, if they want to win in regulation, they have to win these next 3 rounds. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it, but we'll just see if they even get to that point. Still can't possibly win these next 2 rounds, give themselves at least match point scenarios, but we'll have to see if they get that far. Right now, it's another very slow attack. Going to the minute 40 mark, they still are trying to work on penetrating this main basement bomb site area. They've got most of these hatches open. They're trying to pick apart the utility, but just very, very slow. But now SBL is all grouping up in the same area, ready for this main push.
Will Aerial Arise make their move faster? Will they be slower? We've got lots of EMPs that can be used to try to deny the Warden Goggles and the other defender utility. Giddy with a smoke into elbow early on, but Bay being denied by those gas grenades is where Aerial Arise will have to slow themselves down and wait until the last 30 seconds, unfortunately, be forced into that by Surf with those toxic babes.
And he's still just waiting for an opportunity. That elbow player is swinging out very aggressively. He could be picked off with a smoke canister in pocket. He is going to be the first one to die. May is very quick to trade it out, but Final Execute seems to be primed and ready, but that backstairs push is being slowed down even more.
Packers into tarps with a headshot onto Grixer. Aerial Rise with a bit of an advantage as the last 30 seconds of the round procs. There's a player prone inside of elbow. It is Nick. Flashbang could be great for Packer. There it is. I forecasted it, but thankfully Nick is able to get out of that position. Inrio trying to get that diffuser down, but Spiff is above. The flank could be massive. Bay's gotten a kill. Where is the Wamai? Nick tries to transpire deep, but Packer gets the kill. Spiff has dropped down. He could be a hero. He could be a saint for his team in this round, but he's got to win his ones. He'll do so against Bino. Just stay alive for the time being. It's Spiff on immaculate flank for Team SBL, winning on the basement site. A 2 versus 4 effectively. What a clutch by the Wamai!
And something that Ariel had been avoiding for the last 2 maps is a clutch by SBL, and they somehow, on the final map of the series, let another one by Spiff go right on through. Just heartbreaking because they were able to at least salvage that first opening engagement, trading it out immediately, getting so much control, but you spotted it very early on that Spiff on the top floor, flanking around completely where they were coming from. Not a single flank drone or any fitted flank watch in sight for Aerial Rise. Just lets him run right on through, get the player dead, and then he just can play wherever he wants. He knows that the player is going to be swinging pillar. He knows that there's just going to be someone trying to swing him as aggressively as possible to get that final kill. But Aerial Rise, due to the fact that the player is dead, is just scrambling to find that final kill onto Spiff, and just perfect play by Spiff in that scenario.
Crucial blunder by Aerial Arise, and truthfully, it feels like Spiff is just on one, and the rest of Team SBL are kind of doing what they need to do, supporting with kills in their way. Aerial Arise, someone has to match that energy of Spiff. Bino, I hate to call him out. It sucks being in that position. I love Bino. I'm a fan of Bino in the game, but 0-7 is just not it. It's not the time to drop a donut and to not be able to kill anyone to help your team here in Grand Finals. You've had other good maps before. Clubhouse was especially good for Bino, but he's got to wake up. If he can, Aerial Rise can come back. They've got to win 2 attacking rounds in a row here on Oregon, and it is not going to be easy yet. They've got to get this one here underway first down to Kids Dorms, and then they'll probably have to attack Kids Dorms again, unfortunately for themselves, unless SBL decide to rotate over to a tertiary bomb site. I don't see that being the case. So for now, this is what they've got to work with, and they've got a tough task to handle here.
Well, so far, not much upfront aggression from SBL. They're just letting Aerial Rise take over Master Trophy area, so walls should theoretically be secured in just a little bit. They have the Thatcher and Thermite combination, so unless Rice somehow tricks this perfectly, Giddy somehow gets the first one onto Spiff. Not sure how he got that angle, but that's a nice pick to get the castle out of the way. Not the most information or just useful utility outside of the early round, but still getting that pick early is such a big opportunity for Aerial Rise now.
Now you just have to do everything else right, Aerial Rise. You did it last time around, but you fell to the flank potential here out of Team SBL. And where is Nick? On the flank. Worked his way up the basement main stairs. Now, Giddy seems to be aware, or at least has positioned himself in Classroom as a flank watch. I don't know if he knows that the Fenrir is down in the basement main, but he at least is sitting and waiting for any sort of flank trying to capitalize. So I like that Aerial Rise have set themselves up ready for that flank, expecting it to come.
Just Lion Call coming out. Surf takes a little bit more damage, and Nick is starting to get antsy. He feels the pressure. He needs to go now, but Giddy's still waiting for the opportunity. Idrio getting the plant down, and a perfect flank watch opportunity, but so many kills are going SBL's way. It's now all of a sudden onto Giddy, who's downstairs to clean up in a 1v3 scenario.
Giddy swings around the corner, getting the counter defuse to Surf. Giddy gets the kill, but Grixer is there for the trade, and that will do it. Team SBL avert disaster. They prevent the comeback from Aerial Rise, and finally, on Oregon, the map they started off, XGS Spring Burst, will end it at the same value with the win. And what a series by Team SBL. Even with subs, no matter the challenge, no matter what they had to go through, in the end, they were the better team, and they were able to come out with a victory here tonight in a 3-2 fashion against Aerial Arise. Wow, what a series.
What a series indeed. It's insane how this thing started off as such a defensive-sided overall series, going into Cafe, all of a sudden Aerial flipped the script, and then just completely cannot figure out their attacks in the next following 2 maps. I mean, they did a better job on Bank, but Oregon, they just don't seem to have a clue on what they're doing. SBL just absolutely dominating them every single round, and SBL rightfully earned their win in the final 3rd map after dropping those last 2.
I think it was a really solid series out of both teams, but unfortunately, Aerial Arise fell short. We would still be in the lobby. How they won that attacking round on basement, and then they looked so good on the upstairs, but the retake was just better planned out of Team SBL, and I wish we had stats for that game, because I'm sure that they would be absolutely bonkers. A lot of opening kills, a lot of opening deaths for certain players, and my sheet, I have that all tracked, but it's not reading it all right, and so I'm kind of upset at that being the case. But really solid performances out of every single player tonight. Unfortunately, Bino was not able to step up on that last map, but I'll tell you what, Team SBL looked really, really good at the very end.
I mean, just SBL, after those last 2 map losses, it was looking like it might be going Aerial's way just in the overall momentum, but really able to bounce back on Oregon, just looking like their old selves on map 1 and 2, just really excelling after all of this. Just honestly, they were just looking like their older selves on map 1, especially map 1, where they were just dominating on defense, not letting Aerial do anything on the attack, and just really doing a lot better on the attacks than we've seen very much lately out of them.
We'll take a talk with one of the members here from the winning side of Team SBL. It's Nick joining alongside me. I've never actually gotten to interview or talk to you, so it's nice to actually get a chance to say hi. But congrats on the win, number 1. Huge game out of you guys. You started off really strong, 2-0 fashion. Clubhouse, how did that feel winning with that round being so close?
I mean, it felt good. The first map we had like a pretty big lead, and they started to come back. But once they got that round 4, or they got 4 rounds, we kind of locked in. It's like settled in. And that map 2 was just it was just overall crazy. A 10-8 barn burner. I don't know. You can't ask for much better than that.
Yeah, why was this game so defensive-sided? It started out with, I think 4 total attacking wins over both of the first 2 maps of, 30-some-odd rounds. Is there any reason why that? Is it that your guys' playstyle? Obviously, without poison, it makes things a little bit different. What's the story there?
Well, I mean, we're like a defensive-sided meta right now, so obviously it's going to be pretty defensive-sided, but also it's kind of 2 kind of pug stack teams, because we had our 2 subs, so it's not like our main 5, and they're also kind of like a newer team. I doubt they scrim, but they probably they all know how to play the game. So the attacks, obviously everyone's at least on our side, positions kind of changed, because usually we'd have poison on Heartbreach kind of calling most initials, and today we kind of went back to Rice how it used to be in the old team. But I think it was just super defensive sided, because it's just super easy to set up crosses, and a lot of teams don't know how to attack nowadays.
Yeah, I think both of you guys really struggled on the attack, but it started to flow up in that way, at least on the last 3 maps where both teams were starting to figure out their attacking half, notably Aerial Arise. So what happened in Cafe and Bank that Aerial Arise were able to pull those maps over on you? Was it just that they were a bit better on the attacking side with it being such a heavy meta, or was there something else going on?
At least on Cafe, it's like not one of our stronger maps, but and also playing with 2 subs, people don't really know their initials and like what kind of take we want to do. And obviously they started off on defense, so they kind of had that momentum leading into the map to begin with. And we kind of just had a slow start, couldn't get ourselves back up, but we fought good. We went to map 5 and we just closed it out.
Yeah, I think it plays like that with subs. It definitely makes it more difficult because, as you said, it's kind of that pug stack side. So how were Grixer and Surf able to help your team out today with the experience that they bring in, the talent? What did they bring to the table that maybe sometimes you don't have with your main roster, or is just different than what your main roster brings?
I think like the only thing that they probably bring that's better is they probably have like more gun skill and just kind of more experience. So they kind of know like if we're like losing rounds, like why we actually lost them and like how we can problem fix. Like they're obviously we're like 2 top like NAL players, so bringing them in for subs, it's not like we had like a detriment to our team. It's just our team just had to adjust a little due to the subs and not being like on our like normal roles. But obviously they played great. Grixer clutched up on that clubhouse to clear out 10A, and then Surf just went crazy that last map. So you can't ask much for more than them.
Yeah, you kicked off the clutches on Chalet with a 1 versus 3. Tell me about that. What take me through that, I guess, your thought process through it and just how you felt after.
I mean, it felt amazing, of course. Those guys kind of just all gave me ones. Obviously, I saw my teammate run short, so I knew that guy was immediately going to run in as he killed the dude and try to take the gap. So I honestly just tried to isolate the ones right there. I took the 1 on that guy, and then obviously they had to plant. So those are 1v1. If I won the 1v1 gunfight cover, I won the round easy.
Yeah, you guys were super clutch today, and I think that's a big reason as to why you were able to pull over the game and actually take the win over Aerial Arise, excuse me. So congratulations on the win. If there's anyone you want to shout out, anyone you want to thank, obviously Poison and Asian are here to fulfill with you. But what can we expect from the future here for Team SBL?
Team SBL, just stay tuned. I want to shout out to all my teammates. They're all great players, and we all deserve a chance in the NAL. So you'll be seeing us real soon. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Nick. Thanks for joining me on the interview. And of course, congratulations on the win to you and your team.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Well, serious. It was nice being able to talk with Nick. I've never gotten the chance to talk with him before. I didn't expect him on the interview. So it was very nice and very pleasant to have that opportunity. I don't know.
Are we gonna get slideshow?
We're just staring at Grim right back into our eyes. We were trying to have replays for the end of the game, and let's just say we can't end the Xenon Gaming Series season, or at least mini tournament, in a normal manner. It's got to be some sort of shenanigan that is pushed through. And of course, as we try to wrap up and conclude the night, a great best-of-5 series, both teams playing their absolute hearts out. What are your takeaways from that game, Sirius? What do you expect to see these 2 teams do in the future? I know that you mentioned earlier that Aerial Arise may not stick together, but still, what do you see for the future of these players at that minimum?
I mean, I would certainly expect to see at least a couple of them in the NAL, if not very soon, because we don't know what the Mirage roster is, but I mean, and even then, some of the major qual teams coming up, because, like I said, Aerial Rise aren't sticking together after this, so we'll have to see how they end things off. Are they going to join a Pro League team? Or are they going to join a major qual team, try to kind of work their way up from there? Because they showed very well how well they can play in a team environment, but just their future is a little bit unknown right now, especially for Aerial Rise. We'll have to see how they handle these things.
I can't wait to see these teams, if they do continue in the future, and what they are to do in that extent. But that being said, Sirius, that concludes our night. That concludes the Spring Burst. It has been an absolute blast. Congrats yet again to Team SBL for winning the majority of the $2,500 prize pool. Aerial Rise taking a hearty second place. It's still some decent cash to at least go in the pocket. They played well and had a fun season at that. But I will say that this was a fun mini season to have right before the NAL starts this week. I have been absolutely very thankful to have the opportunity to commentate this alongside you and many other great commentators. But that'll be it for us here at Xenon Gaming Series. Thank you to everyone who contributed into season Spring Burst, I guess. Season Spring Burst, whatever you want to call it at this point. But thank you to everyone in the background, all of the viewers at home, and all of the teams and players that participated. That'll be it for us, and until next time for XGS Season 7, hopefully around the corner, we will see you next time.